Hello everyone, welcome on in. It is Thursday, not Friday. It's a weird day for me. Usually I'm on Fridays, but hello. We started it. I actually started it about a minute ago, but I was muted. Can everyone hear me okay? Everything all right? You can all hear me okay? Welcome, you got a cup of tea? Give me 2 seconds. I'm just realizing the music is really loud in my ears, and you guys, probably okay for you guys, but it's really loud in my ears, so I need to turn it down ever so slightly. Bear with me. There we go, so I can actually hear myself. You can hear me. You can hear me wherever I am in the room as well, right? Look at this, the wonders of technology. Unfortunately, the chat isn't on the teleprompter, so I'm going to be looking off to the side. For some reason, it doesn't want to appear there. We can try and fix that in a second. But so far, everything looks to be going okay. So, let's get into it. Welcome everybody. Today's stream is going to be around the frame cases and customization, which is something that a lot of you here I know are fans of. You definitely know I'm a fan of as well. We're going to be doing a lot of 3D printing elements, talking about a bunch of things that we've 3D printed. It's going to be myself, and we're also going to be joined, and let's see if this works, Step. We're going to be joined. Oh no, he is there. He's already there. He's already here. He is here. Hello, you can see Step here as well. So Step is actually here doing, going to be helping me do the build, talking about 3D printing stuff, and generally assisting me throughout today's stream. So that's going to be really cool. So Step, do you want to unmute and say hi to everybody?
Hello, everyone.
I don't know. There we go. Can everybody hear Step okay? Hello, Step. We're seeing people are saying hello. I don't know if they're saying hello directly. They can hear you though.
Hopefully.
I can hear you. I can hear you. He's a bit quiet. Okay. Step is a lot more quieter spoken than I, so that's not surprising.
Yeah. The microphone is close. If I have it too close, obviously you get popping. But yeah.
Is that too loud?
How am I?
Is that too loud, guys?
I've
whacked him up right up to a. I've racked him up
10%?
like to 100%. I actually whacked you up like 30% there.
I'm in and out. Now is good apparently. So
there we go. Now is good. Beautiful,
fantastic.
Beautiful, lovely. I feel like everyone turns the sound down for me. So like when you start speaking, it's like
there's
we
a
can't hear it
specific
at all
volume setting for Bob.
AI translation. I'm sorry. Why is he speaking Spanish? Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Let me actually just make sure that we've got. Yes, I was just about to say I would want to make sure that our captions were up, and they are, so that's good. That's good news. I have, however, realised they're a bit hard to read, so let me just fix that one for everybody.
Bob is at his home. I am actually at the studio where we did the stream on Tuesday.
2 studios!
Yes.
We're actually at 2 studios, which is really good. And yes, there is efficient. Right, okay. I have a bone to pick, all right? I have a bone to pick with Lucky. There is a Blame Bob counter, and there's a Blame Bob counter, but there is no Blame Bob emoji, or emote, or whatever you want to call it, in the Discord. I was very upset to find out that this morning. I expected it to be in one or two. I haven't done anything wrong yet! Everything's going great. You don't even know how complex this audio setup is. The fact this is working, folks, is a miracle. It's an absolute miracle. But yes, sorry. In an attempt to remain on topic, you want to know? You want to know what the audio setup is? I can explain it because I'm actually really impressed with myself. Hello to everybody on YouTube, by the way, as well. There is a couple of questions actually. Just the first one over on YouTube. When will Edge be available? We don't have confirmed dates yet, but we're hoping towards the end of, mid to end of October. I believe that's the general dates that we're working with. Don't quote me on that. There's nothing actually confirmed. But yeah, as more comes through, make sure you're following on the socials. Keep an eye on those. You'll work on the emote? Let's go. I've got a spam to keep up with the eventual. Exactly. So with the clip, Bob said end of October. I said mid to end of October, maybe. I think that's what we're working towards. Don't do this to me. I've only just started the stream. This is so much stress. No, we're going to be working on a stream today. We're going to be doing a build. Thanks to Intel. Actually, Intel has sent us all of the third-party elements. That's the GPU, CPU, and the motherboard as well. I'm going to be going through, and you'll be able to see the ones that we're actually using today, but it is the Battle Mage, it's the B580 that we're working with, the Intel Arc B580, and we're going to be working with an Intel Core 7, Intel Core Ultra 7 265K CPU, and the Z890 Eagle Wi-Fi from Gigabyte that was actually sent to us via Intel, but I do like, personally, I'm a big fan of Gigabyte, so it's actually really nice to be working with all these components. I'm sorry, Bobby. I was like, no, you're fine. So just to explain the audio setup. So what is happening right now, I am streaming this right here from my PC over there. Now, this PC just runs cameras and everything, but it transfers via LAN all of the audio that is on this mic here through the camera there that connects to the Camlink Pro in the recording PC here, the production PC here, then passes it over LAN to that PC, and that PC has combined both steps, which is over Video Ninja, to pull in his video, and his audio is coming through Teams. His audio is coming through Teams into my earbuds, right? But my audio to step is actually coming from the second lav mic that is plugged into the PC over there. So it's two, hold on, let me see if I've got it. Two separate PCs, 5 separate cameras, 6 if you include steps, 2 separate voice sources, 2 separate general video and audio visual sources, all into one feed into 2 different places because we're on Twitch and on YouTube at the same time. This is the most complex setup I've ever done, but it's also like super simple in actual execution. So setup is long. Execution is actually really quick. So I'm really chuffed with this. I'm loving this. I'm really liking this. So yeah, basically it's all wibbly wobbly, streamy weemy stuff. So but yeah, with that's if you're wondering why I'm wearing 2 lav mics, that's so a step can hear me. 9. Why am I getting blamed again? That was. Wait, hold on. Am I getting? Wait. There should be a blame Bob and a credit Bob. Like a blame one for when I do something wrong. And a credit one for when I do something right. We all know which one's going to get the more clicks, but there should be a thing. That doesn't sound right. That's since the command's been up. 0 credit. How many times have we credited? 0. How many times have we blamed and then it just can't compute it anymore? And the credit would only be 1. Well, for the audio, I feel like that's good. That was good. That was worth it. But yes, that's going to be a whole thing. But yeah, we're going to be doing a build in the Frame 5000D case that I have down here. Unfortunately, I can't get it up with all of the components on here, but obviously when we go to build, we'll bring it up and move all this stuff out of the way. But today, I'm actually going to be talking not just about this. We're going to be talking about the new Saber V2 Pro mouse, which I'm actually going to go grab right now because it's over on my other desk because I have been using it a lot. I've been using this thing a ton. Those of you who haven't seen, we actually just recently on the 18th, released this bad boy. Let me clear some of this stuff off here because we've talked about some of the stuff here, and we will go through the components as we go through. So again, thank you though to Intel for sending over all of the third-party components that we're going to be dropping into this bad boy. We will be talking about the 3D elements that we're going to be doing shortly. However, I don't want to spoil you. I want to give you guys the opportunity to see it piece by piece as it comes through. But we are going to be showing off new stuff like this. You guys haven't maybe seen this before. This is the Commander Duo. And we'll be explaining what it does if you don't already know. But yes, lots of cool stuff coming up. But actually, can you guys guess what kind of build it's going to be? Because I haven't actually said, because obviously we're talking about 3D printed elements, but I haven't actually said exactly what kind of build it's going to be. If you guys can guess as we go along, you get a gold star. That's it though. You don't get much else. It's just a gold star, but still, you get something. You get a credit. That's what you get. You get a credit. White wooden, no. So the white wooden is my Frame 4000D build, and it's actually what's probably going to be my new Frame 4500X build, which we'll be talking about in a minute after I've gone through talking about this. But we are going to be talking about that because that obviously came out 2 days ago as well, which is really cool. It is a PC build. You are technically correct. That is the wrong camera. That is the wrong camera as well. Give me 2 seconds. Now I get a blame. You can hit a blame now because I turned the cameras off to keep them cool. You can blame me now, though. I was like, I swear that camera works. You can blame me now. That's fair. That's fair. I'll take that hit. All right, I'll take that hit. So that's all good. Right, let's try this one again, shall we? There we go. There we go. One of them works. That didn't work. I'm pressing too many buttons. Here we go. So if you guys haven't seen this before, this is the Saber V2 Pro mouse. Probably my favorite mouse now for anything kind of competitive. It is absolutely gorgeous and incredibly light. If you guys haven't seen this, this is 36 grams light. I don't have my scales with me right now, but it is actually weighs less than the cable and the receiver that come with it. So it actually weighs less, which is really weird, but also really cool. If you guys haven't seen it before, essentially this is our new ultralight mouse. So a previous light mouse that we had, which is this one, which is actually the one I use quite a lot. I actually used tons beforehand, which was the M75 Air wireless. So I've been using this for a good while for most of my competitive games, stuff like that. And now, instead of that, I am now using this for all my competitive games, because obviously the lightness of it basically feels like you're not using anything at all, which is absolutely amazing. But if you guys haven't seen or tried this out, this is actually a sub $100 mouse. I was really impressed when it actually, because I was like, oh, how much is this actually going to cost though if it's 36 grams? And they were like, oh, it's 99 bucks. I was like, what? So I'm actually really impressed with this, so much so that I've gone and got the white one as well. And this is maybe because at this point I'm becoming a bit of a collector, but I love this mouse. I think it's absolutely fantastic. And despite people trying to put their thumb through the top piece, it is actually a really nicely built mouse. And again, if you are looking for something that's going to be helping you do competitive gaming, any kind of ranked games, this is where I'm using it. I usually still use my Scimitar Elite Wireless for my daily driver, but this has easily become my competitive mouse. I'm using this in Rivals all the time, and I did frag before. I used to frag pretty well with Iron Man, and now I'm just actually getting like MVP like a ton now, which I don't know if it's me getting better or the mouse. I'm going to assume it's the mouse though. What's the metal thing on the front? Oh, this is actually great. This is more of a me thing. If you guys haven't seen me on streams recently, which is fair because I've not been on too many, let me show you. I'm just going to pull it off like this because it's easier to do it like this. The annoying thing, this is actually magnetic. I am now getting pings, so apologies. Did you guys hear that ping? There we go. This is magnetic, yeah. This is a charger. Can you see it on there? So this is a little magnetic charger. See if I can... Oh, going to the wrong side, that's why. It's a little magnetic charger, and basically I don't like having to put cables into my peripherals. So what I do, I get this little magnetic charger thing, slot that in there, and then the cable, I have one cable that sits on my desk and it goes click on the front. So that's what it is, which adds about a gram, which is fine. But yeah, that's great. It's a fantastic little piece of kit. It does replace the charging dock, that is correct, yes. The only issue with those is they are, or the magnetic charging things. I've had mine for about 2 years. They've worked fine. Sorry to hear you not having the best experience with it though. But yes, essentially that is the case. What? Did I just stop the music? Didn't know I could do that. I can stop the music from here. That's pretty cool. Should be a puck for the Corsair mouses for wireless charging. Oh, as in like having like a thing that you can attach to it to be there. Honestly, I would love that. I'm not gonna lie. I would actually love having something like a puck that you could actually add to have a wireless charging thing. However, obviously all that sort of stuff adds like weight. Anything that you add to a mouse like this, like a 36 gram mouse, is always going to add weight. And when the idea is to, and I love this by the way, because it's one of my favorite sayings ever, like when it comes to design, is a good design is not finished when there's nothing left to add, it's when there's nothing left to take away. And I love that, and I really think this embodies that. And cost, yeah, and cost as well. Because again, you're seeing like, in terms of like this, I think realistically, this is our first real like true ultralight mouse. And a lot of people have obviously, we obviously have this, which was our lightweight mouse, which was the M75 Air, and a lot of people say, look, hey, we think it should be lighter, and well, guess what, we did it, we made it lighter. And I really like that we're going in the right direction, but I do think this is our first true ultralight mouse. And I think the great thing about this is when we see especially like businesses like Corsair and as big as Corsair doing things like this, I think it's really important to recognize that where the things that we get right as well, because I know there's always going to be conversations around things or improvements, and it's great, and there's been some fantastic feedback, so always keep that feedback coming. Constructive criticism is really, really helpful for us building these things, because that's what got this made. That generally is what got this made. Folks were like, we need it to be lighter than the M75 Air, what can you do? And this is what came out of it. So I love that, I'm a big fan of that, but also recognizing that this is a really good jump from here to here, and honestly I'm really happy with how it's gone. Who's that? This is Step. Should we leave Step off for the minute? Because I can delete Step for a second. There we go. If Step's not talking, we can get rid of Step. But Step will be joining me for some stuff shortly. You should still be able to hear him if he unmutes, so he'll still be like the voice of God, but we had him as picture-in-picture as well. We want to keep him. Do you want to keep Step? Step's going to come and have a chat with us about 3D printing stuff anyway in a second. But like I say, we just want to have a quick chat about this. But has anyone picked up the Saber V2 yet? About 80% on the Windows taskbar. One of the things I want to say about this, because you just reminded me, Sasko, actually, this does not need IQ, and this is, I think, the single coolest piece of feedback, feature generated by feedback. This now uses the Corsair Web Hub. You don't need IQ installed to be able to configure this. This literally, you just like sign into the Corsair Web Hub and you can configure it from there. That's what I've been doing. It's really, really cool. The fact that you don't actually need to set it up. So if you want to take this mouse somewhere else and you don't want to have to go and set up all your stuff, you can literally go and do it in the Web Hub, which I really, really like. And again, I think is just really cool where we've taken on the feedback, we've listened to what people have said, say, hey, I don't necessarily want to have IQ installed on my PC. Well, now WebHub can help you handle that, which I think is really cool. He is in lurk mode. He's in lurk mode at the minute. I'm just going to open this door because I realise how immediately, quickly it's become quite warm in here. On-device profiles are amazing. I absolutely love them. I've been creating tons of different profiles for the games that I've been playing. I'm mainly playing a lot of Destiny at the minute, which is what I use my Scimitar Elite for. But I've got profiles. I've got a profile ready for COD. I've got a profile ready for COD 7. I've also got Black Ops 7. Sorry. I've got a profile for Marvel Rivals, which is my main kind of competitive game that I'm playing at the minute. But yeah, it's great to be able to have those, especially on the keyboard. Well. Currently, the only, the one that this is, as I understand it, this is the only product that's available on the WebHub right now, but yes. Make it so the WebHub works with the Scuffing Vision too, so we don't have to have IQ. That's fair, that's a great piece of feedback. I think there's going to be, I think there'll definitely be some things that the team are going to be working on. I would expect to see WebHub work with newer products. I can't speak to how it's going to work with older products and how that's going to be updated, but I would assume that new stuff that comes out will be ready for WebHub. Make assembly, yes, that's true. That's true. But yeah, I think it's a really fantastic step towards going to what people actually want and how they actually want to be able to control their software. I think, again, I'm really happy with that as well. And speaking of battery, because I see there's a bit of conversation around battery, so this thing actually, because it's if you run it at 1K hyperpolling, that you can actually, 1K polling rate, you can actually have that go up to 70 hours off of one single charge. But if you have it at 8K polling, that's going to give you around about 16. But if I'm honest, 8K without ever having to plug it in for 16 hours, I think is really, really solid. And again, I'm loving that as well. More coming soon. There we go. I was about to say, we'll leave that to Hoffman because Hoffman's actually over on the gaming side. I'm on the DIY. For those of you who don't know, I'm on the DIY side of the business. So my experience around the gaming is, my details around the what's going on in the background of gaming are a little bit lighter, but I still love the stuff we make. So I learn as much as I can about it. But if dates and stuff, you're probably going to have to talk to Hoffman. I can't wait to scroll through my Excel sheets in 8K. Super competitive Excel sheet. The pivots you can do on this bad boy. But yeah, again, definitely go check it out if you haven't already. Definitely have a look at the Web Hub, the information that we've got around on the Web Hub on the website as well, on Explorer. Look on the articles around this on Explorer. I personally, this is my... And I'm not going to say favourite because I don't want to be that person that is just like, hey, he's on the Corsair channel, he works for Corsair, he's going to say the very next thing is his favourite. Scimitar Elite Wireless SE is still my favourite mouse. I still love that mouse to bits. I will never not love that mouse. That's the mouse that got me into Corsair, if I can be completely honest with you, way back the original Scimitar. But this is my absolute favourite in terms of competitive gaming, and I'm still shocked. The video I did about this mouse is 100% true. I picked this up out of the box and I genuinely thought that it was missing the battery. I had to take the back off and put the battery in, which is crazy. Is the mouse aerodynamic? Does it fly well across small rooms? I'm assuming you mean across a small area and not across small rooms, because I'm not really going to be throwing it. In terms of its movement, whether it's got 33, it's got the Marksman S sensor, which is 33k DPI, so you can obviously tweak that as best you can. I think that's again a best in class sensor there. So in terms of the space that you actually need to be able to move it, I think it's really good. I think they're actually, don't quote me on this, Don't quote me on this. I do think they are going to be doing glass skates as well at some point. It already comes with replacement skates and grip tape, but they will also be doing glass skates at some point, as I understand it. At least if it's well received, you know? How many channel points for me throwing it? None! I'm not throwing the mouse. I am getting another one, but I'm not risking this one. I love this thing. No. Stop it. Yeet testing. I think if the testing team want to add yeet testing to their like whole like matrix of testing, that's up to them. You go ahead. I'm not I'm not throwing my one. Hold on, does my mic drop down? I've got a droopy mic. Come on. No. I want to see if it explodes when it hits a wall due to its lightweight. Well, we have had a creator run one over. Which I thought was hilarious, but also a little painful, because I was like, no, not the mouse. It definitely passed. Unfortunately, it is not durable enough to receive a car running over it, but I'm not entirely sure that many mice can. So I don't necessarily think that's a great litmus test, but it was a test that was done nonetheless. Do you have a link for the 3D printing parts? Yes, we do. If you want to check out the 3D printing parts, I think it's ! Printables in chat. You should be able to do. No, I don't think any can. If there is a mouse out there that is that weight and can withstand that amount of punishment, I will genuinely be shocked. There we go, Printables. There we go. So if you want to go to printables.com/@CORSAIR, remember the @ if you miss the @ then it will just go but yeah, go check that out. We've got a bunch of stuff that we're actually going to be doing and using in today's stream around that as well. And actually, this might be a good time. I think we're at a good time. It might be a good time to have bring Step on and have him show the pieces that he's going to be doing and working with, and some of the pieces that I'm going to be working with. But let's do the thing where we bring Step back. Here he is. Hello. And we're going to go to the big screen so he can have a little bit of a chat with us.
Sorry, microphone off. So, hello. I'm not bad. How are you? Yet. Yes. Certainly. You've got. Yeah, it's a little bit of distance. I can't through unfortunately the yeet test won't pass these over. So mainly I've been doing small things because it's just easier for me with other bits that are going on. So we've got the AIO hose clips. Now these are on our printables page. They come in various sizes. If I grab over.
Oh, it's a one-sided conversation. Apologies, nobody heard that. I'm assuming you guys can hear me now though, yeah?
Can you hear Bob?
There we go. Sorry about that, folks.
Lovely.
Very close to being perfect then.
Almost. 9 out of 10. 9 out of 10.
9 out of 10.
Yeah. So, so we've got the AIO hose clips. These literally, it's a bit hard to do this with a live AIO in my hands, but we'll persevere. So these are literally just push fit onto your hoses. They just make things a lot tidier. It's a bit hard to see because I'm a black jumper as well. But as you can see, they keep the hoses neat. It's very handy. You can use these also in custom loops as well. So if you're using the same diameter tubing, they literally snap on. They are available in different widths as well. So if you want a bit more of a gap, yeah. So it's actually on the Printables site. When you go to the files, there's a list of different widths, and you can do them from there. People have done remixes, which is where someone downloads the file, edits it, and they've done things like change the logo from the CORSAIR logo to other brands or their own custom motifs. So that's an option as well. If you've got the software and the knowledge, you can actually go in there, edit the file yourself, and re-upload it as a remix. All we ask is that you put the credit to the origin of the file, because it's just good. It's good. It's a nice gesture to do, and it's common in the 3D printing world. If you do a file, you do that. The other thing we've done is in in honor of Bob's build, I have changed. I've got to be careful because these fans are actually running. I've changed the side clips. So these are actually really easy to change. You just need a screwdriver, a small one, 3mm width or less flathead. And you literally just put it on the side and it pings off.
I love these. We are actually going to be featuring these in my build as well, by the way, guys. So I'm going to show you mine shortly because I've done a little bit different, and we're going to be crediting the folks who have actually done the remixes of these things as well. But
I've
yes,
got a silly little bit of wood.
I was about to say, Step's got some even cooler stuff though that is not coming my way yet.
No, so this is not Printables. This is something I've actually done myself. So I have access to I've got a laser cutter at home. So it's just literally laser cut that. Now these are the small pieces. I do have one large item, which
that's
is
wood as well, isn't it, Step? Sorry, just to highlight to folks, that is actually wood, not a brown filament or anything kind of 3D printing.
So that is 3mm basswood with a walnut veneer. Now that is coated veneer, so it looks a bit better than just the raw walnut veneer. The other item I've got is a little bit bigger. So this is actually for the Frame 4000D, and this replaces your lower side panel. So, apology, that is bright as well. So the lower portion, the lower portion where the mesh panel is, unscrews. This goes in. You also need to remove the PSU tray for this to work because this actually encompasses the entire item. So what we have here is I have an LX fan, just a standard RGB LX fan there, and two LXRs. So this is drawing up through the duct. I can actually feel the airflow drawing in, and it comes out. And this is actually on our Printables page. I ran it through our Prusa Core 1, which was very graciously provided to us by Prusa. That took about 21 hours. I had to split it in half because of the size of the item. There is actually you may not be able to see it on stream, but there is actually a join. So I ran the split between the two fans. And then you can actually create dowels. And there's also screw holes, which are pre-done in the model. And the whole thing assembles and slots in. We are always working on new things for the cases, so definitely worth keeping an eye on Printables because you never know what's going to pop up. So, for example, the pegboard mounted case that goes on the back of a frame desk, or it also works on other pegboards. I've seen people adapting it to other brands as well. So you can actually just mount it to those, or you can direct mount it to the wall if you use the right fittings.
We've actually, speaking of actually like keeping an eye on the Printables website as well, I actually know that in the next, hopefully 24 to 48 hours, there'll be some new prints going up on there for folks, for a thing that we are going to try and show off today. Unfortunately, I couldn't get any printed off myself, but I will be explaining it to you at the very least. But yes, there's going to be a couple of new things going up on the Printables site, which is a fantastic idea that I don't know exactly where it came from my understanding, however, that came from my boss, and you might have known who my boss is, which is Corsair Paz, who has suggested this to our head of technical marketing, who is insane and stayed up all night and basically made this thing. But I will hopefully be showing you, if not today, in a future 3D printed focus stream, which is going to be really, really cool as well.
I can confirm. My boss he's the person done the design is my boss. He's technical marketing manager, and he is a wizard with the CAD software. Absolute wizard.
So it's actually funny enough because the idea came from my boss and the execution is coming from yours. I love that. Right, okay, let's have a look and see then, Step. So I'm going to jump over to the other side again. I should have jumped over here beforehand because that would have been seamus. Hello again, everybody. So just to go through some of the things that I'm going to be showcasing. We'll keep Step here for a bit because obviously he's going to be joining in the conversation. I've got a little box of goodies, which I'm very excited to show. I actually have a tiny little tub here. So we're going to talk about a couple of things that I've 3D printed as well. And if you want to see who has actually created these, there is, I believe, a link in chat. Oh, echo. That's because I switched over. And I didn't click the thing. We were so close to perfect, chat. We were so close to perfect. It's like one button press. Okay, it's better. Flame bomb 20 times. Okay, never mind. It's fine. It's fine. I'm not affected by it. This doesn't affect me. I'm fine. I'm fine. This isn't going to cause me any kind of level of mental anguish or anything. Don't worry about it. I'm going to show you something really quickly. Okay, I'm going to caveat this. This is the most pointless 3D print I've ever done. Yet somehow it's one of my favorites. Okay? This. Can you see this? Hold on. Can you see that? It's a little nubbin right there, right? And that is to go in to fan screw holes that don't have the screws like showing. So if you're screwing from the outside or anything like that, this basically goes into the little hole to fill those empty screw holes in the fans. And it is completely pointless in my mind, but also one of my favorite things. So I definitely recommend you check it out. I think we have a list of all of the contributors to all of the 3D prints that we're going to be showing off today, but we've got those. We also have some really awesome 12-volt high-power cable combs that we're going as well, which are really awesome. We've got a couple of those. We've got some clips and some combs. So 2 different types, and we're going to see which works better depending on what we're actually using today. And that's a fun, like, few little things. We've also, and this is completely random, not necessarily a Corsair thing, but this is a GPU holder. So we'll be getting the GPU out later on and sticking in that, which is going to be good fun. We've also got this, which is our AIO cap swap. So if you guys didn't know this, especially our latest ones, in terms of like our Titan AIO and our Nautilus AIO, they have a feature which is called cap swap. And cap swap allows you to actually take off the cap, and I'll show you a couple of the actual ones that we already sell. Give me 2 seconds, because I've got a couple here just chilling. So we have one which has got a VRM fan, which is really cool. I shouldn't spin that really. That clips directly onto the cap, so you can take off like the LCD screen or the standard one, and we'll showing that in a second. You can put a VRM fan on, put this really cool, nice design, which is called a groove design, which I think is very groovy, which is really cool. But in this case, and I wonder if you guys can guess yet what kind of like build this is going to be. But this is going to be the one that we're putting on, which is a complete non-see-through version. So there's no RGB that's going to be coming through on this. At this point, if you haven't guessed it, I'm actually a little upset. But we've got those. Again, there is a bunch of designs on Printables. In fact, I think we had on Printables, we ran a competition, and I think we've got a couple of the competition entries. This was a competition entry to this topographic one as well. A panda build? No, not quite. But this was a set, actually, a topographic set, because I've not only got the AIO cap, I've also got, as Step mentioned earlier, the clips for the RX fans. So I've got the topographic ones on those, and because we're going to be using some Dominator titanium RAM today, I've also got a full set, and we're going to be using LEKs. I've got a full set of topographic, hold on, let me get my face out of this, topographic 3D printed top bars for the Dominator titanium as well. So it's going to be really, really cool. There is also these that I'm going to be running with, which are fan covers, and if you guys can see them, they aren't actually our design per se. So this isn't actually our design, but it is matching very close to our design. So I've opted to go for these fan covers as well, which is really cool. We're going to be putting these on some of the fans just for a nice little effect. However, I have been told that one of the things that's coming to the Printable site is going to be a fan cover, and that is made by the wonderful HP, who's going to be doing that. I also have this little thing, and I've just been printing pointless stuff, but stuff that I think is really fun. This, I don't know if you guys can see this very well, but here's a little stand, and this is actually because I don't have a box unit, I have like from Trey. I have my Intel Core Ultra. Can we see that there? Or is that too bright? Intel Core Ultra 7 265K, and I'm going to plonk it on this cute little stand. Look at that. How cute is that? I'm going to hold on to it because I don't want to repeat of what Nettie and Andrew did on one of their streams. I've got a little thing there. Oh, I apologise, folks. Step, if you can take over from me for 1 second,
Certainly.
I'll be right back.
Sorry, I'm actually in the middle of getting our printer going with the items that actually John was talking about. So the little print tees. So once I get that working on here, that will go, because usually we run this printer on the network and it has its own room that it lives in, which is temperature controlled, which is perfect for printing. But I've lifted it out of there, so obviously I can't run the Ethernet cable that we would usually use. So slight technical issues, but I'm working on it. I have the USB stick. I have the file on there. I've just got to marry the two up and it will print. So the filament we're using today is PLA. So just standard PLA, but this is Prusa PLA because we're using a Prusa printer. It's the best type for it. So generally we'll print either in PLA, or this one was actually PETG because it's a bit stronger. Also the glassing point. So things that don't need high temperature, you can get away with PLA or PETG. High temperature things, so if you want to make something that's going to be getting hot regularly, will be ASA. I think Bob's back as well now. So are you with us, Bob? Fantastic. He's somewhere.
There we go. Seamless that time. We
Lovely.
did it. That was actually a really good test of the tech that we've been implementing, actually. I'm pretty impressed with that. I'm actually really impressed with that. That was actually switched this over. And I realized because of the issue, you remember how I said like we didn't have the audio over there and that was causing an issue? That's actually good, because when I have to step away, I can flick to that screen and it's just you. So that's actually really great. No, that was not a blame, Bob. That was a good Bob. That was a credit, Bob. I'm never getting any credits, am I? But yes, sorry, I'm going to carry on going through because we've actually got a couple of other things that we're going to showcase today. However, I don't want to spoil everything for everybody all up front, because what we could easily do is talk about all of the stuff that we've got planned, but we have got so much still to come in this stream. We've obviously talked about we're going to be doing a build. We've talked about the fact that we've got the Saber V2 Pro out. We haven't even touched on the fact that the Frame 4500X came out literally 2 days ago, which we will talk about in a minute. We haven't talked about the giveaway that's going on, because we are actually giving away, because I'm going to be doing a build in the Frame 5000D. We're giving away a Frame 5000D towards the end of the stream. We're also giving away 2 toolkits, which are these, if you've not seen them before. You see that? That's upside down, Bob. So we're giving away 2 precision toolkits of ours that we have. Those are going, we're giving those away today throughout the stream. But we're also, are we doing 2? I believe it's 2. It is 2. I read that, like, the way you question it then, Zinko, it's like, wait, hold on, is it 2? We are giving away 2 today, and we're also giving away a Frame 5000D case with a color of your choice. We're also going to be showing something that is going to be, and I feel like we're okay, because we're about 15 minutes out. We're going to be showing something that is releasing in exactly 17 minutes. And this will be the first time you can see it anywhere. This is lining up with the actual launch. So this is why, so anybody who was asking why we were live an hour early, so we could talk about all this stuff ready before we showcase this new thing. So I'm excited for that. So that's going to be really awesome. But as well as all that, because I just want to kind of reiterate, we talked about the Saber V2 Pro, we showcased that. We've talked about all the 3D printing stuff and the work we've been doing with Prusa, which is, again, fantastic. We've got the giveaway, which we talked about now. We're going to talk about the Frame 4500X, I promise, because I'm actually so excited for that case. We've got a new thing that's unreleased that we're showing literally in about 16 minutes now. And then we've got the Frame 5000D build, which I'm hoping you guys will figure out what kind of build it's going to be as we go along. And then after that, if we get time, we are also going to be showcasing something completely new to you guys using the Frame 4000D case. And I don't want to tell you what it is yet, because if we don't get time, I'll tease you with it at the end of the stream. But if we do, I'm really excited to show it, because it's actually some stuff that I've been working with one of our ambassadors on, and I'm super, super, super excited to show it off. You guys have seen some of their work before, but we're going to be showing you a little bit more of it today. You might have seen it already. So Agent Dave is actually one of our Corsair insiders, so he may have seen it already. But most of you won't as well. We did not talk about the Darwin project, no. Stop making me need to spend money. I'm so sorry, Daniel. I'm not, actually. Like, this stuff's way too cool. Let me make sure I'm not missing anything, chat. Does anybody have any questions before we dive in? Because The next thing we have to talk about is the Frame 4500X. And Steph, I kind of want to invite you to this conversation as well, because you were there yesterday, a couple of days ago, when they were building in the Frame 4. Yes, you were actually building with them.
Yes.
What's your favorite thing about the case? Like, I know what mine is. We'll talk about mine in a second. What's yours?
I actually enjoy the fact that it's part of the Frame family, because that means motherboard trays, for example, are compatible. The PSU, there's no the PSU shroud, you can actually take that from the 4500s, you can put it into others. Sorry, there might be some noise. Our printer is doing printing.
No, we're all good. I think it's I think the Void headset is doing a very good job there of cutting that out, because
I can hear it, but obviously you guys can't. So yeah, he's just spinning up the test. Yeah, my favorite thing about the frame case is the the Frame 4500X is modularity. Modularity, that's an easy word to say, isn't it?
Don't worry, it's a hard one. It's a hard one. Don't worry, I get stuck on it all the time.
Yeah, we have got some exciting stuff coming, which will be compatible with it and other cases in the Frame family. So
yes,
I'm actually excited for them. And obviously, I'm going to be biased here, because I do love that curved glass aesthetic.
See, that's my favourite thing about it.
Yeah,
as well.
I would have.
It's so nice.
It is. I got a Frame 4000D because I've got quite a lot of hot components in my own personal PC, and I've gone for pure thermal excellence in the layout on there. So
I like that thermal excellence. I'm using that. I'm keeping that one.
Well, being part of tech marketing, I've got to lead the way, as it were. So yeah,
lead by example. I like it.
Lead by example, yes. So yeah, unfortunately, if I did it in the Frame 4500X, yes, it would still be very good, but it wouldn't be as good in my use case, I will say.
Fair play.
Most people's use case, it would be perfectly fine. It's just because I do a lot of heavy CAD now, which chews. So
well, this is the thing as well, because I like one of my biggest things that I've really enjoyed about the Frame family, actually, and I think like kind of talking about it, which has been I've joined DIY literally at the start of this year, end of last year maybe, but like start of this year really, and that's kind of where Frame was like, and now all the Frame stuff was announced and all the Frame cases started coming out. So I've kind of like started in DIY when Frame kind of appeared, and it's been a really cool journey to go along with it. So you've had the Frame 4000D, which is obviously like a smaller, more compact case, the first one off the rack, the Frame 5000D that I'm going to be obviously building in today, the Frame 4500X, which is really about, for me, it's about aesthetics. I actually love the panoramic glass, but for me, the vented design on the side,
this cascading effect.
That's my favorite thing.
Yeah,
it's so good, and so many people I don't think see it as much, because obviously we're always showing the front panoramic glass mostly, and that's where most people want to see it. But that, because I have mine on my desk and I have mine available and fixed, so I can see where I'm going to put the Frame 4500X, because I'm going to be swapping my 4000D case out of there. I am actually going to be trying to take the whole motherboard tray and everything along with it and just kind of drop it into the Frame 4500X, just to kind of show that modularity. So that's going to be funny to see. Test for Bob, what are we doing?
Yeah. What does Frame stand for?
Oh, I can never remember because it's an acronym. I can never remember the full thing. But this is what we got you here for, Steph. So go on, you go ahead. I have an idea, but rather than sound stupid, I'm going to let Steph actually sound smart.
So Agent Dave has caught me out on it, because I cannot remember the full acronym.
Have they both got? They've got both of us. Oh no!
Yes. So I know it's fully reconfigurable, but come on, Dave.
This is a good episode. This is why we have Corsair inside. It's because these guys live and breathe this stuff. Because there's a lot of stuff that obviously. What? No! Why? Blake, Steph got it wrong too. That's not fair.
There's no blame Step. I'm blameless.
There should be. I'm voting for a blame Step.
No. Not happening.
29 times. I am. Dog. I did expect that from you. That's a lie. I love me a full tower. Any newer ones on the horizon? A full, as in like the 9000D. I think the 9000D is the only one that we've kind of got planned, where we've got in our kind of repertoire at the minute. Those kind of cases take a long time to come round. We had the 1000D for a very long time before the 9000D. Generally, because they are really cool as statement cases, but because of their size and obviously the increased cost because of their size, fewer people buy them. So it's harder to continuously keep creating those level of cases. We obviously would love to do that. We'd love to create every single kind of case that we want to make, but
Yeah. Also,
business.
the
that
motherboard
darn
tray
thing,
size.
money getting in the way. Oh yes, that as well.
The motherboard tray size in the frame in the 9000D, it's vast. It will take a full E80X board. If we tried to make that modular, it wouldn't actually fit the other cases. So, yes, we could do it, but you would lose that modularity, that ability to share the parts between the cases. There might be components that would, but the core part, it just wouldn't work, unfortunately, because of the size. I mean, I did a meme a very long time ago when we first got the 9000D into the office. I put the older Corsair 4000D inside a 9000D, and it fits, and you could close the door. Now, if it's that big, it's going to be a bit tricky to scale things so they're compatible.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I'm trying.
Dave can't
I'm
remember.
trying to get the... Wait, hold on.
Yeah, Dave
doesn't know,
and he cannot remember.
Wait, Dave, you can't be calling this out like that if you don't know it. You can find that's fair. Look, honestly, I should know. You are right. I should know.
We should both know.
Yes,
that's homework for us.
That is good homework to do, actually. In fact,
before the end of the live stream,
we need to. I tell you what needs to happen is when George hopefully arrives to come and check up on us. That's what we can do. We can see what we can actually ask George and see what that is. Then I feel like that's a good test. Hold on, I'm getting the chat up now as well, folks. So give me 2 seconds as I do this because unfortunately I seem to have broken something on my side, which yes, I'm sure everyone's going to blame me for, but I'm gonna get the chat up on here so I'm not missing everything. Unfortunately, I can only bring Twitch chat up on here, so apologies to folks on that one. Here we go.
31 times now, Bob.
31 times.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm being targeted. Like here, I'm not gonna lie.
Good news though, our 3D printer is printing a special thing.
Lovely.
The thing you were speaking about, the secret item.
Oh,
yes. So I'm just gonna have a look in Slicer and see how it is, how long it will take. Because
well, we're around for a while today, so we've got some time for sure.
That's what I'm checking. That'll be done. That's only a 20-minute print, so
easy.
That's
easy
going to be done. Now, I believe there is a pause in the print. I can see. Yes, I don't know. Let's go through. I'm just going to go through it in the background here.
The blame Bob tag tomorrow. They're being mean to me. Tell them off. They're all being so mean. Actually, I'm going like full tilt customization here because I've realized that that my chat over there, because I'm just using the hold on, can I do this and delete this and it not go crazy? Yay! I can see more of the stream chat now. That's fantastic. Let me make that full screen as well. Beautiful. We only blame you because we care. Because you care about blaming me? Folks, there's 6 minutes left and I get to show you something that we've not shown before. I'm very excited. And to somebody, actually, I think I saw this as well. Dave mentioned he thought he knew what it was. But since Dave challenged us on the frame thing and called us out, I'm going to call him out. It isn't the thing that you think it is. Ha! So Dave mentioned actually something that is really worth for us to talk about because we have kind of soft announced it. So if you guys haven't seen it, there is actually a new product coming out, and it's featured at Tokyo Game Show pretty much right now, I believe. And it is the fight stick that you guys might have seen. So definitely go check that out if you haven't already. That's like on the website already. It's basically all over the front of the website, so go check that out. AI chatbot can't answer the frame question. To be fair, we don't talk about it. Not just the fight stick, not just the fight. What I'm going to be showing today is a little different. But yes, we've got that coming up in literally the next 5 minutes. As soon as that's announced and we get the go-ahead from the wonderful Lucky, I'll be showcasing that. Somebody also asked about the hoodies. So somebody actually asked about the hoodies and asked if we could win, if you guys could win one of the hoodies. The short answer is no. The long answer is you can't, because they are actually our ambassador hoodies. And if you guys didn't know this, I create content here at Corsair, both on this side and on the YouTube channel, TikTok, Instagram, and all that sort of stuff. So I have managed to nab one because I actually help run the ambassador team as well, and work with all of our creators and ambassadors over on that side, on the DIY side of the business as well. So that's why I have one. And no, we can't give them away, unfortunately, because they are things that our ambassadors earn. But if you are interested in doing that, if you're a DIY content creator and you work on like building PCs and so on and so forth, feel free to get in contact with me, because I'm the guy who you want to talk to about that. Or blame Bob if I don't get a hoodie. You're gonna blame me anyway. You don't. Not even Lucky gets a hoodie. Not even Lucky gets a hoodie. No. It's literally like when I say they are fixed to the DIY ambassador team. So this is a DIY ambassador thing as well. We do also have the jacket at the minute with the jacket, but I don't know where it is. Can we win a Bob and take his hoodie? You may have to ask actually don't ask my wife, because she'll just agree. That's not going to help me, is it? No, never mind. Scratch that. I don't know what... I can see someone saying like laughing emojis and step, but I can't see him from here. He's just a tiny screen over there on my other PC.
Oh, no. It was something... So somebody asked about a water cooling stream for beginners. It's like custom water cooling stream for beginners. And I said, please don't invite that chaos for Bob, because... If you doing that remotely, I've just got images of
no.
We would spraying everywhere.
No, we would never do that remotely. However, I would love to. There's been a couple of ideas that have been touted actually. One which was really, I think, was suggested on Tuesday's stream, which was around doing cable management streams. Because generally on build streams, we don't actually cable manage on stream, right? Because a lot of the time that could be quite time consuming and so on and so forth. So people have different levels, different requirements around it as well. So basically what we were thinking of doing is actually having a in-person at the St. Albans studio challenge about all of this, around all of this stuff. So it's really, I think it's going to be a really cool idea. I'd love for us to execute on it. If you guys are interested in seeing that, make sure to shout about it in the Discord, because basically the more you shout about it, the higher the chance of the thing happening is. So yeah, definitely check that out. I would personally love to do it. I need to practice my cable management, and a lot of that cable management practice is going to be coming in today's build as well. Although I am going to cheat a little bit, because mine is a black build, so it's going to be harder to see anyway. This is Live Free Will. Hello, welcome on in. How are you? You didn't know that Corsair streams? We do. So we actually have regular streams usually on Thursdays with the wonderful Nettie, who does some gaming streams. I basically feature on a couple of the streams, but today's all about me. No, today's all about this PC build that I'm doing at my studio. I'm going to be building a showcase PC for here at my studio to show off a bunch of our products and that we have. So this is one that is just solely for testing and showcase purposes, which is going to be quite fun, I think, because it means that all of my PCs that I use, the other 3 PCs that I have in this room, are just for me. I'm just realising the music stopped here, guys. I don't know if that's a...
Did you tap your ear again?
Okay. I tapped my ear, and that's what it was. Yeah. Why don't Corsair cases have more RGB in them, the actual cases? It's a great question. I think a lot of it, I can't speak to it exactly because I'm not one of the product managers. My guess on those things is, one, it's going to be due to cost. Obviously, the more stuff you add directly to the case, the more the case costs. But there's also the idea of obviously having a lot of our cases at the minute, we're focusing on modularity and being able to customize them yourself. So there's a lot of things that we're adding into things like channels for RGB strips, like our LS 350 and 430.
340 and 430.
330 and what? Hold on.
340.
Yeah, 350, isn't it? Sure we need to check. We need to check. If I've got something right over step, this is going to be a moment for me. I know it's 430 because I've got the 430 Aurora strips here. Is it 340 or 350?
It is 350. You're right. Yes, 10mm difference.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, this is the question though: which of the current cases has a built-in RGB strip that's not the 5000T. The 5000T actually does. It has Aurora strips top and bottom, both sides.
Yes. Yes, it can come with them or without them, or you can
yes,
buy
with
them
or
to add
without
them in.
Yes, they are.
I believe the 5000D also has it.
It does, but where?
So at the top and at the bottom, and I believe is there one on the side as well? I only say this because I haven't had a full proper look at it yet.
There are channels, yes, but it also has built-in RGB.
Yes, it does at the front. At the front strip above the I/O. Yes, it does.
Yes,
sorry, apologies. It does have built-ins. Yeah.
Yep. The I/O, between the I/O and the front panel, there is a thin RGB strip, and that uses an ARGB header, so you could use a Commander Duo for that, or plug it straight into your motherboard.
This is very true. I'm realising the time, and I want to double check with Lucky. Lucky, are we ready to go? We're ready to go. Can I show it? Can I reveal to the world? It's 2 o'clock, which is usually when we announce things. So I just want to check. Little tidbit. There you go. Little tidbit there, by the way, folks. If you didn't know this, keep an eye out on Thursdays at 2 p.m. UK or UTC. Generally when we release stuff. We good? I have to wait for the go-ahead from Lucky. Come on. Come on. Oh, it's fully reconfigurable and modular enclosure? Enclosure? We're good! Right, folks. Drum roll, please. I don't know if you heard that. Say hello to one of the family of the new keyboards, Vanguard 96. This is a brand new keyboard with a bunch, like an actual bunch of really, really cool features that not only, and this is why I'm so excited for this, by the way, not only has it got a bunch of just really cool features in general, these are features that I've been asking for 2 years. 2 years! And this is why I'm so excited too. So I have the Vanguard 96, which is the regular version, if you like. And if you're wondering why is it called 96, guess what? Guess what, folks? We stopped calling things 70 because they're 65% keyboards. 96, because it's a 96% keyboard. It's in the name. We fixed the names, guys. You don't know how happy I'm about that. That again has been one of my things. No, it's a 96% keyboard. It's a 96% keyboard. So we actually, yeah. We got the Titan AIO saying 360, and it's a 360 mil rad. We've got the Vanguard. That's a 96. You don't know how happy I am about this. That's not a feature. That's just like something I really like. It's not even a full keyboard. Well, that's where you'd be wrong. So actually, the great thing about this keyboard, and one of my favorite things about it so far that I'm aware of, because I haven't unboxed this, guys. We're going to unbox this together. We're going to see this together. This actually has a full 10 key setup. It's got all the delete keys, all your arrow keys, everything in there, but it's at a 96% format. So it's closer to a TKL, but with all of the functionality of a 100% keyboard, including some really cool things. And we're going to do that. We're going to show you what those cool things are. So I'm gonna. Oh man, I've made a right mess of this desk, haven't I? Give me 2 seconds, folks, as I clear up a little bit. A little bit of a nicer show. Here we go. Let me move my drink out the way as well. Lovely jubbly. So, where's my thing? Where's my? Oh, should we just use the precision toolkit? I'm going to use the precision toolkit for this. I'm going to open it with the precision toolkit. Here we are. So a big thank you to the gaming team, by the way, for sending this out, because obviously we are on the DIY team, but because we were doing the stream today, we were like, hey, we should show this off. I bet chat would like this. What do you think, chat? Do we like this? Don't drop that like that again, Bob. Do we like seeing day and date things? This is the second time we've ever done it in the past, like 2-3 years. It's actually revealing products live on stream at the time of they actually get announced. We had the Frame 4500X the other day, which again, gorgeous case. Very, very excited for that. But we like seeing this. We like it. We like shiny. We like shiny. Hold on. Let me see if I can get a... Let me see if I can show you the case up, like the box up a little bit closer. So, as we've mentioned, the keyboard itself is a 96% keyboard. Let me get the right angle here. It's a 96% keyboard. It comes with USB cable, key puller, because, oh, sorry, I got really excited about that. Sorry if I peaked the mic. That's a new type of key puller. Look at that. Let me just show you the difference. There's a reason I'm excited about this, because we have had the same key puller design for a while now, back since the K70 Pro Mini. There we go. That's the one we've had. And now look at this junky boy. Look at that. Let me show you at the same time. Look at that one. That's nice, that. Yes, they both have they have the key puller and the switch puller and the key puller as well, which is really great. They both have that, but this one is way more robust. I keep turning it like it's going to have a laser in it or something. I don't think it's got a laser in it. That's a shame. Missed opportunity. Missed opportunity there, gaming team. Should have had a laser pointer on it. That's obviously not a required feature, but yes, it's got a USB-A to USB-C cable, which we've got there. And let's do this. Are they good at pulling teeth too? I'll let you be the judge of that, Dave. Why am I getting blamed now? Here we go. I'm trying to do this and keep everything intact here, by the way, folks. No laser. Blame Bob for no laser. Fair. I should have told them. What is that? I'm like, wait, what? I'm like, what? Look at all that. All the cable channels at the back. That's so cool. You can have the cable going anywhere at the back. That's amazing. Check this out. Look. So you can actually have the cable instead of going like from that is. Wait, hold on. Where is the? Am I being silly? You can't have it. You can't have it. It's mine. You can't have it. The cable, it's there. I've never seen that before. I've never seen that before. Hold on, wrong camera. It's there. Can you see that? Oh my gosh, look at it. Look at it though. Oh. So the cable actually goes into there and it's all hidden down there. So none of the ugly kind of like USB like thingy bits sticking out. Oh my God, that's amazing. I didn't know it had that, guys. I did the training today, but the training didn't mention that. I love these, by the way. I like these rather than the little flimsy ones that you sometimes get. That's such a nut. Okay, I'm already in love and we've only looked at the back. Oh my God, that's so cool. Let me just get you another view of that. So just so you know, just so you can see properly, it's there. The cable goes in there and then you can route it like out either side off to diagonally up there. That's such a cool thing. That's 5 different ways you can route the cable. That's so cool. I genuinely didn't know that was there. That's really nice. I also love this as well. I'm a graphic designer by trade before I started doing content creation or joined CORSAIR. I love this kind of just the name. I do love the logo. I do love the sale logo, but I love the name. It looks so nice. I am nerding out hard right now, and this as well. I love how we put a like product name on everything. I don't know if you can see that. Hold on, let me. So nice. Oh, that is gorgeous. That is an absolutely stunning keyboard. So sorry, I'm just now nerding out massively on this. But so to give you an idea of a few of the things that it actually has, let me actually carry on unboxing getting the stuff out of the box so you can see everything that it comes with, because it's not obviously just a keyboard. We get the keycap puller. For those who don't realise at that point, haven't realised at this point, the fact that it has got a keycap puller and it has got a switch puller, it is a hot swappable keyboard. It's got 4 layers of sound dampening as well, like I think pretty much all of our keyboards at this point have a minimum of 4 layers of dampening. It is absolutely stunning. I'm going to show you a little bit more in a bit. This is the Pro. This is the regular version, by the way, and not the Pro version. There is a Pro version of this keyboard, which I am going to be getting soon as well. Again, thanks to the wonderful gaming team, I am going to be showcasing both the regular and the Pro. But the Pro version actually has our MG. Oh. This is my new keyboard. This is my new keyboard. I've been using the K70 Pro and I love the K70 Pro. I reckon when I get the Pro and I get the hyperdrive switches, which is our rapid trigger switches, essentially Hall effect switches, that's the Pro version. I'm going to do that because this, I can't convey to you how smooth and soft this is. This is, and I believe it's going to be magnetic. It is. It's magnetic. Nice, decent magnets as well. Very nice. Release when? Now! Right now! This is available right now. This actually dropped literally as we were speaking. So it dropped literally 10 minutes ago. This is 10 minutes old. It's absolutely gorgeous. That is so smooth. That is the nice... I really like the one on the K70 Pro. This is even smoother. This has just got such a like premium feel to it. Yeah, absolutely. I will go unplug my K70 Pro. Give me 2 seconds. Let me just grab that because it's actually plugged into the streaming PC. So apologies because the dial might fall off on my one because it's a custom dial. And I haven't cleaned that out. Did that just fall into my new keyboard? No. Okay, good. So this is the K70 Pro. I've done some custom stuff with this, but this is the K70 Pro, which is a TKL. Look at the difference in that. Look up. Hold on. I'll hold it against. Hold on. I'll do it the other side. Look at the difference. That's insane. That is insane. Yeah, I don't think you realize it until you like actually stack them up against each other. That's like what, 1 key worth of space? That's mad. Okay, sorry, I need to start talking about the specs. I'm going to be here all day if I end up doing... This is so nice. There's a lot of things on that I wasn't expecting. The cable routing alone is just such a unique thing that I just wasn't expecting to see. So I'm super impressed with that. And again, just such a nice premium feeling keyboard. You've got the dial, as we've been doing on pretty much all of our keyboards recently, and I'm a real big fan of this. It's got a really nice... Hold on, get my face out of this so you can see it. Really nice sound to it. You won't be able to hear it. It's too quiet to be able to hear over a microphone, but it's absolutely gorgeous. This is the style that comes with the... so this is the style of the keycap that comes with the regular Vanguard. The Pro, I believe, comes with shine-through keycaps. You can see it here. Just give you a bit of a nice view. That is very bright, but these are really nice whites. So apologies for you not being able to see those. There we go. I could get you a bit more of a view if I angle it away from the light a little bit there. Here we go. Trying to get the right angle here. Apologies, folks. There we go. There we go. Very nice. This looks like a different font. It looks like a different font on the... It looks like a monospace font actually on the keycaps, which I actually really like. That's amazing. Let's plug it in. I've got a cable here. It is just the USB cable. It's actually not... It's just a regular USB cable. It's not connected to a PC, but I just want to see about this cable routing and see what the lights come up like. Oh, apologies. They are also still shine through. They are all shine through. This is the US layout. Yes, this is the US layout, by the way. So obviously the stuff we get sent through is from the US. It does have this really cool LCD screen on it as well, which is amazing. I'm looking forward to seeing what we can do and play around with all of that. But that's got all the features, like tells you what profiles and stuff you're on, bits like that. I don't know how much of a close-up view of that I can get for you guys. I'll try and get it really close. But there you go. Can you see that? Only layout that matters. Wow, 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 wow. We have a better Etna key, I'm just saying. But I want to show you this. This is the bit that I want to show you if you guys haven't seen this yet. So we actually have G keys. Yes, G keys are back, baby. G keys that are low profile and actually go down the side, including a game mode key that is at the top here as well, which is just absolutely amazing. So for those of you who are like competitive gamers, if you're getting the Pro version, you can actually have that, which disables the wing key and also puts it into static lighting mode, so you can literally just not have any distractions on the keys as well. It's just so cool. This has up to 8K polling rate as well, which is absolutely fantastic. And oh, the wonderful Banjo Benji's in chat. We're going to talk about a few things potentially that Banjo Benji has worked on as well. Funnily enough, the K70 Pro that I just showed you, the custom dial on the side, was actually done by our ambassador at Banjo Benji there as well, which is really cool. But this keyboard is actually insane, folks. I am It's got an Elgato key. Can you see that? Can you guys see that? Let me get right close. It's got an Elgato key. Do you know what that is? Do you know what that is? That's the virtual stream button. So this is something I've been asking for I was leading up to it, Dave. Don't you worry. So to give you guys a bit of an idea, the thing that I've been waiting for the most from keyboards for literally the past 2 years has been the integration with Elgato. So we had the keyboard that I used to have was the K55, I think it was. Which had G keys all down the side. That was the keyboard that I just fell in love with as a content creator, as a streamer before I joined Corsair. I fell in love with it, but just because the amount of stuff that you can do with the G keys is just so powerful as a content creator. But now there is actually a dedicated, hold on, where is it? Dedicated Elgato button on this keyboard, which allows you to toggle virtual stream deck. How cool is that? How freaking cool is that, guys? Like, that is just, I've been 2 years I've been saying that. I said to the head of Elgato, GM of Elgato, Julian Fetz, I said, Julian, we need a keyboard, a Corsair keyboard that just does Elgato stuff. Like, everything can just do Elgato stuff. You don't know how long I've personally, not just like working at Corsair, but how long I've personally been waiting for this. I'm so excited to get to use this. I'm even more excited to get to use the Pro, because I am getting sent the Pro as well. But the Pro, because the Pro has the MGX hyperdrive switches, which I've been using on the K70 Pro TKL, which I love because they're just so responsive and you can tweak them and customize them. But this is just such a gorgeous keyboard. It's actually using the quantum switches at the minute. So this is using our MLX quantum switches. I'm actually going to go grab, give me 2 seconds. I'm going to go grab some of the quantum switches that we've got as well. Because I actually have a few just chilling. Here we go. I am personally a fan of our pulse switches. If you guys haven't seen these are our switches, by the way. So we don't use third-party switches in a lot of our new keyboards. Obviously, you can if you want to swap them out for different ones. If you want to use drop ones, if you want to use, ones from other brands as well, you can do that. But here are our ones that we have. So we have MLX Fusion. MLX Fusion are the Thocky tactile ones, which again, I am a fan of the Fusions, but I prefer our other Thocky ones, which are our Thocky linear ones, which are the MLX Pulse switches. These are my favorites, and they're purple, so kind of perfect. My favorite color is purple, by the way, for the lack of reference there. It's like, why is it perfect? The MLX Plasma, which are our, I'm gonna check before I say it, they're smooth and linear ones, and then we've got our fast and linear ones, which are our Quantums, which are the ones that come standard on the Vanguard 96, not the Vanguard Pro. The Vanguard Pro comes with our MGX and magnetic switches, which are the hyperdrive switches, again, which are rapid trigger switches, and they have a ton of customization that goes on there. Obviously, the board would be different as well to be able to accommodate for those, but so cool. So cool! I'm going to put the switches away now. I'm really impressed. I'm really impressed with this. Again, I'm really glad that we got to have a hands-on with this, but this is available now. If you guys want to go and get yours, this is literally available right now. Just off the first look, I'm loving it. Off of the features, I would say if you're a content creator, this is definitely one to look at, especially for the virtual stream deck stuff that's integrated into it and the G keys. Even though I haven't used this keyboard, G keys alone make a keyboard for a content creator so much better. They are just so much better. I would love that if we had every one of our keyboards had G keys on them, like built in, ready to go like this. The fact that they're low profile, however, means that they're not taking up extra space on your actual keyboard. which is just even cooler. And the game mode switch as well. I think personally, now I love this, and don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to like be mean to the regular version, but the Vanguard Pro I think will be my new keyboard, with the fact that it has the MGX Hyper switches, it has the G keys, it has the awesome LCD screen on there, it's got all the stuff in the dial, because the dial actually, by the way, one of the things with the Virtual Stream Deck, you can actually have the dial tailored to it as well, I believe. I'm pretty sure on that, someone might want to correct me there, but I'm pretty sure you can actually have the Stream Deck functions onto the dial as well. It is only in black for now, as far as I can tell. Obviously, the keycaps for the regular version come in white. The Pro comes in all black. They are shine through, and they are absolutely gorgeous. I'm pretty sure that's a monotype font on the monospaced font on the keycaps as well, which is really nice. But hey, look, if you want a white version, you guys know what to do. Shout at Lucky in the Discord. Just shout at Lucky, just generally. Are the Pro extra features more tailored for gaming, for everyday use? Would 96 be fine? Yes, I would say so, yes. In fact, I would say, so my personal recommendation, as in my enjoyment, right? This is why we blame... Wow. My personal recommendation, if you are not focused on gaming, you're going for a daily driver, the regular Vanguard 96 will absolutely do everything you need it to do. Personally, non-Pro can have the black keycaps, all black keycaps as well. Apologies. I thought there was the... But regardless, folks, I will say that because it's hot swappable, I would, in my opinion, I am going to try and swap them out for the pulse switches, because I really want that. For this keyboard, I will probably swap it out for all pulse switches, because I prefer pulse, prefer Thocky. Because it's hot swappable, you can do that very quickly and easily. And again, this enhanced keycap puller, this is so premium. I'm actually really impressed with this. Hold on, let me get my face out of this again. I'm really impressed with this. I love this. This is going to be my new standard one now. Yes, the knob can integrate into Virtual Stream Deck. Yes, it can. Perfect. I didn't want to misquote there. I was 99% sure that was correct. But yeah, so if you're not hyper focused on gaming or competitive gaming either, the Vanguard 96 is a great choice. Again, like I said, I would be swapping the switches out for something more Thocky, just because I prefer Thocky. But again, the quantum switches are fantastic too. They are great to type on. Actually, I don't think I can do this. I can do a sound test for you. Hold on. We're going to do a sound test. Hold on. Let me see if I can do this. Apologies if you get a bit of extra sound there. Hold on. Right, let's do a thing. Hey, that's so cool. I could just pause the music. Right. Right. Can you guys hear this? I'm just going to turn off the sound noise cancellation. Okay, so you might be able to hear a bit more. I'm going to turn. You ready? What do we think to that? Yes, Zinc! You beat me to it. Zinc beat me to it. But yes, also, you remember how I was saying, I imagine in the future, we will have more customization, more products that are customizable in the web hub. Well, guess what? This is! The Vanguard keyboards are also customizable directly in the web hub, so you do not need IQ to run this and customize it. It's so good. It's so good. I'm so psyched about this. I'm going to be trying this out as my daily drive for the next few weeks, so I think I'll give you guys a bit of an update where I stream next. But also by that time, I'll probably have been able to try the Vanguard Pro as well, so I'm very excited for that. Hey chat, why are we hey chatting? Oh, I know why we're hey chatting, because now's probably a good time. Now is probably a good time to... Oh, hold on. Lucky's got something interesting for us. I'm going to have a drink whilst we see what's going on there. It's time. I think it's time. Do we think it's time? Chat, do we think it's that? Regulars are like, yeah, it's time. I think it's time. And then like people who are just coming for the first time, they're like, what are we talking about? It is almost time for me to start building, yes. It's an announcement of the Blame Bob keyboard. Should we change? Do you know what we should do? We should release a custom artisan keycap that is my face that just has the words Blame Bob over it. Yeah. Let's go! What? I didn't know that. That's amazing. Let's go. I actually jumped for joy there. That's completely unscripted. I love that. Shout out to Hoffman for deciding that we should also give away a Vanguard keyboard. Let's go. So we're not only going to be doing the giveaway for the, hold on, let me do it. The Precision Toolkit, which you guys have seen. We've got 2 of these. We're also going to have the Vanguard keyboard today. And we're going to have the Frame 5000 case. There's so many cool things happening today on stream. Yes, I think, yes, we have also confirmed it. What if the time is only measured by how many times we blame Bob? No. Yes. No, yes. If you blame me too much, I delay them. I actually have no control over the giveaways. That's going to be all lucky. But thank you so much. And shout out to Hoffman for that. Chat, let's get some GGs in chat for Hoffman for adding that to that. I'm jealous that I can't win it, although I am getting both. So I'm you know, I think I'm just being a bit cheeky at that point. Right, we're going to rest that down over there. But again, huge shout out to Nick over on the gaming team, and now Hoffman as well for giving us the giveaway. So Nick for sending the stuff out to me, Nick and Laurie. Thank you, Nick and Laurie. Very much appreciate that. And a huge shout out. Are we doing it? Are we saying the Hoff? Our Hoff? Shout out to the Hoff. We're doing it. Chat decided, Hoffman. I'm sorry. It's just happening. It's just happening. You can't control them. By the way, does anyone want to know what I... Like, this is completely random and very much a me thing. Do you guys want to know what I got delivered when I had to disappear then? Yes, the Vanguard 96. The Vanguard 96. You want to do the Vanguard ones? Yes, guys, go enter into the giveaway. The first giveaway that we're going to do, which will cover off the gaming section of the stream, because we're going to be heading heavily into DIY very shortly. Make sure you go and enter into that giveaway as soon as possible, because we're going to get that done. And whilst I'm actually doing this bit, do you guys want to see what I actually got? I didn't get the mouse in white. No, not yet. It's not yet. It's only been sent yesterday. That'll be very quick. If you've already entered, you do not need to enter. The only time that you will be pulled out of the giveaway at any point during the stream is if you've already won something. So you can't win you can't win multiple times in one stream, but you can re-enter into the next giveaway on the next stream, right? But yes, once you've entered once, you're done. I did not get the fighting stick, although I definitely want to talk to Nick about the fighting stick. The pro version didn't arrive. None of that's only sent yesterday. I can't. This is a me thing. It's just a me thing. I'm gonna start doing D&D, and I just got my dices. My dice. Anyway, that was me. That's what I got distracted by. So I'm sorry about that, folks, but it was with good reason. Good reason. We should use some today to see if I do certain things on stream. Die is 1. Okay, I thought okay, dice is multiple. D&D stream. I'm doing some actually with Banjo Benji and Doc Robin, who are in chat, and hopefully Lucky as well. We're going to be doing a one-shot D&D campaign once it's been written. But that's very much a me thing. But I'm excited for that. That should be very fun. Let me do a thing. I am absolutely cooking in this because I've got a lot of lights on, a lot of PCs on in this room. So give me a second, folks. I'm going to take my hoodie off. I'm going to go off camera for that. I'm going to take my hoodie off and reposition the mic. So give me 2 seconds. You finish the writing. We're gonna get Baldur's Gate 6 first, folks. Give me 2 seconds.
I'll fill in while Bob's redressing himself.
I'm doing my Madonna. I'm doing my costume change. That's what I'm doing.
So you are? Okay.
Come back with feathers. No, I'll just take.
So whilst Bob has been speaking about the actually very, very good looking Vanguard keyboard, my printer's completed, and we set the item that I've just printed. We can do. You can bring. Actually, I'm. Yeah,
Let me make you big.
Yeah.
I think this is worth it.
So I've printed it. It's this is a small It's a small item. It's a 20-minute print. There is actually a pause in there which I negated to code in. So I'm just going to I'm going to do a bit of a NVIDIA Jensen here, getting things fresh out of the oven. So this is the end cap for your fan. Now it is still attached to the print bed. We use this print bed a lot. This is the satin powder coated one, which It's probably one of the best ones. It works for so many filament types. It just means we don't have to change the bed all the time. Now, what we have here is a fan cap cover. So those of you who have got any of our Link fans, so this is an RX120, obviously in white. Quite often, for example, in the 4500X, you can see the end of the fan because you have the light bar usually facing out towards you. But then to the side, you have this not quite as nice looking cover, or end side piece to it. So we've created these, and these literally, when they got the wash, there's a pause, like I said, that you actually put two small washers either side, and they tally to the magnets because these are very magnetic. So this is just a normal screwdriver, and well, it's not quite holding it, but it picks up screws. Actually, I've got some magnets, been better there. So it will hold those.
I'm actually just going to pinch the screen for a second to show, just to highlight just to the magnets. If you guys are curious, that's how powerful the magnets are.
Yes,
they are. Yeah. You can literally, like, that is perfectly vertical as well. I'm going to hold my hand just in case, but you can. I'm going to shake it. There we go. That took a lot of force to get off. They are powerful.
They are very strong. It's great as well. It makes putting them together so much easier. The only trouble is sometimes you actually snap them together with the magnets and you forget to put the connectors in. So the powered connector and the dummy connector. But yeah, this is the cover, and it's got some guide pins on there. There's 4 on each one, and they just literally tally into the existing holes. They work either way around. So you'll notice the connectors on one side, and then they're on the other side here. And this just literally snaps on like so. And you have a nice clean end to your fan. And these are actually on printables now. It's a small 20-minute print. This was PLA, and I believe that's what they're coded with. But you can use other filaments. You can use any color of filaments. Obviously, like you could use translucent filaments. I don't know if you really fancy being silly, use a magnetite filament, which won't need an insert, or if you're feeling particularly mischievous, tungsten filaments, which would probably add some serious mass to your case. But yep, these are available. There's also some 120mm fan guards. They're actually 3D fan guards, so rather than the style that Bob has, which are 2D, these are 3D. They match the front panel from the 4000D and the 5000D frame. So it's that 3D Y pattern again on there. So yeah, how about it? They don't take long to print. Well, this one doesn't. The 3D surround does take a bit longer. There's a little bit of cleanup you'll need to do afterwards, but when you look at it, you'll understand why, because it is very up and down. But back to you, Bob.
Thank you very much. Look at that. That was seamless. We're getting good at this. That is really cool, though. That was one of the things that I wanted to try and get done today. Unfortunately, just did not have time. But yes, we are going to be doing those and including those in builds going forward. And probably in the next stream that I do, which will be like a 4500X build, I will be doing a lot more of those things that we've been releasing and working on, including something that's actually just really crazy that our head of technical marketing, HP, has come up with. I'm not going to spoil it for you. It is really, really cool. And that is a pun, so I'll let you ponder on that. But in the meantime, and I'm going to throw up the accessory box first because I'm old, but we are going to be building in the 5000D today. So, do you guys want to see it before? Because we're going to start with the motherboard. We are going to start our build now. Well, shortly, say us, you're going to start it shortly, because before we do anything, we are going to do the draw for the Vanguard 96 Not Pro winner. So let's do it. Let's get a drum roll. You got to be here to win it. We will redraw it within like 60 seconds. So if you aren't here and you did enter and you aren't here, then unfortunately you won't grab it. It's the same for all the prizes today. So make sure you enter. Make sure you stick around in the stream. Let's do it. What we got? Come on, Corsair. Again, big shout out to the Hoff for giving us the opportunity of this. This was entirely unscripted, which I love. So this is an extra giveaway on top of the 2 precision toolkits that we've got coming out, and the Frame 5000D that we're going to be rolling as well. I can only win when I get wrapped up in work stuff and can't reply. It's all that happens. S-Reg! Are you here? Are you here? It wasn't even me going off script. I mean, I have gone off script like 5 times, but it wasn't even me going off script today. Did they reply? Is that Shred? Yes, he's here. Let's go. That's brilliant. I hate it when the people aren't here and we have to redraw, and it's like, oh man. Congratulations, Shred. That's a completely unscripted giveaway. The out of the blue. Again, thanks to the Hoff from the gaming team for giving us the opportunity to do that. And again, thanks to Laurie and Nick for the opportunity for me showcasing it on release day. And if you guys like these sorts of things and these sort of cool surprises that kind of come out of left field, not even the planned stuff, please let us know, because we would love to do them more. We love doing it. We love building in the Frame 4500X the other day, and I loved revealing the Vanguard 96, mainly because I was nerding out like crazy. This is the sort of stuff you want to see. Make sure you let us know. Am I finishing the build on the stream? Let's hope so. Let's hope so. We need to get a crack on, because I am taking a little bit. We've taken a little bit of time going through everything. We've had a good chat about 3D printed stuff. But I'm going to be building in this bad boy. Obviously, we've already unboxed it to save us a little bit of time. This is the Frame 5000D case. We are not going to go through all the modularity. You will see a lot of it as we go. But you'll be able to see everything that obviously we're going to take off and can be taken off. And I'm going to kind of run through a lot of the features as we go through as well. But first job is to, one, move my phone so I don't put the case through the middle of the screen. It is so... Right, so the good thing is... Oh, that's the wrong button. The good thing is, I have an adjustable height desk, so we can do a few different things. So it's a bit easier for me to build in, which is great. This is, we're just going to take the top off, and this is actually held on by captive screws. And basically, don't pull the captive screws all the way out, because that's the whole point of making them easier. But yes, no, most of the things on this case are actually done with captive screws, so it's nice and easy to get them off. I'm saying that, and I'm like, am I pulling the right thing off at the right time? I don't think I am. I'm going to do the back first. Here we go. Back off. Dust filter in there, magnetic. I'm not going to pull that out because we don't need to yet. But you've got the magnetic dust filter on the back there for those fans. We are going to see if we're actually going to be replacing the guard here with some fans, depending on how many fans we have and what we decide to do. Because the case itself, the Frame 5000D, does actually come with what's it? RS. The RS non-RGB fans is the one that I've gone for. So these are PWM fans, so they are just, I say regular, they're daisy chain ARGB fans. They're not IQ Link fans, but we do have a thing, and I kind of talked about this earlier, if you guys remember, which is the Commander Duo, because obviously we've got the RX Max 120 fans that we're going to be putting in here, which are high performance fans. They're a little bit thicker than the regular fans. Those are IQ Link fans, but what we wanted to try and do was showcase keeping those ones on there and then adding some IQ Link fans on with the Commander Duo and plugging that in as well to showcase a bit of this, because this is a really cool thing that I've been waiting for forever, really. That you can obviously like include certain things like any other ARGB devices or PWM devices, plug it into there, and then it goes into the IQ Link system as well. Really, really cool. By the way, if you can't see this, and I'm going to kind of highlight this here, the Frame 5000D does have the rapid root system on the motherboard tray as well, so it makes it even easier to cable manage, which is why when I said earlier I really want to do some better cable management, this is the case that you want to do it in. Am I missing a screw here? I feel like
there should just be two in the top.
Two in the top, and do I just need to give it a little bit of welly?
Yeah.
And am I lifting backwards?
Yep, exactly the same as you would in 4000D.
It's just, yeah.
Right.
I thought so.
Just
okay, well, there you go. What I'll say, and this is actually a really cool thing that we, again, consumer feedback. This is why it's so important you guys give feedback, but also recognizing that the team do listen. The Frame 4000D, some people had, again, the Frame 4000D is a sub $100 case, right? So you're going to have a situation where the materials like are a little less robust, but the Frame 5000D is really, there's no flex in that, and that's really pushing. That is really strong and sturdy. So any concerns of anybody who had the Frame 4000D about that, although doesn't affect performance in any kind of way, shape or form, and generally, unless you're constantly pushing the top of your thingy case, yeah, but that still, we heard it. We heard that it was feedback from folks, and we still made the change. So again, shout out to the product team for doing that. And that was really robust, because I didn't want to pull it too hard. But that was really sturdy. That was sturdier than I thought it was going to be, so that's great. Right, I'm going to take... Sorry, go ahead, Steph. Carry on.
So I was going to say the increase in the thickness of the steel also includes the other case parts as well. So we have taken that on board.
What I'm going to kind of showcase to you guys is one thing that is the... I've just pulled something out that I wasn't supposed to, but that's my fault. You've got to accommodate for user error, folks. I actually pulled out one of the thingy caps because I was messing around with it the other day. You can obviously pull off the front, and these are interchangeable and customizable. I'm going to say a little bit of a hint of some of the stuff we might be showing off later. But I am going to be a little lazy here, folks, and not bother because the fans are already pre-mounted. So we've got the PWM fans that are already actually mounted on here. So I'm not actually going to go into this, but you have got the magnetic dust filter at the top here, which I'm going to, it's pull at the bottom. I'm going to show you guys that real quick. But we are going to leave all this on because we do not need to take any of this off because, again, pre-mounted, which I love. Just making things easier for us. There we go. Nice and easy, slot that back in. Because we don't actually need to change that. Now, usually, if we were doing a full IQ Link system, we would do that. But we don't need to. Making it so I actually might even finish this build today.
It's a risk.
It is. Right. I think we don't need to do much else to this right now. We've got down to where we need to in terms of bare bones here. Again, because the fans are already on the front, we don't need to take anything off there. And I think for now, folks, we're going to leave it with the shroud on here for this side, just in case we don't end up putting the additional fans on there. But I think we will, but we'll wait until we get to that point anyway. But there we go, Frame 5000D case. That is actually the one that's going to be able to be given away today as well, folks. So if you would like to win this case, it is gorgeous and it is very customizable. We'll prove some of that later on as well, along with the whole of the Frame family, including the Frame 4500X that released 2 days ago. Definitely check it out. It is a big boy. It is a big boy. That is, yes. I don't have the Frame 4000 to compare to size, but it is very, very nice size. Not like 9000D size, but it's good. It's good. It's a hefty boy.
It is. It would make a good home workstation case.
Yes. Let's go through some of the parts we're actually going to be using today, just to give you a quick preview. We're going to be using the IQ Link Titan 360 RX. I don't have the one with the LCD screen. There is a reason for that. Again, I showed it a little bit earlier. We have a 3D printed version that we're going to be putting over the caps here, as well as some caps on the side of the fans. Looks amazing. It is. Sorry, I don't know if anybody in chat is keeping it on YouTube chat as well, but if there are any questions over there, because I've only got it on one screen, if anyone could flag it up, that'd be great. And Steph, if you see any of the questions that you want to field, happy for you to jump in. What's the clearance for the top 360 radiator and the front 3 140 fans? Well, I can actually show you that, Jorge, in a bit. That's not a problem. We can actually run through it and give you an actual demonstration. I haven't built in this case before, so I don't want to give you the answer straight off the bat. If Step has the answer, then great, but we'll actually be able to show you shortly anyway. But yes, IQ Link Titan. I love this thing. We could have had the Nautilus and had the blackout version of the Nautilus, but I really like the IQ Link stuff, so I'm using this one. And for fans, we kind of talked about that already, but let me just re-feature them. I love that these magnets are this strong. So we're going to be doing the RX 120 Max fans as well. You can, obviously in certain parts of this case, you can fit 140s on, but I've gone for the 120s just for maximum compatibility. I was going to say capacity, maximum compatibility, because one of the things I wanted to do was make sure that if I was going to use these, that I can use them anywhere in the case. And that was really the kind of point that we wanted to take on here. But yes, they are nice fans. They are very nice fans, and they are our chunky fans as well. This is no nonsense performance, folks. This is all about. There's no RGB on this, no RGB on these. It's literally just about performance. They're 30 millimeters thick instead of the standard 25 millimeters that you see with the rest of our fans. So they're really going to be able to drive higher airflow and higher static pressure as well. So really helps, especially even if you want to put them on the RADs as well. So if we're going to swap out the RX ones that are on the IQ Link Titan, IQ Link Titan AIO, we will still get really good static pressure from those. The 120 Max are legit. I have 13! We're not putting 13 in, but we've got 7. We've got 7 Maxes, and the actual case comes with 4, sorry. Is it 3? Actually, Step, you might be able to answer this. No, they are 4 140s.
Yes,
RSs.
so you've got 3 in the front and 1 at the rear.
Actually, Steph, do you want to run us through, just because you'll have that information probably better to hand or better in your brain than I will, how many fans, what sizes of fans can go in those cases while I'm grabbing everything else out?
Okay, so the front will take either 3 120 or 3 140 or 2 200 if you can get hold of those. It also take other versions, so you can get 160s. But again, anything more than a 140, you'd be looking at just 2 fans in front. So I would either say 120, 140 or 200. That would be your best bet. The top, you're looking up to 3 140s. So again, 120s, 160s, 140s. You can use the Infinity rail on the top and also on the front. If you've seen the 4000D, you'll know that we've got the partial rail on one side, which allows you to adjust the fan spacing. The rear will take a 120 or a 140. It comes obviously with a 140 in the box, so that's that covered. The side panel, so the channel that Bob was saying he may do, that will take 120s or 140. Sorry, that'll be 3 of those. Then the PSU shroud, that takes another 2 120 fans. And then the bottom of the case, you're looking at, from memory, 2 120 fans in the very bottom. But I believe that may need one of the hard drive cages removing to do that from memory.
And I don't know if we mentioned that because I was pottering around. I don't know if we talked about this. Obviously, I'm putting a 360 rad into this, but this is the first frame case that can fit the 420. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct. Yes, it'll take it in the front or the top. Unfortunately, it won't work in the side because of the fan spacing. Yeah, with stack thickness, it's still a massive amount of cooling.
That is a huge amount of cooling. It's really, really solid. I'm actually really impressed. Again, I've gone for maximum compatibility because I'm going to be building in the Frame 5000D this time, but then we're potentially going to be moving it into a different case later down the line as well. So we kind of stick to 120s for these builds, but again, it comes with the 140s in the front and in the rear, so we'll be using those and showcasing those as well. Does this mean Corsair will bring back 200mm fans? I don't know if there's any current plans to. I can't speak to that at all. I don't actually know. But obviously it does have that compatibility. So it's there if you do have them from elsewhere.
Just because we don't do something, it doesn't mean that you can't put it in there. So we like to give people the choice.
And that's actually really interestingly something I'm just going to talk about here, funnily enough. So the RM1000X Shift PSU that I'm going to be using as well. We obviously make these, and we make a lot of our cases to obviously accommodate for the Shift PSUs, but don't forget you can use these in other cases as well. You don't have to go, okay, because it's a Shift and it's a Corsair thing, that I can't use it elsewhere. If you've got another case or you're looking to get another case, you can still get these PSUs. They will still work with a bunch of them. If you want to check out which ones they do work with, make sure to go check out corsair.com/explorer and have a search in there. It's great. Does the 500mm fan still exist somewhere? Yes, it does, including the fan cube. They are all still in existence over in HQ. Yes.
Not this HQ.
So that's not this HQ, sadly. We should make some. We should make our own. We're going to make some in the UK.
We got a printer.
We could do it. It could be a thing. In terms of storage, I'm going to be going with the MP700 Elite. I'm going to be going for the 1TB because this is actually, I would go higher. I do have higher in my main machines. The reason I have running a 1TB at the minute is because this is mainly a test rig. There's not going to be a lot running on it, but generally this is a really solid drive anyway. If you want to run this as an OS, 1TB is going to be more than enough, and it is a PCIe 5, so it's a Gen 5 slot as well. That is going to be going in one of our many NVMe slots on our Z890 motherboard. Again, great either way. They do go all the way up to, I believe the Elite goes up to 4TB, but I might be corrected there and say it's up to 8. But have a look on the website. We do have SSDs that go all the way up to 8TB, so go check those out if you haven't already. All the parts list, by the way, are in the chat if you want to put exclamation mark parts. And we're talking about, I haven't got through all the parts because I mentioned this earlier, but I'll just go over it again. We have the Dominator Titanium RAM because we are going to be changing out the toppers. So we're not going to be using the RGB on those. We're going to change out the toppers and the light enhancement kit that goes in it as well, because we like having all our DIMM slots full, but we don't like instability. So since we're running a DDR5 build, we want to make sure that we're actually getting the most out of it. But we want it to look pretty too. Yes, sorry, as I was saying, all the parts here, we've got all the parts that you can see in the chat there. But also, if you are looking to save right now, because we are running an amazing campaign called the DIY Week, which is Design Your Dream Build. If you're looking to design your dream build, make sure to go check out the website. There are sales on right now on a bunch of different products that you can get up to 20% off on right now. And I think if we do, there should be a thing in chat. If I can get one of the mods just to drop the command in chat, you should actually be able to see some codes, I believe. Will you be using the light? I'll be using the lighting enhancement kit without the lighting. Yes, there we go. So if you guys are looking to build in something like the Frame 4000D or getting one of the new RME PSUs, you can get 20% off using those codes that are in chat right now. So there you go. So if you're looking to upgrade, or if you're looking to build another system, or you're looking to just do, you know, just stock up. I know somebody who buys like one of each thing just so they have one, by the way. Buys. Not gets for free, buys. So that's dedication. Speaking of PSU, what kind of headroom would one want for the system? The system that we're running today, because we are going to be going for, and you can probably see it here. I'm going to get you a little bit of a closer up here. We're going to be running, we're going to be doing a full Intel build, just to kind of highlight this one. So we're going to be running the Intel Core Ultra 7 265K. So we go for that. That I believe actually that's had a full reduction on their prices in general. So if you want to go and check that one out, I think that's looking actually really good in terms of cost. But this is mine, because I was originally going to put my 5070 into this build. However, the wonderful folks over at Intel also sent me a Battle Mage card, and I've been waiting for ages to try one of these out. And they sent me out the special edition. This is mine. This is mine, but the wonderful folks over at Intel did send over for us at Corsair the CPU and the motherboard. So we're going to be doing your full Intel system. Because if you remember, guys, you said to me you would like to see a full Intel build way back. We said let's do an Intel build, let's have it a Battle Mage build. So we've managed to pull it off, which I'm really, really happy about, which is great. Again, we'll be doing different builds for different things, different cards and all that sort of stuff. But today it's about these. So in terms of this build, I'm not going to lie, 1,000 watts is probably more like overkill, because the power draw on the CPU, on the Core Ultra CPUs, is a lot lower, and like a lot lower than like some of the previous models, like the 14th gen. And same with the Intel Arc. It's a very low power draw card. Again, it does some really cool things in terms of rendering and content creation stuff. So I use it a lot for that sort of thing. It's probably what I'm going to be able to utilize a lot of this for. So a lot of that is going to Battle Mage for streaming your D&D escapades, indeed. But yeah, so this is actually going to be a really low power draw. But again, we were talking about versatility. You could go lower with that, but if you're reading my mind. I love it. So if you don't know what you should do with your build, check out the PSU calculator, and the link is already in chat, because it seems like lucky is in my brain. Which I love. To ask a question for me, so maybe order a keyboard. Absolutely, Mad Dog. I'll be happy to answer it as well. Apologies if I've missed that in chat. Need to know how to get these keycaps so I can order the keyboard. Oh, it's a different link. Apologies. Links won't go into here. I don't know if there is something that can happen in Discord. I'm not sure. I'll let Lucky answer that question. And also, Mad Dog, I saw what you said about the non-max RX 120s, and you bought 33 of them for the 1000D. That's mad. That is mad. Right, let's get started, because I'm stalling, and we need to get this going. So again, big thank you to Intel for sending out the Gigabyte Z890 Eagle Wi-Fi 7 motherboard. This is an LGA 1851 or 1851, however you want to say it. And let me just yank it out with abandon. Step's going to be cringing at me halfway through this. It's like, don't hold it like that. Don't do this. But he will be here as the voice of God, helping me out through a few things, especially my IQ Link cable routing, because that's going to be a bit interesting with the Commander Duo. It's going to be a little bit different compared to usual. But also, and because we've announced it already, who is excited, if you have an IQ Link build, or if you don't have one yet, who is excited for the HXI Shift series PSUs? Because if you don't know about them, please say so in chat, because I want any excuse to talk about this PSU, which is such a weird thing to say, because PSUs generally aren't like things that you go like crazy for. But I'm going crazy for this one. Oh, that's going to be a good peel there, folks. That's going to be really nice. You're excited for stretch tracking? It's so cool. Yeah. So for the guys, those of you who don't know, on the HSI Shift PSUs that are coming out, you actually have an integrated IQ Link plugin. So it's going to be really, really, really cool. Never go less than 1,000. I never go less than 1,000 watts in my builds. Overkill is underrated. I will say that I like to go for at least 1,000 watts personally. But this is because of like previous like experience of like not getting enough. So I was running like a 650 before, whilst running a 3070, and that was just really stupid, honestly. So yeah, it's good to have that. Hold on, let me see if I can get a little bit of a zoom in here, folks, so you can see me actually doing this. Ah, that's my face. There we go. So I'm going to drop in.
That's also your face, Paul.
That's also my face?
Yeah, sorry. I'm watching the feed on
You're on a little bit delay. Okay, yes. Cool. I was like, wait, hold on. Sorry, on my screen, it's not. That's...
Yeah.
When's new Edge being released? As in, when do we have new stock? Not entirely sure yet. I love, by the way, tricking people. I think we did that with Mr. Isla, tricking them around, like saying, that's the smoothest I've ever done a CPU install, by the way. There was zero fear in that one. That's my first zero fear CPU install. I'm not going to lie. Usually I'm like full panic mode, like trying to put that in and just like, but that was pretty slick. I think I had the Corsair AX1600i. That was before I joined the business. I'm not saying that's ages ago. I've only been here 2 years, but that was before I joined the business, actually. Right, we're going to go and drop the M.2 in here now, nice and quickly. I love this, by the way, the fact that you can have the tallest designs for motherboards nowadays. I hate those finicky little like M.2 screws that we used to have. These little like tallest ones are so much nicer. I'm actually going to go ahead and unbox the MP700. Actually, what I might do, because I'm just realizing that this camera is a little bit zoomed out. Is that a bit better? We can see the build a bit more here. Here we go. Lovely. What do you reckon, Step? We happy with that?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm helping out Mad Dog with the keyboard question.
Fantastic. So you're excited for the Shift. I'm excited for the 3,000 watt PSU. I'm going to say
that as well.
You are very excited. You're trying to get your hands on the ones in the studio, aren't you?
Don't talk about those. No, no, it'll be very useful for some of the stuff I do. The fact it's a very big power supply, you can run multiple GPUs. Yeah, I was throwing around the idea of doing a personal Threadripper build with multiple GPUs. But,
you were thinking personally, not just doing this for it for work purposes.
No,
okay.
I was debating getting on the TR5 hype with a few GPUs.
My gosh. We're all talking about overkill, and Steps out here trying to run like 20 GPUs.
If you want overkill, my personal build has 12 terabytes of storage and 128 gig of RAM. So I love a bit of overkill, and
I can tell. So actually, speaking of, because we've got the design your dream build, like this technically isn't my dream build. Like I really like what we're doing here, but this isn't my dream build, right? Like I would probably be with you in overkill. What's your dream build then, Seth? While I'm tinkering away, you tell me what you think of what your dream build would be.
Well, to be
money's
fair,
no object.
Money's no object. It would probably I'd probably use something like the Frame 5000D for it because it ticks all the boxes. But I would be. My dream build at the moment would either be very similar to what I have now, which is a 990X Ryzen 9 AMD processor with a Gigabyte B850 board, Corsair dominated.
Would you be going stealth? RAM. Would you be going the stealth for the motherboard? I love the stealth motherboards.
So
I love them so much.
I'm kind of old school. I appreciate the stealth on there. But I am very old school. I love the visible cable. I actually enjoy doing custom cables. So that's partly why I would have the visible cables. But I would... you've seen the designs I've got, roughly.
Yes,
so there's a lot of sneaky elements in there. But dream build for me, if money was no object, it would be a TR5 board, matching to CPU, probably about 256 gig RAM, and 2 or 3 workstation GPUs. I'm very interested in the Intel B60 dual at the moment.
Yes.
That looks extremely good for some of the stuff I'd like to be doing.
I love it.
Yeah, if not some W980 Pros, I believe. Yeah, that would be it would be a bit overkill, but yeah.
It looks like Chad's enjoying the overkill. So.
Yeah. What I do plan to put some new photos up on my build as I progress with bits, but it's a spare time project. So you've seen a little bit of it with the wood shroud on here.
Indeed.
Yeah, I'm working on things, and I'll make them available for everyone to download and enjoy. But unfortunately, it won't be 3D printable. Although if I do making 3D printable, we'll see about getting it on the printable site.
I like the sound of that. We like sharing. Couldn't even play RuneScape. Oh my gosh. Can you imagine all of that and can't play RuneScape? I like yours. I'm a little different. I personally, and I'm actually more or less going to be doing my dream build very shortly, which is basically what most of the stuff that I have in my Frame 4000D build, but I'll be putting it in the Frame 4500X build because I love the look of that thing. Again, we talked about this earlier. It came out a couple of days ago, so if you guys haven't seen it already, definitely go check that out. But I'll be doing the Frame 4500X build, and I'd be doing it with I actually don't want to go overkill. I'm going the other way recently. I'm going very much and focusing on having what I need accommodated, and a lot of that, in my opinion, would be accommodated by the 5070 Ti, and that's the one I want to go for. So I want to go for probably like one of the Gigabyte ones. I really wish the Gigabyte would release their stealth GPUs on not just the 5090, because I am of the opinion, and this is personal opinion, and that's absolutely fine if anybody wants to have a different opinion on this. Not everybody to each to their own, as they say. But I only really want a 5070 Ti, so a 5090 for me is massively overkill. And this is even with me doing a lot of my, because I still do a lot of rendering. I'm getting very much into 3D modeling recently. I don't think for my purposes I actually need that much. So that's probably what I'd go for.
No, that's totally understandable.
But yeah, I'd still go with the LX fans because the 4500X comes with the LXR fans already installed. They look great. I love not seeing the grills. Up and like front and center. I'd be going for something like that. And again, it would be a white build. I love my black and wood build in the 6500X that I've got, although I probably will swap that for the Air 5400 when that comes out, because I'm very excited for that. But yeah, I think that would be I would go aesthetic and just, really solid. 5080 is only like 10 to 15% faster than 50. Exactly. This is where I'm at, Threat. I'm like achievable as well, because I'm not made of money like I wish I was. So I'm not made of money. So me trying to say things. Well, exactly. I mean, and I get a lot of my parts I'm very lucky working here at Corsair because we get a lot of our parts for free. Or discounts, right? Especially in my position here, because we get to do a lot of content on things, and I use a lot of stuff like that. So I am a special case here, I guess. But yeah, I think a lot of it is me wanting to have a relatable kind of thing when we do content, to make sure that people just understand that you don't need to have insane builds. If you want insane builds, that's also great, but you don't have to. It's not the pinnacle. No. I used to be very focused on excess. Now I like the idea that I like the idea of coming up with more budget builds and more affordable. Not budget, sorry, wrong word. Affordable builds, I think, is probably the word that I'm going for. Because
affordable is the best word.
Not cheap, right?
Yeah, perfect example. Sure. I've got a PC that I use at home for work. It doesn't need to be super powerful, so it's not. It's an APU, so it's an AMD Ryzen 7800G. 8700G. Sorry, always get that wrong. Right around, I'm thinking GPUs. So it's 8700G. It's got 16 gig of low-profile DDR5 in there, and that is it. The power supply is barely doing anything. I think the total draw on that build is probably about 70 watts. It's got a 1 terabyte M.2, and it's all you need. Yeah,
I'm actually
APU's fantastic. Are you taking the RAM apart there? Oh, you've changed
I have.
it
I've already done it. We've already done it while we were talking.
Ooh.
I'm trying to be efficient, but we've got the topographic RAM on here. And again, can we get the links up just to show the? I think this was made by Salt Shaker with an I, but you'll be able to see the links in chat as well. So we're changing out. I'm doing the light enhancement kits first, just to make sure everything's okay. But we're changing the toppers on these as we go along, and then I'll be inserting it into there. But yeah. Lucky PC building stream went.
Yes,
Lucky got to
when
do an
are
amazing one, but we want to see that
more.
again. We need more Lucky on PC building.
Yes.
Do a competition around the world. Like we'll see Step in St. Albans studio, Netty from Germany, me from my studio, Lucky from HQ in the US, and we all race to build a PC.
So last Intel Gamer Days, there was the mention of Intel Speed Build. So a speed build challenge.
I actually did that at a recent event. So Intel actually ran a mini speed build at an event that I went to, creator meetups in the north of the UK, which is rare because we don't get a lot of events up here.
No, you don't.
No one knows
it's
we're
all
up here.
NEC and
yes, it is.
It is. Birmingham and London in the UK for events, really.
Yeah, but this one was actually up
cool.
in Manchester, so I actually got to go there, and they had one of the builds there, which was really good fun. Which is actually where they suggested they were going to send us the Battle Mage card, which is lovely. So thank you again. Thank you again to Intel.
Yes, speed build would be hilarious, I think. It'd be a lot of fun. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how much experience you have at literally throwing PCs together, Bob, but...
Well, funnily enough, actually, and again, a really good tie-in to the folks that sent us over the GPU, CPU, and motherboard. I was a part of the first, and this is as a creator, I was a part of the first Intel PC build-off. No relation to another maybe possibly similar sounding kind of event, but we all went into a big tent and did some baking, well, some cake decorating, and built a PC. And I didn't finish mine. This is fledgling PC building, Bob, though. This is the level of confidence I have now compared to back then is astronomically different. Like, I would never have done what I'm doing right now, which is like literally looking at chat and while screwing things into custom toppers into a RAM. So
yeah.
we have made leaps. we really have.
Yeah, it's amazing how quickly you get comfortable doing it.
It really is.
When you get to the point you can multitask, like talk to somebody, build the PC, and be thinking ahead what you need to do next. That's when you know you're sort of you're good. You've got your. I
want to go. Whoa! Let's not go that far with me. Yeah, I'm getting there. No, wait, you're getting better.
You're improving.
Yes, exactly. I must admit, I find this so cathartic now, where I used to find it incredibly stressful. Like you say, like there was my first no fear CPU installation there. A lot of this is literally, I feel like a lot of it is when you buy stuff, when you buy stuff especially, and it's your main PC that you're going to be using, there is a lot more fear. This being a showcase PC for me, a little less scary, but you know, that stuff still can be quite scary. You know, you don't want to break things, you want things to work, right?
Especially if you're changing from one socket to another. So if you've gone from AM4, which had the exposed pins on the back of the CPU, to either an Intel or a current AM5, which is the LGA system. So the grid is on the socket rather than being on the back of the CPU. That's quite a daunting thing if you've not done lots of them. Because previously it was a case of, I know I don't want to bend the pins, I can carefully drop it in. Whereas now you're placing it down, you've got the clip that goes over, then you latch it down, you need to make sure that it goes in square. There's locator marks on the CPU, and there's also pin sort of cutouts which help mount it properly. I remember a little while ago there was some issues with the 9800X3D where they were apparently not seating properly. It was very, very obscure cases. Unfortunately, it looked to be improper seating on the CPU, which caused that. But it's one of those things. If you've not done it before, or you've not done it often, you have that fear in the back of your mind. Am I going to break my CPU that I've just spent a lot of money on?
Yeah, this is the thing. It's like it tends to happen, especially like you tend to have those worries with the most expensive parts of the PCs as well. Because like you'll find a lot of people have no fear with fans. There is no fear with fans. You're like, Lob one over your shoulder, kind of.
It's like, I've got no
Don't do
fear
that.
with fans. It's like, I'll just stick my finger into a running fan.
The amount of times I've done that now.
I mean, to be fair, these are running at 600 RPM. They're not running very fast. And if I was running them at sort of 1500, 2000 RPM, I wouldn't be sticking my fingers in them. I might stop and using my finger on the hub. Still don't recommend doing it. I recommend turning the PC off if you can do that.
Don't poke fingers into things in general. I think it's a good thing anyway.
Spinny things. I mean, we've got some 3D printed parts I use for part of my role here. And I was moving them from within a PC, and I caught it on a fan blade that was moving, and it sheared the 3D printed part off. I mean, that's partly my fault because I shouldn't be doing it that way, but also it just shows you if it's running at high speed, it can do things. I mean, and I've sort of taken chunks out of fingernails and all sorts of things doing with fan blades, but definitely don't mess around with those things.
Naj, I have not. No, generally, I mean, as a general rule of thumb, yes, don't stick fingers in fans. No, what I'm saying is, generally, I don't have the fear that I do around, obviously, like the more affordable parts that you would around, the more expensive parts. Let's say.
Yeah, I mean, things like power supplies. Do not mess around with those, please. They are not worth.
Please don't open things up that aren't meant to be opened up.
Nadgeron, we're not going to be sticking our fingers anywhere near a Delta fan. I have some server grade Deltas, and they do 12,000 RPM. They have pre-welded guards for a very good reason. So no.
For when silly people like us want to try and stick our fingers into them, yeah?
I've seen people put shred carrots with them. They used to be.
Bad idea.
This is how old I am. I'm showing partly how old I am, how long I've been working with PCs. So back in the day, we used to overclock AMD Athlon XP 2600s, 2100s, all of those, the old A-socket CPUs. For a joke one time, we got an 80mm Delta fan, or a very high-powered 80mm server fan, and we made a little skirt for it. And we ran it on the 3-pin. There weren't 4-pin fan connectors then, or it was 3-pin or Molex for the fan connectors. Plugged it in so it running at full tilt, and it became a hovercraft. Now, if you've got a small enough fan, you've got an 80mm fan that can float. You're not going to put your finger near that. You're going to notice that very quickly. But,
Bob remembers a time before PCs. Right, we can all calm down on the age stuff, all right? Actually, this is a great question. What was your first PC then, Steph? Because I know yours is like because you were into PCs for a while. I was Windows NT time. That was when I got my first like
DOS 4.
Personal computer.
Actually, I had Amstrads prior to that. My first Windows PC was DOS 4. And that would have had a pair of 5.25s. 5.25 inch floppy drives.
Do you remember if I hear the dial-up sound, I know it, but yes. I feel like I've gotten that old that I could not replicate it because I can't remember it because that's how long ago it was.
I've seen it it's ingrained into my brain. Unfortunately. So I am old enough to remember using PCs prior to the internet. So I used to have PCs and, when I was at school, for example, if you wanted to get information, you would go to the library. You would fire up your 286 or 386 if you're 486 if you were very lucky, hit the turbo button, get that extra fan noise. And then you would go on to... you would put it into the CD-ROM drive, the encyclopedia, and then you would get your information. That was pre-internet. So, yeah.
I think I might have hit my first first issue with this snag with a 3D print here. Where
did you not clean it out?
I just might need to realign one of these screws because the actual screw itself seems to have slightly pivoted from its initial thing, which happens, this happens with 3D printing.
Kevin, I actually learned to program. My first programming was when I was probably about 6 or 7. We're using a BBC Micro. We used to program the turtle to move across the screen. got very vivid memories of that. That was the Bob will probably relate to this. It's a very UK thing. This so when we were at school, we used to have a TV for the year group, and it used to go around on a trolley to the different classrooms. We had a PC for the school that went round on a trolley. So we had one BBC Micro that went around school. It's yeah, that's some memories there. The very, very clacky keyboard. What looks like an old TV. It was basically a TV screen for a monitor. Yep, TV right, times class. How are you getting on there, Bob?
I'm doing okay. This print just seems to have just ever so slightly gone the wrong way. So I'm going to cheat a little bit here and just do a little bit of my own custom drilling. With my little screwdriver here.
Yeah, so
I can shift the alignment.
I have an acoustic screwdriver, whereas Bob has an electric screwdriver.
Yes. It's my new toy, by the way. This is I do love our precision toolkit, but in the effort of going a little bit faster today, I've opted to go for my new toy that I got for my birthday. Yeah. So just makes life a smidge easier. Yeah. However, I'm still using our precision toolkit to hold all of the screws because we obviously got the catch there as well, which I'm utilising.
I'm going to answer these backwards. So, Ubu, this is an acoustic screwdriver, as in not an electric screwdriver. That is an acoustic screwdriver. It's a joke on push bike is an acoustic motorbike, basically. So that sort of thing. I did see an interesting one from CMTHG. What is the dumbest mistake you've made building your first gaming PC? Probably my most memorable, because it resulted in a lot of loud noises and bangs. So years and years ago, PSUs had a 230 and a 110 volt switch. This was before they had unified power, sort of self-rectifying power supplies. I built a PC. I think it was an AMD Athlon of some description. I'm very much an AMD fan. I have been pretty much all of my life that I've been building PCs myself. But yeah, I built the PC, powered it on. Massive flash came from the back of this under my desk where I built the PC, followed by a lot of magical smoke and smelly noises, bad smells. I blew the power supply up. I then had to panic because the smoke didn't stop, so I ripped the side of the PC case off. This is back in the day when there were big sheet steel things. To be greeted with lots of nasty plastic smoke from burning in cable insulation, as I could see it melting its way down to my floppy drive, and also going down the ATX 20 pin that would have been at the time. So yes, that was scary as hell. That was a very much a case of rip the power cable out the back of the PC because it had blown up, and yeah.
I think we might have hit a full tilt stop snag on this one, however. Sorry, folks. So apologies if you're watching me to do this one. I might have to reprint this, which is sometimes what happens. It's just not aligned very well with this particular one, but we'll see if I can manually... We'll use the acoustic screwdriver to see if we can't change things up here.
Yeah. Have you got any slim Allen keys you might be able to run that through, or similar to
run it through the hole? That's what I've been doing just with the hole. It's just misaligned, so I think it's just shifting down. So I might have to just print that one, or have a little bit of a play around with it later on. But I might be able to finagle it. We're gonna have a little look still. I'm still gonna give this another go. Not the story we want to hear on DIY. No, we have had lots of successful builds since then.
Yeah. This was my fault because when I was working with the PC, I've accidentally flicked the PSU to 110 volt mode. That's not a thing now, by the way. All of our PSUs, none of them have that switch on that because they are switching PSUs. They can work that way. So that's why if you buy, I've got an SF1000 over here that I'm using to run these fans. I've got a little jumper cable for it. That's why there's no switch on the back, because it works. It will work on 110. It will work on 230 volt. You just need to obviously change the power cable to match the plug interface you're using. Don't use adapters. Always get the native cable. It's much safer. Bob, do you think your print warped possibly slightly?
I think that's what's happened, because obviously it's worked in testing, so we're just probably experiencing that. But I might be, honestly, I should be able to get away with this, just even with this one, because it's screwed into one perfectly fine. So I might just be a little bit cheeky and try it with one side for now, with the other one resting on it, because it is just connecting. It's just not going all the way through at the minute. So maybe I'll give that a go, try that out, and then see what we can do on the next with another print, because we can easily take this out and try it again later on. The beauty of being able to try different things with 3D printing.
Yeah.
And PC building.
Yeah. So that's the thing with 3D prints. Sometimes you may have seen these things on the internet where someone comes up, they open their printer, just spaghetti everywhere, where the filament's not adhered to the bed, or it's just the G code's gone wrong somewhere. But sometimes the print just warps very slightly. Can be any number of things behind that. So I'm guessing these were laid on this side, or they top down? They were, yeah. Yeah.
Oh no, sorry, they would have been top-down prints. But I think what's happened is where I've stored these as well might have been in our rush to get these things printed. I think that might have been like a little bit of the situation there. But it's fine. We can adapt and overcome for sure.
I don't think so. Sasco's just asked if it's humidity with the filament.
Yes, potentially, yeah.
Yeah, there's always a potential for it. So, perfect example, actually. All the cement, because that's what I'm using here, it comes in its own Ziploc bags, in fact. So, and there's also the forbidden gel in every single pack as well. So the forbidden gel is silica gel, which obviously it says do not eat, don't eat it. Is it silica gel or it might be clay? This is synthetic desiccant, but there's desiccant gel, so it basically absorbs moisture for you. So yeah, your filament will come generally in a bag. You can also get filament dryers, which can be very good.
I do actually have one, and I probably should have used that as well.
Yeah, so
like that would have been a really good idea.
Yeah, but generally I keep all our filaments here in these bags. They have a rip-off section for the top, which is sort of it's thermally sealed, so there's no way any air is getting into that. It's semi-vacuumed at the moment anyway as well. But once it's opened in use, they stay in these bags, Ziploc shut. They actually live in a temperature-controlled room, which also obviously controls humidity, keeps it very low in there, and it makes it a very good environment for printing. But it's definitely worth making sure. And same actually goes for me for fresh prints. Yeah, it goes for fresh prints. So sometimes shortly after. No, not that fresh print.
Come on, that was a good one. Come on, chat.
No, I don't know. But yeah, sometimes if you're doing large prints during the print process, they can actually curve. It's different filaments will do it in different ways. So you can get around it in various ways. You can either use an adhesion layer. You can do skirts on the print bed on the actual printing. So the first layer has sort of a lip that goes around your print model. That can help more surface area, more adhesion. Plenty of ways to do that. Bob and I are sharing a brain cell, unfortunately. Is that lucky? I'm just seeing that in the chat. Mm-hmm. But yeah, there's any number of things that can do it. Also, it sounds silly, but if your printer, I mean, this room's perfect because there's no light, but if your 3D printer starts in a room with a window, if the light moves and suddenly your 3D printer is bathed in warming sunlight, the temperature in your chamber or in the print area can change, and that sometimes can affect your print. But yeah, it's very much dependent on the filament as well. So PLA, PETG, they're kind of similar, but then you move things like ASA or ABS, they can be a real pain for curling up, especially on big prints. So things like the fan surround or the lower casing. This actually had a bit. This actually curved. You can't see it on there, but between these two parts, I'm trying not to stab myself with the fan. But here, it actually started separating slightly between the two pieces. And it was, so this large piece was actually the other way up. So it started curling away ever so slightly from the print bed. And that was just literally just a temperature thing. I should have run the bed a little bit hotter to adhere that to the base. But it's a learning thing. We all learn.
It is a learning thing.
It is.
Very much so.
Are you getting on there, Bob?
I am fighting for my life here a little bit, but I think we're going to have to take this sadly as a little loss for the minute, whilst we can. Otherwise, I don't think we'll be able to continue the stream within the time frame that we were going for. And obviously, we want to focus on the actual full build. But
Yes.
I'm going to give it, just going to give it a little bit more of a aha.
Oh, progress.
I won't say anything until it's done
No.
because we don't like jinxing things.
No.
But Holly freaking Luya, folks! With a little bit of elbow grease and step holding down the fort there, we've finally got it in! Warping prints, folks. Be aware, be ready, be prepared. And we were prepared. So there we go.
Yeah.
Little bit of elbow grease!
Yes.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Little bit of keep
Still
calm
give
and
it a
carry
stern
on.
talking to.
I had a good word with it, chap. There we go.
Yeah.
We are good, though. We are good to carry on. Apologies for the delay there, folks, but we are good to go. So, for those who know, which slots are we putting the real RAM in? And you can actually tell the difference between the real RAM. And I say real RAM because our light enhancement kits are essentially dummy RAM. Which one do you think is which? Blue's Come on, chat.
screen. I can't help because all I've got is I did bring some real RAM down as well. So
So the difference between the two, folks, is where you'll actually see, and I'll swap to this camera now.
yes,
The one with the real, how is it? The left hand is the real RAM, the one with the full gold pit. That is correct. So this one is obviously the one that actually has the memory on it. This one is the one that just has lights on it. Now, we are using a light enhancement kit without lights because I like to be difficult. But one of the real reasons is that this is a certain type of build, which no one has actually said what it is yet. So does anybody actually know what type of RAM, what type of build this is going to be? Sorry, I haven't even pulled down my slots for my RAM here.
high visibility.
Any guesses? Yes! We've got it! Did someone say it before now? All black, no RGB, full stealth build happening right here, folks. I have never done a stealth build. I love my RGB, but I have kind of thought, because of all the content creators that I watch through the main part of my role, I end up seeing so many cool stealth builds. You said it earlier? No, I didn't. That's a lie. I actually think I did drop it, but nobody
Yeah, you
actually
did.
said it. There we go. Oh, that is possibly one of the nicest sounds when you're building a PC, by the way, the RAM going in. And especially when you get the two click at the same time. So satisfying. So satisfying. Oh my gosh, look at this. This looks so pretty. Again, a shout out to the contributor for this RAM on Printables. This is Salt Shaker. This is actually using remix of our own RAM topper blanks that we put up. But this, I'm gonna hold this up very, very carefully for you. Actually, hold on. I'll do it on this camera because I think this camera will actually show it even better. But look at that topographic design on there. That's so nice. That's going to look amazing when we get the final build in. That is so cool. That is nice, right? And it's not even just that as well. There's other parts to it which we're going to go into in a second. But I think we're ready. So motherboard is ready. We've got our CPU in, we've got our SSD in, we've got our RAM in now with the custom toppers on there. So that I think is good to go. So we're going to take this and set that aside. And then I think we're going to move the GPU holder as well. What step would you recommend we do next? Because Step is the true master builder. What do we
I don't know
think,
about
Step?
that.
Well, out of the two of us is the true master builder. I realise I'm not setting the bar super high here, Steph, so I apologise.
No, just right. I've just been thrown, but I've got questions from different things. I wouldn't try to strike a don't put in step with trust, because I don't trust myself half the time with these builds.
I get blame Bob. You should definitely take in step we trust, right? Because I've seen what these guys can do.
So I would probably hook using a shift power supply from memory.
I am indeed.
You are. So I would probably drop the power supply in the back.
Let's do it. Right, let's get the case up then.
Yeah.
Whoa!
Also, right. I will say that because we used thicker steel on the 5000D, the 5000D is significantly more weighty.
I missed it. Sorry, my earbuds just timed out for a second there. They're significantly what? Sorry.
So the 5000D is significantly more. It's got much more weight to it than the 4000D.
Much larger mass. Yes.
Yes. It's got thicker gauge steel in a lot of sections, so it does contribute to the weight a lot.
Whoa. You're not wrong. I can feel it. I can certainly feel it. So we're going to go ahead. I think that's a decent enough angle. I'm going to pull the zoom out just a shade so you guys can see it a little bit better. That's in.
Actually, there's some bits you may want to take off the case to make your life easier when you're routing your cables as well.
Okay. What are we doing? What's the recommendations then?
So from the side you're looking at, so looking into the case, you've got the channel that goes across the top, and also one that goes down for the ATX 24 pin cable. Both of those.
So from here.
Yeah, unfortunately, no, sorry, up from there. The camera angle's not the best at the moment, Bob.
Okay, well, there we go. We can switch to here, so we got the full view. There we go.
Lovely. Okay, so can you see where the GPU support is? The GPU support
arm. Oh, sorry, I've hit stop on the music there. Apologies, folks. The GPU arm, yes.
Yes, so that panel can be removed, and also the panel above it that goes across. So, yeah, I would take both of those panels out. There should be a single screw to the rear of the case that goes through
absolutely super easy
pegboard. And it just makes routing your cables a lot easier. Not so much for... I mean, obviously Bob's doing BTF on this one, actually, so you may not need to remove them. But...
Oh, no, not BTF on this one, no.
Oh, it's front-facing?
Yeah, it's front-facing,
stealth.
yes.
Okay, yeah, definitely take those off, because it will make, especially things like the EPS 12 volt, which will be your CPU connectors, usually on the top corner of the motherboard. That top bar across there, if you've taken that off, it makes it infinitely easier.
I'm trying to do this without breaking it. So it's the one piece at the top there, isn't it? And then we just pull this backwards.
Well, that's not the piece I was referring to, but we can take that one out.
Oh, okay.
The one with the GPU support arm on it.
Oh, my apologies.
Yes,
right, okay.
That's right. So that should be one screw. You may need to take the top bar out first from memory, actually, on this one. So the bar that goes across, that covers the CPU 8-pin cables.
This one you're talking about, aren't you? I'm just realising which one you're talking about because I can't see it from the...
Yeah, so you can take that one out, but the one above it...
Yes, I see what you mean now.
Yeah, there should also be a screw for the panel that goes across horizontally as well.
Well, that was easier to come off. Look at that. Nice and easy. Beautiful. Perfect. Okay,
yeah.
Cool.
And that will lift out towards you. Yep, there you go. So you can see that also exposes the cable grommets. So it definitely makes it easier to work with.
Much easier. I'm going to screw that screw back in there so we don't lose it. So nice and easy. Beautiful. Yep. Okay.
And then it's exactly the same for the other panel that's above that as well, the horizontal bar.
This one here. Right. Where is the screw for that?
Yes, so it'll be above where you took the other screw out.
Lovely jubbly. Because you've got all the good lighting, folks. What you don't realise is I haven't got the good lighting on this side, and I decided to build a stealth build and realised that I don't have the light. So I am operating sans light and also just lost a screw because that's what you do with PC builds, folks. You always lose a screw into the bottom somewhere.
So this is where the link fans are great because you can actually use that as a screw finder.
That's a great idea. I haven't even thought of that. That's amazing.
Especially if you've got the pack, you can just brush across. If you've got a dark floor and you drop a black screw, you're going to struggle to find it sometimes. So, yeah.
I love that.
Sneaky way to get the screw.
Okay. That's going to make it a fraction lighter. So that's solid. I'm happy with that.
Yep, it also gives you a lot better access to the rear of the case. So you can see the cutouts here now as well.
We're saying that this, actually, I've got a good, I actually have this really useful little light that I'm actually going to use to help me out a little bit here as well. Here we go.
Is that an RGB light?
It is an RGB light, but I'm going to use it as a non-RGB light and just have it as a nice helpful light because it's magnetic.
Brilliant. To be fair, I actually have a magnetic work light that I use when building in PCs as well.
That is a very cool idea, and I am going to use that as we go along. Since the product engineers listen to you, suggest using Velcro instead of screws so you don't have to worry about dropping them anymore. To be fair, we actually have a bunch of Velcro with the Rapid Root 2.0. If you guys, I'm going to turn this around so you guys can see it. It's actually in here. The Velcro elements here and here. And I'm pretty sure there is... Oh, no, not down this side. This is just down the side here. But yes, we do have that with Rapid Root. And I believe there's some actually additional ones in the accessory box. Apologies, guys, because this is obviously a very, very large case. So you're going to see very little of me. I'm just going to kind of pop in every now and then, just while we have it stood up right. But I do believe we've got those in the little accessory box here as well, which I'll grab out as we need them. But that's when we get to cable management, folks. If we get to cable management, folks.
Yep.
Right. Okay. PSU, I think, is a good shout now. So let's get on to getting that bad boy in, which is going to be an interesting angle because that is facing towards you guys so you can see it, but it's away from me. So I might have to do some finagling to get this all in. Let me do this. Let me pop the case out for a second and we'll showcase the PSU. Again, this is the RM1000X, folks. This is a shift PSU, which means it has the side connectors, which in theory will make me an even better builder than I am already. No, it's just, they are genuine. I don't want to ever build with it without a shift anymore. I don't, and I know that sounds like really like almost pretentious at this point, but they are so helpful that I actually just do not want to like build with anything else. They're so good. Some great questions happening in chat. Apologies if I've missed anything here as well. What's the MSRP of the Corsair Vanguard 96 Pro keyboard? It depends on where you are, Amir. So whereabouts are you? Here we go, folks. Ooh. One thing I always forget, and I always have to go back to do, is making sure that I get the peel off of this. So I'm going to do this now rather than later, because it's one of those peels that you just don't expect to have to do.
It's a hidden peel.
It to be on there. It's a hidden peel, and it is a tough one as well because this is not nice and strong. There we go, little peel, lovely. I saw Nettie was very much enjoying the peels the other day, and this is a question: do you guys leave this one on and tear it off, because you can do that, or do you take it off? What do we think?
I
51 times. I'm going to remove it fully. I usually remove it fully. But yeah, curious one.
So I'm just checking my power supply here. Yes, I did actually fully removed it on the one I've got here as well. So
I actually saw a short form video from one of our creators that we work with, is Zach's Tech Turf, who mentioned about this. But somebody asked, like, why are PSUs always in like the same place, and like why are they at the bottom of the case? Shouldn't they be a different place? This really interesting thing. If you didn't know this fan in here is always an intake. Do you guys know, just to confirm for everybody, the way this kind of works with PSUs, I was aware of it, but I also didn't realize other people weren't aware of this. The fan always at the bottom, and the reason you always put it at the bottom is because this is the intake, which is why you get all the cases are usually raised up a little bit. This is the intake, and the actual the exhaust is actually at the back of the PSU. So unlike the rest of the components in the PC that are usually cooled by something, another component, this obviously has everything, all its cooling built in already. So just keep that in mind, by the way. So you just make sure that when you do install it, you install it like that. Good tip with our ones is the fact that we actually have the RM1000X facing outwards. So if you can see that, and that's the right way up, you're onto a winner.
Yeah, I will say not all of our cases use the PSU in the bottom mounting. So
They don't, no.
The 2000D, the 6500X, and I believe the 2500X as well, or 2500, 6500 series, they have side-mounted PSUs. So they
do
intake through the back of the case, which is on both cases, it's a full mesh panel, and they exhaust out the rear. Generally, the PSUs, as long as it has its own air feed, it will exhaust out of the case.
Can I get this a little higher so we can actually...
Camera down.
Wonderful. There we
desk
go.
up.
Ooh. There we go. Desk up. I feel like it's a better way of doing this. One of the coolest things about the cases that we do, and a big shout out to the PMs for this, by the way, captive screws. So helpful. Obviously, you can't see the one at the bottom there, but there's one at the bottom there and one at the top here, and they are just so much easier. That is already done.
Yeah.
PSU's done. It's
screws.
ready to go. It's locked in.
Fantastic.
2 screws.
Yeah.
So I cannot tell you how much easier it is to build with a shift PSU and these cases, guys. It's so nice.
I do have to put a little caveat with this. So this is the 2 screws is fantastic if you're just keeping your PC at home. If you're taking it out anywhere, put the other 2 screws in. Generally, it's fine. It's just that extra bit of safety. The power supply is a bit heavy at times, and this will just make sure it's not going anywhere. There are with all our PSUs, you get screws in the box. You just get cable ties and Velcro bits, but PSU screws. So if you're taking this out anyway, you can see on the back of the power supply there, we've got some screw holes. I should really be pointing this way, actually. Because we can see.
If you can't see, there's one here, here, and here.
It's more just to cover the 2 corners that don't have it. So we've got 2 in 2 corners, but it's the other ones. And then your power supply is solid. It's not going anywhere.
I do like that you do have those 2 options. Obviously, for speed purposes, I'm just going to be using the 2 captive screws because again, this is going to get dismantled. But it's absolutely right. If you are moving this and you are thinking, always good to have those extra screws. It's never a bad thing to have it more secure, right? Because this build is getting built and likely then getting dismantled pretty much in the next day or 2. This is why I'm doing it a little bit speedier. So don't follow. So. Do as I say, not as I do.
Yes, it is definitely one of those situations.
Right, apologies, folks, because I've managed to deplete some of the battery on my headsets, on my earbuds, so I'm going to make sure I keep them on charge. I don't know if I can hear Step, however, yet.
Can you hear me still?
I can still hear you,
yeah. He can still hear me.
Just making sure.
That's a pity, isn't it? You could just ramble off onto whatever subject I like, but no.
Let's turn the plug receiver volt yellow and add some flare. Maybe not yet. I like how dark this is looking already, so this is looking pretty solid. Right, Step, we've got the PSU in. What's your next suggestion? I know what I would do next, but I want to know what you want to do next.
I would probably seat the motherboard. Oh, that peel as well, yeah.
I'm doing another peel. Peels always. Right, let's do it. Let's get the motherboard in, and we should be able to swap it to this view now, which should, in theory, be a nice, tidy little view for showcasing the inside of the case. I think that looks good. What do you think, folks? Looks nice and tidy, kind of, sort of. Just ignore my desk, and you're fine. Perfect. Right, so let's get the motherboard. Where did I put the motherboard? I should probably know where I put the motherboard. Right? I feel like that's an important component of the.
You spent enough time fitting the RAM in there, so I hope you know where you left it.
Look, I don't need to be this seen, okay? I feel so very seen right now. So this is interesting. I've not actually built for a long time in a case that already has a pre-fit fan, but because this case is so nice and roomy, it doesn't matter. Look at that, done. Obviously screws, so I need to find the screws. Yes. But that is very nice and easy to be able to put in. So let's get out our accessory box. We can see on here. And let me zoom out a little bit now. I think we're not doing zoomy in bit, so that's zooming in, Bob. Let's zoom out a little bit there so we get a bit more of a view. Lovely jubbly. I'm going to go through the accessory kit box here as well.
There's some fun accessories in this one, actually. Something we've not actually done in any of our other cases either.
Okay. Well, this is going to be new to me because, like I say, this is me opening it for the first time.
Well, it's at the bottom of the box.
Okay. Well, I've got my screws here, and I need to find my motherboard screws, which I believe are those. I'm going to say yes, those look like fan screws, so we're going to chuck all of those in there for now. We've also got some. We've got a few cables in there, a few cable ties. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong camera. A few cables and cable ties in there as well, but all the screws sat in there, nice and lovely. We'll keep those. We're going to keep those in that box. I think that's a good place to keep them. I'm going to keep them down here, precariously balancing. But you said there was something at the bottom of this box as well, Step.
Yeah.
Okay, right, let's have a look.
There's a couple of bits, actually.
Let's have a look. What we got here? I believe this is the... Is this not the vertical mount for the PCIe riser for the
GPU
thingy?
support arm?
Yes.
So
yes,
there is one in there already, but if you take out the panels used as side-mounted fans, there is a spine around the edge of the motherboard tray, and that's got the cutouts. Well, that's got the screw holes in the back of that, and just normal case motherboard screws, which there are spares in there enough to do that with, and they just go into the back of it.
Beautiful. This is actually what we talked about before. This is the rapid root stuff. This is essentially like, if anybody has ever played around with an IKEA SCADAS board, there's a lot of similarities with how this works, but these are the rapid root Velcro bits that you can actually just attach to the rapid root stuff. I'll show you those in a second. Someone in chat remind me to show you guys that. But they are really cool because they just slot in so easily, and they're completely modular. So you can choose where you want your cable management, like either Velcro on your cable management to go, which I think is just a nice. Again, it doesn't seem like a customization option, but it kind of is. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. It's one of those things where you go, it is a factor of cable management, so it's not really going to work in the same way, but it is a customization thing. You can choose. What have we got here? Okay, so here is the fan
tray.
Here's the fan tray here.
Yep.
So I was going to say plates for some reason, but yeah. Let me get this out, because I think we'll end up using this, actually. I think we will end up using this, because we've got 7 fans, and we already have 4 fans installed. So we've got the the PWM ones, but there we go. There is the fan tray. I'm going to plonk that over here for the minute, but I think like I say, we will end up using that.
Yep, and that's great. That's just literally one screw to fit that into your PC as well. Which
is fantastic. So much easier than I remember having to deal with these things like previously. But I'm assuming this is the thing that you're talking about.
It is, yes. So
what is this?
So one bit is normal, which is a Mylar sheet. But there is another piece in there.
There's the mesh in here.
Yep, so we've got the mesh. So at the moment we have the translucent in there, which is the sort of same...
Yes.
It allows the light to pass through, but if you're going for full blackout, you can either use solid black, or if you want a bit of ventilation.
I think we will use, actually, to be fair. So we can actually use that as a full blackout or thingy, so we can have a look at that in a second.
Yep, and you did have the other bit. Yes.
So where does this go? Does this go onto the glass?
You can put it on the glass. You can put it anywhere in the case. So in the QSG, so the quick start guide, which is the manual for the case, we suggest sort of inside on the shroud, where Bob's actually just placed it now as one of the options. But yes, you can place it on the glass. You can place it anywhere you like, really. Yeah, everyone likes stickers, and this is a big sticker.
Stickers!
Yeah.
We love a sticker. We love a sticker here.
And you've also got there the Mylar sheet. It's Mylar.
Yes.
It's basically a vanity panel. So the motherboards rarely overhang fully enough for these. So we've got this little magnetic panel, and it slots in and just hides cables. And there should be 2 little notches in there which line up with the GPU support bracket. So
they do, yeah. Let me give you guys a bit of a better view of that, or 3 technically, but yes.
Yes, yeah. So the reason they got the notches there, when you swap the GPU support, you put that on first, and then you put the GPU support. So it is remembering to put things in the right order. If you forget, you can just get away with slackening that arm enough so the screws lift it and then slide it in. It's only a very thin sheet of plastic. But yeah, if you do it, try to do it before. It's easier.
Good shout. Very good shout. Listen to Step, everyone. Step knows what he's talking about, all right?
Usually.
Don't tend to listen to me unless Step confirms it. Right.
No, the sale
didn't see
logo
that. No one
is
saw that.
not on the sticker, I'm afraid. What did you just do there, Bob?
Nothing. You can't prove anything.
Chat, what did Bob do?
None of this is
'Cause I didn't see it.
admissible in a court of law.
I was reading a message from Zinc. But Bob has now been blamed 54 times.
54.
54.
I feel attacked, chat. Oh, there we go. Let me scoot into this. Ah, so easy. Right, lovely. Okay, now we're going to have to confirm for me, chat. Or Step, actually, probably more appropriately. This is the motherboard screw, correct? The little one that I'm looking at here.
Unfortunately, that's out of focus for me. And chat as well. No one can see that screw. That looks like it should be slightly domed on the top.
Slightly domed.
Yeah, crosshead.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Yeah, so I will admit I did make a mistake when I built one of our cases in the frame recently. So the front panel InfiniRail has locator screws, so you can move the pegs for the InfiniRail up and down to adjust whichever fan you want and positioning for your fan. We do screws that come in the box that you put in to lock those fans in position so that if you're only running, say, 2 fans, you've got a gap between. Potentially the fan can wander down. So we've got the screws there, so you can lock it in place. I was not thinking, I will admit, it was probably about 3 o'clock in the morning when I was building this PC. I used those screws to anchor my motherboard down. I was thinking, these look very flat. Well, what is wrong? And the next day I realised I didn't use the motherboard screws. I used the InfiniRail screws. They're the same thread pitch. They do look quite nice.
So, so it still works, though?
Yes, it still works, but you are using the motherboard screws there. If you're not sure, if you pop the front panel and the dust filter off, you'll see those screws are pre-fitted on your InfiniRail.
I can see from here.
Yep, yes. Yeah, they'll be from
the
through
flatter
the front.
ones. Got it.
So that's the difference.
Lovely. Right, actually, I've taken that off now, and I've taken it off at such an awkward angle that I'm going to leave it off. So we don't want to mess any further. But I do like the idea because I'm going to switch to this camera now because this is the great thing about building on a adjustable desk. The fact that I can drop it down because this is a chonker of a case, chat. Really is.
It is, and especially when you start putting parts in there. So obviously motherboards are not going to. Well, I'd say that motherboards these days get very heavy with the dense heat sinks they're putting on to do with the heat that modern CPUs and VRMs produce. But when you start putting things like your GPU, your PSU in there, water cooling or AIOs, or even air coolers. I mean, air coolers are sort of you get a kilo of air cooler these days in some cases. The weight rapidly picks up. You don't realise until you go to smooth the thing and you sort of feel it in your back like, oh, yeah, that's got a bit of heft to it.
It does.
Anyone who's built an 9000D, well, actually anyone who's picked up an empty 9000D can verify.
I can attest to that, yes. That thing is actually insanely heavy as is.
It's very strongly built as well. It's a very nice top metal bar that's, I think it's 5mm aluminium we put in the top of it. Extrude, like bent metal. Really adds the weight. Yeah, how are you getting on there, Bob? There should be a locator.
I'm doing okay. I just had to pull it out because there was a bit of there was a peel there that needed to be done then earlier rather than later. So
you didn't share the peel with the class there.
I feel like everyone saw it, but I did not announce it. I should announce peels. You are right. Right, here we go. I will admit, I do love our precision toolkit, but there are times that I am actually really enjoying my new little toy with electric. Chat, we need to make sure that Corsair eventually release a electric version of this. I think that would be so cool. Or do a collab with one of the makers. I
discussed this with you about for a joke. I suggested Bob use an impact gun to fit the screws in his case.
Yes.
Now I think everyone who's used one will know exactly how that will turn out.
Very well. Nothing could go wrong there, surely.
No, not at all. No issues at all. It would just be perfect torque every time.
Yes.
The perfect torque being over 300 newton meters. But that's fine.
I feel like there might be a little bit too much. I don't know. It seems like it might be.
Yeah,
just a smidge.
Tiny bit. Yeah, it might damage the PCB slightly, or just shear the screw or the mount. But It certainly won't move.
That is right. I'm saying this, and I've had to because my nib is not magnetizing. I'm having to use our precision toolkit here anyway on this one. So
yes, actually, that's a very good point. Our precision toolkit, the bits, the bit holder is very magnetic, and that passes through because obviously the metal is ferrous, so it will pass. It'll magnetize. So you can pick up screws very easily with that as well. You can hold it on them when you're dropping them in. So I generally use these for fans. These are a bit thicker handles, but when you're doing things like multiple screws, M.2 screws, thumb screws on the back of the case, precision toolkit is fantastic. Just fan screws, especially our quick turn ones, you need a bit of torque to get them going. But the quick turns are amazing.
I love the quick turns. Quick turns are like some of my favourite things.
Yeah,
just in general.
If you got a normal fan screw, if you've got someone who's just been using normal fan screws all the time, you show them the quick turn screw, they probably won't think it's anything to write home about. The moment they use it, they will change their tune completely. It's
I
a life
have been singing
changer.
their praises for years. Not years, sorry, for ages.
Since
not years, because we've not been out years, but like since I've seen it, it's the thing that I always talk about. It's probably one of my favorite additions to what makes, like you say, it's like it doesn't seem like it's a thing that you would ever get excited about. It's like a screw, but it is just so good, so good. What about acoustic electric version with RGB? Oh my gosh,
it's not the screws you wouldn't think you can innovate a screw, but simply by changing that pitch in the screw, making the thread a bit more aggressive, a bit more robust as well, so it grips into that plastic when you screw. It's absolute game changer. So much faster as well. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be though. It's one of those things that you just it's like why, like when someone says why reinvent the wheel. What I say is because what everyone says, well, why reinvent the wheel? Because if you can make it better, you should make it better. Yeah. Don't do it just because it works. It can always work better. I love that. There's always
some innovation to have. Yeah. Yes.
Cartagena, we're actually talking about screws. So we've moved on from the tool.
Can you believe it? We're talking about screws.
Yeah. Of all the subjects to have, we're talking about case screws. But yeah, right. They're only for the fan screws. Where are you up to?
I'm taking off this tray now, and I'm just realising why that's not moving. It's because it actually has
cables.
The cable tie. There's actually cables are actually attached to it at the minute.
Yes.
So let me just do that because this is for better shipping. But I need to.
It's also for cable management as well.
Yes,
so it's partially pre-cable management when you go out of the box.
There we go. That one's off now because I think, based off of what we're seeing here and the fact that we are going to be doing a combo of the the PWM. I keep saying ARGB, the PWM fans, and the fact that we're going to be doing, we're going to be whacking the IQ Link ones in. I think this is a good option because we've got 7 fans, so we might as well do that. Is the general school of thought. Which way am I putting you in? That way, lovely.
I would probably leave that until you want to put the fans on.
That's a good point. That is a good point. This is why Steps here, folks.
Right. So, where possible, when I'm assembling side fans like that, I'll do them on the sled every time. Far easier. Because then you can pre-wire it and just straight in. One screw, back on.
Lovely, jubbly. Okay, so where we're at now, we've got the motherboard in, we've got the RAM installed, the SSD is on there. 4 of the fans are already pre-installed. So, Step, what are we doing next? AIO?
Yes, no, actually, I would probably put some power supply cables in because when you put the AIO in, you lose the stack height. So putting the cable in now is going to be far easier. And then also you can put the parts you took off the case back on. So you do that before you put the AIO in because otherwise you've got no. There is space, but it's a lot tighter.
That makes perfect sense. I'm trying to find it. I have a 4-foot desk here I'm working with, chat. So just make sure to at CORSAIR George when you see. Oh, look at that! Hello, George. Perfect timing. At George, I've been asking George for a Platform 6 for about a year now, and I feel like this is a perfect use case for going. Adjustable desk is so nice to build on, especially when it's big enough to put everything that you need on it.
George, if you're going to ship him one, can you ship it here first? I'll cut it in half and send it to him. Make it easier for him to get it
Platform 3? No, I don't want a Platform 3.
You have 2 Platform 3s.
Okay, well that's fair. You know, half the size, twice as much. There we go. Right. Well, here we have a lovely, lovely bundle of cables. I'm very good at this PC building malarkey. I don't actually know what power cables the GPU is going to be running. I should actually probably have a look at that. I know I'm going to need the 24 pin, so that's a nice and easy one. So we will plonk that there for now. Let's get this out of the way because you guys can't see my pretty face, which is obviously what everyone came here for. So
George just said you can pick it if you go and pick it up from our depot in the Netherlands. You're more than welcome to.
How much is shipping?
No, you have to pick it up.
I have to. So it's not even that I can pay for shipping. I actively have to go and pick it up, and that's have to go collect it. Right, we're going to get these out of the way because I've got too much stuff on this desk. So let's get that out of the way. Okay. Anybody in the Netherlands who wants to take a random trip to the UK?
You will need a vehicle with a bed that's, I would say, close to 2 meters in length to accommodate the case. Sorry, not case, the box for the top. Because obviously it's got the box itself and the packaging around it as well.
Well, I don't like that. That's not friendly. Yeah, just put the table on. Yeah, just put it on wheels. Attach it to the back. That's a good thing. We can film it. Bob travels to the Netherlands to get a platform 6. What this man will do for a platform 6.
George, I can't get it in my vehicle. It's actually too long. I'm not going to say what it is because I'm not going to mention any branding, but Bob knows what I drive.
Yes.
It won't fit. So, George, it's not going to work.
Right. I don't need any SATA because we are using NVMe, so none of those are needed.
Oh, no, sorry.
Oh, I do.
You're right.
No, I don't.
No, because I've just remembered if you run it in link mode.
Yeah, because we're going to be using the Commander Duo.
Product knowledge coming in clutch.
I did actually see, the thing is, I second-guessed myself, but I knew the answer. But then when you said no, I'm like, Step knows better. That's my default. Step knows better, so I'm going to listen. But I did actually get that one right.
Yeah, we won't cover that now. We'll cover that when you come to do it. But it's a very clever device, this. Bob has been blamed 57 times. Rent a lorry or truck.
I don't even know what I'm getting blamed for right now because I feel like I've been doing better. But I feel like chat is just like anything that goes like any kind of conversation.
You for not going and collecting the platform 6. George,
chat.
I could rent a long wheelbase van to go and collect one. That would be quite funny. So I'd actually quite like to see Bob trying to ride a long wheelbase vehicle.
Stick me in the back with it. That's good content. I mean, we'd have to sign a few waivers, but that's good content.
That'd be a long way. Actually, no, I can put you in the back and that'll just ratchet strap me to the roof inside.
I low-key love the blame Bob movement. I think it should be an emote, and I think the command should trigger off of the emote. I think that's what should happen.
Yeah.
Just pick the last cable you're going to pick first, and that will be the right cable. I love it. Okay, so I'm going to start off with the motherboard cable because that's the easiest one because I know I'm going to need that and I can actually plug that in straight away. So that will actually be a nice little handy piece. Let me now find a home for the cable. Right, screws can go back in there. They're out my way. That can rest there and hopefully not fall off. That can go back in there. Those can go somewhere else because we don't need those until we see the GPU. And I think we're good. That makes sense. Right, let's move this. Lovely jubbly. Right, so which way do you go? Do you go from the back to the front or the front to the back? Because I like going from the front to the back, so I'm going to do that. Because then I know...
I usually go front to the back as well, because I will, at the same time, I will work out how long the cable I want it to be, and I won't plug it until I've actually started routing the cable on the back. But this is me being OCD cable management. If you've seen the way I curve things, the loop on the cables, I do it precision. So it's almost I actually have a rod that I put in under the cable to get a nice bend, so it's not too tight.
Oh my gosh, you're going full tilt then. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, in the effort of
keeping the stream actually a reasonable length, yes.
Because I have asked my wife if I can work an extra hour today, and she's agreed with that. If we go anywhere past that, I'm probably going to get into trouble. Right, I'm going to take all of these out now. Actually,
Striking enough. If I do one, I will do it as a time lapse because you will be there for a very long time. Trust me.
Right.
I will. Yeah. So far, I can. I've been known to use a heat gun to soften the cables. This is some of the older cables, so the more ribbon style that Bob's using, for example. But you can use a heat gun to slightly warm them, and if you form them around a tube, a rod, you can get some very tight or some very nice
Not necessarily
curves.
Recommended, chat.
No. I will admit that's like a very advanced thing to do because, like I said earlier in the stream, I actually do custom cables. So I will do that before I even mounted the cables into the connector and get all the curving sorted out. It's not something I've done for a little while, but it's very interesting.
Yes.
Yeah. Just trying to work out what George is responding to, not with quick turn screws and link cables. I mean, link cables are amazing. One cable to connect all your fans.
One cable to rule them all.
Yeah.
Right. So motherboard is actually I'm gonna do a thing here because the captive screws are great here. And just want to highlight how well they are holding this in as well. Whilst I'm literally putting quite a hefty amount of force to be able to actually get these cables in at this angle. So, and they are those captive screws are holding on so well. I'm actually really impressed with that.
Yeah, they are very good because they've got the same length as the case side panel screws, so they're actually quite long screws. They're not normal thumb screw.
Yes.
So they will give it a very good grip.
There we go. Right, motherboard is already plugged in.
Giveaway in 2 minutes.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I've just seen it. Like he's flagged it. Did someone say a giveaway?
so like he's like, did someone say giveaway?
Yeah, I
Right.
mean, the bits I was showing earlier with 3D printed stuff, they're running off of one hub with 2 link cables because it was easier to show them. But in theory, you can just run that all over one link up on one side, and you can just daisy chain the lot.
That is a shout. Right, should I at this point be putting my front I/O cables in? Do we think? I think yes. Because
yes, I would suggest it.
So.
Also, there is an ARGB connector. There's a.
That was an interesting way of saying that. I like that.
There is an ARGB header in that bundle of cables. It might actually be loose from memory. That can either go into your Commander Duo or straight into your motherboard. I'd probably put in the Duo so it all looks nice.
I am going to be focusing on the Duo quite heavily here, so I think that's a good shout. One thing I am noticing though that because obviously this obviously has the 2 cables for the USBs at the front. These ones, the USB A's, and I'm noticing that the motherboard has 1.
Yes, so
connector.
that's quite common. On a lot of motherboards, they only have the 1. Generally, you can use a splitter, but you may see some bandwidth issues if you use a lot of devices.
Yes, that's correct. I knew you'd be able to be talking about you'd be able to give the good information around that. So I was like, I'm going to let StepTech handle that one.
Yeah.
But I am going to be tucking 1 away down under here, just so we can keep it out of the way. The good news is we've got a ton of space, like a ton of space in the Frame 5000.
So much space in that case. It's amazing.
So much space for activities, but just in case anybody's wondering why I'm randomly tucking a cable in, I just wanted to kind of mention that because if everyone's like, wait, hold on, what's he doing? That's what I'm doing.
You're doing the traditional cable cram. That's what it's called.
Yes, correct, cable cram. I love that. I am actually going to do this and not actually use the grommets for this one, for the grommets at the bottom, because where I can, I'm going to try and avoid that and just have the cables like running round. Obviously, it's easier to do that, but I quite like this just in terms of aesthetics. So I'm going to see if I can do this quite nicely and effectively, and I should be able to. He says.
So it looks like you poked it around the side of the motherboard. Is that correct?
Yes, I am. Yeah,
reverse connection.
I was going to do that instead of the grommets, but I'm actually just realizing that I'm probably pushing that a little bit too tight. So we are going to use the nice grommets. Perfect. There we go. Lovely and easily gone in. And this is what I love about Rapid Route, by the way. You can easily just go, boom, I'm going to whack another set of cables in there, have that nice and tidy, and put that, like, actually stack them correctly as well. Because obviously, if you're using, like, regular cable ties, that's really hard to do. But the Velcro is so good. Oh, no one reminded me in chat, or I didn't look in chat. Velcro. Extra additional Velcro thing, right? To go and add it in. I'm going to do this quite nicely and easily. This, again, is the first time I've actually done it, so bear with me if I don't get it in on the first go.
Remember to pinch the
Make
clips.
sure I'm lining this on.
There's a pinch clip in there, or a slide clip in there.
Oh, it's a slide clip. Okay. So how are we doing that then?
Should be a moving part within that, and that release, there's like a lock and unlock position from memory on these.
Okay. Right, well, I'm going to have a quick look at this then. So that should move out, right? So actually, I'm going to show this to you, everybody on here, so Step can guide me through this if I've not done this before.
I've done this once, by the way.
Okay.
That's out. There we go. And then from the cable loop side.
Right, so let me have a look. Let me pull the cable loop out so we can actually have a look.
With hindsight, I should have brought my 5000D down. I've got an empty 5000D case upstairs.
Oh, okay.
So I should have brought that down. It's like a latch almost, isn't it?
It's so easy. Like, you literally just pull one side. Like, it's literally that.
Yeah.
There's me like, so how
That's
do you
it.
do this then, guys? Yeah, it's literally as easy as that. So in theory, I should be able to... I'm going to try it here, I think is the nicer way of putting it. Black on black is interesting, folks. I'm trying to get the... It's very hard to actually see what I'm doing here, but that's, again, probably a me thing rather than anything else thing. Let me try.
Just tried to turn our printer so you can, you might be able to see it a bit better now in the background with me.
There we go.
It's doing printing things. I'm printing on one of those fan side caps that we've just put onto the Printables page.
Have they actually gone up now as well?
Yes, they're live. Yeah, so we've got these.
Oh, they're live.
These
That's
end
amazing.
caps, and also the 3D fan grills, which are the same pattern as Bob's 5000D front panel.
Yes.
Frame 5000D front panel. Sorry, we need to make that clear when you talk about the two models.
Okay, why am I doing this? Oh, that would make more sense, Bob. Okay, so you drop them in.
Yes, and then you lock it back in.
And then you put the pin in.
Yes.
And the pin holds them in.
Yes.
Right, that's the piece I'm missing. Okay, that is... I was thinking it's like, this is complex. And I'm like, no, it isn't. I'm just doing it wrong.
Yeah, don't break it.
Okay, we're learning together, folks.
Yeah.
We're learning together. It's actually way easier, and I'm trying to over-engineer it. Boom, done.
Yep.
Lovely. Look at that. And that's then going to be all... Oh, that is so secure.
It is. It's fantastic.
That's a lot of effort. Okay, I
Cat
probably
Brood,
should
are
put it
you
that
here?
hard. Cats! Come on, cat.
If you're here, you need to write in chat.
I really hope they're here, because this is for the toolkit, by the way, folks. If you haven't seen one, I'm not gonna lie, I'm really excited for Striking to win one. I really hope Striking wins one today, because it's been a while since I've streamed, and Striking is always here, always been lovely, always been supportive, and always wanting to win a kit, but never gets one. It's so sad.
They'll win at some time. Oh, it's time to re-roll Cat Brood.
No.
So, if you want to win, you do need to be here and stream, because when we announce a winner, you need to say that you need to announce you're here. If you're not here, unfortunately, we do re-roll.
Oh!
Oh, Cat Brood. Yes.
No, they are here. They are here.
Hour.
11th hour, final minute.
Yeah.
You are here. Yes.
Yes.
Fantastic.
Oh, also, sorry, because I've just noticed it. Side note to anyone 3D printing, where you can, have proper ventilation. So don't do what I'm doing, which I'm printing PLA in an enclosed room. Have the vents, vent it somewhere, or an air purifier, or something like that. Some filaments just give you a bit of a smell. Other filaments are not very healthy. So
yes. Just to highlight what I'm doing, by the way, for anybody
PLA
who's watching, I'm just pulling off the SSD trays, because the 2.5 inch, because I don't need them, so I get a little bit of extra room for some cable routing. So I'm going to be using my extra rapid route stuff, which comes in the accessories box, and I am going to be adding mine in, so I could just have this look a little bit nicer here. So now I know what I'm doing. Take the pin out. Take the pin out of the middle. So show this to you guys. Take the pin out of the middle there. See that little hole there? That's where that pin goes. And then there's a nice little slot in here, and I'm going to use mine. I'm going to use mine there, I think.
I like the way we can actually see where he's putting it right now.
I'm going to show you.
Use it here.
Yeah, well, you actually can, can't you? You technically can say, I'm going to put it literally just like at this part here.
Well, we can't. You're actually putting it behind the motherboard, so.
Oh, well. I thought you could see me through the
George,
grommets, but...
I'm with you on the. I'm probably about the same percentage of PLA fumes and also burnt plastic and wood fumes from using my laser cutter without the right ventilation set up.
So just to show you guys here, I've got the rapid routes here and here. So I've got a nice route just across here. So we're going to try and keep the lines here as well. So we're going to come up and then across and then up here, or up and then down this side. So you won't be able to see them anyway. And obviously you've got the little Velcro parts just here. You can't see it from this angle. I will show you in a second, but there are also Velcro parts just in here as well, which are really, really cool. Right, so we have the HD audio, which has just gone under there for the motherboard.
Yep.
Now we've got the USB C connector, which we're going to be dropping in as well from the front I/O. And I think I'm gonna pass this through first, and then I'm gonna cable manage it. But
also with the USB-C, when you connect them, they're actually handed, very subtly handed. So make sure if it doesn't feel like it's going in properly, try it the other way around.
Yeah, I'm just trying to decide where I'm gonna actually put this in. I feel like I'm going to go for the lower grommet just because the motherboard one might just push it a little bit too. There we go. Nice little click there. We like that. We like that sound. And then we're going to do, what did you call it? What did you call it? The cable. What? Sorry.
The which cable?
When you said we shovel the cables into the bottom part. What's that called?
Cable cramp.
Cable cramp. Yeah. There we go. We're going to do a little bit of cable cramp there just so it's like nice and out of the way. Again.
Actually, George, I need to get some of that
nice,
PLA
guys.
I think I need some of that PLA HR to get one of those 3D airless basketballs. They look a lot of fun, but I need to find a Prusament that's going to work with that, which I don't think we've got at the moment.
I'm just realizing there is a cutout down here for the Link Hub and the Commander Duo.
Yes. Yeah,
I didn't realize that was in this. That's so cool. I'm going to see if I can highlight this. It's going to be a really hard thing to show because we don't have a mobile camera. This is, just to clarify to everybody, this is a one-person production from my side of things. Like, I am the only one here.
I will say it's also, this is a one-person production for me as well. But,
here we go. Right there. Can you see that there?
You should be able to release that if you take that screw out. The yellow tab screw, that will actually release and we can hold it up. That'll be easier.
There we go. Let's just do that then. Captive screws again. We like this.
Yeah. So remember with these, we take the screw out and then it pulls the direction where the screw is. So it just pulls towards it. So there you go. So yes, this is. So that's not actually for the Commander Duo. That one. I can actually look at the size. That's actually for a RGB hub that we have. We now sell separately, but we also do it bundled with the LS RGB strips.
Oh, my bad. I thought that was also because that looks like the shape of the Duo as well. So
it's a bit bigger. The Duo is bigger than that.
Okay,
so the Duo is actually about the size. It's longer than a normal Link connector, Link Power Hub or Link Hub, but yeah, it's not quite there, but. The reason behind this was the Duo is designed to go anywhere in the case. I mean, technically, you just literally just slap them next to each other using the connector bricks, but you can if you need to, you can run a link cable between the two. That's perfectly fine. Yes, the Duo is magnetic as well. Yes. Unfortunately, mine is upstairs. I'm not going to go up and get it, but yes, it is magnetic. Very much so.
I will be showing you ever so shortly as well, so do not fret, folks.
Yeah, it's very useful. So exactly the same way the Link Hubs are magnetic and also the side of our fans are also magnetic, the Duo is too.
Right. Yeah. Okay, so moving on to the next piece. So we're just going to make sure we get some more cables in here. So I'm going to do CPU one now.
Yeah. Is it one or two for yours?
Two for me.
Yeah, 2 8-pin or an 8 and a 4?
2 8-pins.
So if you've got a CPU that has an 8-pin and a 4-pin, you might think, well, why have I got 2 8-pin cables? The end that goes into the motherboard can pop off, so you can actually split it in half. You probably see a seam down the middle of it. You just literally grab, pop, and it comes off. And if you need to put it back on
Easy.
afterwards, you can just click it together. There's a little hooked teeth on there to do that.
There is one toolkit left. Yes.
Yes.
That is correct. Right, I have set something underneath that shouldn't be. There we go, lovely. Right, okay, and I'm going to break my own rule here so you guys can actually see it instead, because I realise I'm doing a lot that's actually off camera, but I'm going to plonk number one. I always do the left one first because it's a little bit easier. Although you'll see in here at the top, by the way, guys, this is one of the things I love about the frame cases, the fact that it is super accessible to get to this connector. It's typically a nightmare in other cases, like the previous, like the ones that we haven't done this in. It's a nightmare to get to this cable. It's one of the most finicky cables, but also one of the most important ones. So it's really good that this is here as well, that you can actually get really easy access to that. So love that, big fan. Let me get the secondary CPU cable, which I've moved because I'm a genius.
The other one, the other time when these cables are an absolute nightmare is if any of you have ever built a small form factor PC, cables are generally an absolute nightmare. But the CPU 8-pin is hell, and quite often you'll find with an ITX motherboard they put a fan header right next to it. So you've got to think 3 steps ahead of yourself. I'm just looking at this here, by the way. There is, I don't know if you guys can see this. I'll tilt this back a little bit so you can see it. But there's also like cutouts focus is
here.
a bit out on there, Bob.
Sorry, apologies because it's on focusing on me. There's cutouts here as well in the motherboard tray where you can actually, where you already with the pre-mounted fans, you're seeing where they're going, but you can actually feed them through there rather than just at the top of the motherboard here. So you can actually feed them through these really nice, like easy to like thread through grommets. So I'm going to do that for the back one here actually for both of these. And we're going to show you how like nice and easy that is to do, because there's going to be quite a few cables going through here once we've got everything done. Obviously less because we've got the IQ Link ones, but more because we are going to be using our PWM fans as well. So I'm going to thread these through nice and easy.
So I believe the rear PWM fan that's there at the moment, I believe the cable for that does route through that grommet that Bob is putting the cables through. Is that correct?
It does. It's already there. Yeah, it's already threaded through. Yeah. So it's nice and ready, and it's actually already pre-cable managed back there. So it's already in the Rapid Root Velcro. So that's great.
It's actually on so all of our RS fans are daisy chain. So they will have both a male and a female header on them. So what in the case of this one, there'll be the fan, and then there'll be the short tail with the male and female, and then there'll be a longer extension cable, because obviously if it was just a short one you wouldn't be able to plug it into anything. So it's the longer one, which also means you can plug it into Commander Duo, or you can plug it into different fan controllers, or into the back of the motherboard more easily, front of the motherboard or rear, depending on your motherboard itself, because most fan headers tend to be either on the bottom or the far side where the rest of the cables that's 24 pin in the USB are.
Right.
So you're just managing those cables back there?
I am. I'm actually pre-managing cables, which is probably the first time I've actually pre-managed cables, and genuinely, like, really gonna improve. Like, I think the cable management here. Like I said, we've got some really cool options with Rapid Root, so I don't want to kind of squander those opportunities now and utilize them. So.
One thing I will say, if you've got 2 8-pin CPU cables at the back going down there, quite often what I do is I cable tie them together before I even start cable routing.
Oh, okay. Before, so you can actually do. That's a really smart idea.
So in the type of cable that you've got there, Bob, you've got the ribbon cables. As I like to call them, licorice cables almost. What I do is I will put them flat to each other and cable tie them in that position, and have the edge of the cable tie on the end of the cables. So if you've got the 2 cables like that, you have the cable tie end here, and that just means that you haven't got a bulge. It also keeps them happier, as it were. But I tend to put them together.
Interestingly, I would. So this is not me trying to disagree with you at any point, Step, because I know you've built a lot more than I have. But as a credit to the Rapid Root, I'm not having to do that the way this case is built, because there is actually there's more than enough space at the back, and because of the Rapid Root stuff, this is it's literally flattening itself. Is that a word? Flattening itself.
Yeah.
Yes, one of those
that
words.
is, yeah.
Anyway, it's doing it itself. So I'm not really struggling with this at all. The biggest thing was actually just getting the Velcro free, so I could actually get access to that. But it's just because obviously it's like it's the intention is so it stays down in that
it
route
is, yeah.
anyway. So
that's
great.
Yeah, using the
so
cable,
nice.
the Velcro cable holds that run down the spine edge of the case. They actually protrude through the outer rear of the case as well.
So if you could see this just down here, because again, this is not going to be finished, but it's there ready to go for when we cable manage everything else. But as you can see, that's already just ready to go straight down into there. And let me just plug it in straight away, because again, this is already done. And the length of the cables is, I would say, almost perfect. Like that is maybe a centimetre too long, but you would want it longer rather than shorter. But that is fully cable managed. There you go, done. Look at that, lovely. That is so nice. I'm not going to lie. Hi, by the way. I'm not going to lie. I'm really enjoying the cable management, whereas I don't think I've ever enjoyed cable management. I think, I say that. Frame 4000D, I did actually enjoy it quite a bit. But this is proving to be rather fun.
I am one of those people that find general cable management very therapeutic.
I think I'm probably finding it a little bit more pressured now, because considering the timing, because we've got about an hour left on the stream.
Yeah.
So let me try and speed up a little bit here. But
speed run.
Again, speed run now. Right, front panel. This is me finding front panels again, because it's very dark. So
and on the Frame 5000D, we actually use a unified front panel connector, so that works with almost all motherboards. It's literally one header, pushes in, not in doing all the individual ones. But there is a breakout cable included in the box in case your motherboard does have a slightly different layout. So it will just plug into that, and you've got the individual headers on there as the option.
And generally, like when it's a combined one, it's going to be going into the far left, isn't it? Just so I'm
correct. Yeah. So you're looking to match the shapes.
Yeah. Again, I'm not going to bring too much of this on the screen right now, guys, because we are going to again, just in the essence of time. But plug in there. Lovely. Got the audio in there, and I am going to show you it afterwards. It's just, again, space is a thing here. There we go. Everything's nicely. Look at that. Look how easy that is, the cable management. Because obviously you've got, if you guys haven't seen this as well, there's grommets, like flexible grommets down here, so you can actually get the cables into those spots without actually having to, like, you know, stick them behind the motherboard or make them look like nice like that. It's just straight in. So nice. I'm just going to actually keep that down there to cable manage that there as well. Beautiful. That cable is already there, so we're going to use that to cable manage that. And then we just have, oh, these are the ones that we're actually going to have into our Commander Duo. Is the right step? Got our fan headers here.
Yes.
This and this tiny little one as well.
Yes, one an RGB. Is that a JST? No, not the little JST.
Not
but
the
ARGB
one, no.
No, the
ARGB.
The bigger one. Well, yes, but the smaller one is to go into things like the Commander XT or Commander Pro or lighting node. They're the ones
okay. So this one here, we wouldn't be plugging that in then.
No.
Brilliant. Okay. Well, that's a nice thing that we can cable manage away nice and easily, because we're going to be chucking that one into, as you said, into the Commander Pro, correct?
Commander Duo.
Duo.
Yes.
Commander
correct,
Duo.
yes.
I heard Pro and then I repeated Pro, but yes.
Yeah.
I'm a parrot, folks. I also love that I said I'm a parrot twice, just to kind of really drive the point home there. How are we going for desire for giveaways, folks? We've got one more kit to give away, right? Should we do that shortly? I think this is a good timing to do it. We're doing the cable cramp in there as well, and this one we will just leave hanging out the back to the minute for when we're ready for that. Oh, I think we've dropped our call with step. I think our call has just dropped with step, so we're just trying to. I think we're just waiting for the connection to come back there. Are we all good? Let me just double check, folks. I'll be right back.
Hello.
Hello? Are we still live?
I don't know. I can't get Twitch. I think what's going on with Twitch? I'm clicking, but my connection's terrible. I don't know what's going on. I wonder if Twitch has died. Yikes! That team call freaked me out.
I'm still technically streaming, apparently, but there's just no connection. But obviously, like, I'm connected to you, so Twitch is down. It would appear that Twitch is down.
Oh no! Twitch status. Saying it's down. They're saying it's working, but there is a spike on down detector right now for it.
Yeah, I think. Okay, are we still live on YouTube though?
That is a very good question.
We're still live on YouTube though, right?
I didn't realize we were on there.
So I think we didn't. I don't think we drew. So I think I got an internet cut. My internet went at the same time that Twitch went down.
Oh no!
Did I break Twitch?
You broke Twitch.
I think I broke Twitch. Cable management there is actually done, so we're ready to go from those. So we're gonna carry on as we always do. Show must go on. YouTube now, Twitch is working. Okay, so it's not working on Twitch for us, but it is on for other channels. I can't connect to Twitch in general.
I've lost. Well, I'm on Twitch. I'm on the main page. I'm actually on the CORSAIR page, but the stream does not appear to be working. I can see chat. Chat is working. Something has happened. Yeah, if you can hear, if you can't see us on Twitch, then please come join us on YouTube if you'd like to.
Okay, so but Twitch is working in general, but Twitch is not working for us. That is, but I can't access our own like mod. Okay, no, we are back. I think we're back.
I
think we're back.
Okay. I can't see it. I'm just going to refresh Twitch and see what's happening there.
Don't blame Bob. No,
we're showing us offline at the moment, so I wonder if.
No, we're back. We're definitely back. I can see the thingy now, so
I can't.
I can see us live again.
Technically,
just give it a refresh. Yeah, we're back. Yeah, sorry.
There we go.
Turns out I broke Twitch, chat. I broke Twitch. Like my internet went, and then I think I just broke Twitch in general. So I'm going to stop doing that.
Actually,
but yeah, our entire Twitch account, like, we couldn't access Twitch, like the actual like main website. Of Twitch.
See now now the blame Bobs are.
What I do? Okay, now I'm going to get blamed. Now I'm going to get really
blamed.
Look
at that. It's just torrents of blame Bob. So YouTube can't see it, but on Discord, on Twitch, there's a flurry of blame hashtag or exclamation mark blame Bob.
Wait, come on! Twitch stopped IP ban. Too many connections from too many connections from the same IP?
No,
is that what it said on your side?
Shouldn't be.
I'm moving to the AIO now, though. While we've been off, we've moved over to the AIO, which I believe is the right. We're at the right step there. Right. Right. Step.
Yes. Hey! Yes. Actually, no. Have you put the panels back in the bits you took out of the case?
I haven't yet. Are we there yet? Are we already there?
If you put the cables in, you do want to put those on before you put the AIO on, because they will cover. The AIO is going to cover some of those cables.
Okay. All right. Let's do that now then. And try not to stand on the actual thingies as well. I just managed to stand on all my PSU cables, so that's probably a bad idea. So let's move the AIO back out the way. No worries. Easy peasy. I've got stickers on my feet now, stuck all to my feet. Right, so we're going to do the top one here, which is nice and easy.
Yep.
Yes. I don't get how that works, but yes.
And we can blame Nicolas Cage. Yeah, that worked.
I feel like Nicolas Cage wouldn't mind either. Like, he wouldn't mind if he got blamed. Like, he'd be like, yeah, that's fine. We like Nick Cage. Okay, so let me try and get this in shot while I'm doing this as well, folks. So apologies, because again, working with a limited space, so bear with me.
Actually, there's one thing that's on my list of things to get. It'll make doing builds for us that much more interesting to do, and also make Bob's life easier. Is what we call a lazy Susan, or a little carousel. You stick it in the middle of the desk and just spinny plate.
Yes, I do have one, but not a one large enough for the Frame 5000D.
That's the thing. I was trying to find one that's big enough to do that, but they're very hard to get hold of in the larger sizes. It murder your case of getting a smaller
Right.
one and attaching a larger plate to the top of it and hoping it doesn't fall over.
So
it
where I'm
hooks in.
doing this step, so yeah, it does hook in, but it hooks in onto the rapid right?
Yes,
right?
correct, yes.
But the only issue that I'm seeing, and this is something I need to consider, is the fact that the cables are getting slightly snug and pushed a little bit harder than I'd like there for the minute. So let me see if I can bend these down a bit better and make sure that we're not, you know, twisting things and, you know, messing around with connections. So I think, folks, just the general consensus on this one is be careful when you're putting this in.
Yep.
And probably angle it first, like I didn't.
Yeah, you just got to make sure you've got that clearance on there.
There we go. Am I better putting this underneath or having that like that?
Unfortunately, I can't see into that corner.
So let me just pull that around for you then. Because obviously that's quite snug there, I'd say. Would you recommend putting it over the top?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you probably run that over the top. To be fair, to be safer on that one.
To be fair, I think it's just to be safer.
Yeah.
Because of the durability of the cables. Plonk that over there. I am, however, going to keep the fan cable nice
underneath.
and snug in there. Because
Yes.
that doesn't need to be. I don't know, because it's a very small, very nimble cable. So let's do that there then. Nice, lovely. Oh, of course, I've now got to go around the other side.
Yep. So you got to go around and attach the screw. Did you remember to take the screw out of that panel before you screwed it?
I
before you
did.
hooked it?
I
Good.
did. This is a pro now. I'm turning into a pro. I'm going to say that, and this is all going to go terribly wrong now. But
So this is
oh,
what
that
also,
actually holds itself nicely in there
It
already.
does,
I can actually
yeah.
let go of that as well.
So
That's
the
lovely. That's
precision
very
toolkit actually has a magnetic tray. So if you're doing these things, you put the screws in there, they're not going to run off. Basically.
Yeah. Lovely jubbly. Right, okay, so that's that one, and we want to put the one with the GPU.
Yes.
Yeah,
although if you're
sag bracket on.
yes, that one. Yeah.
Cool, but because I'm going to say this is just a general thing. This is a smaller GPU, so what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to remove the sag bracket off of this one for now, and we can put it back on later on. But my gut feel is we probably won't need this.
While you're doing that, do you want to put the little magnetic mylar sheet on as well?
That is a cracking idea.
Yeah. While the GPU's not in the way.
So where is this going then? So this is going to be up the top here?
No. So it goes down between the 20. It goes under the 24 pin. Slots along that.
Oh,
And then
okay.
if you look at the
of
cutouts,
course,
it
that
matches
looks
cutouts.
Right, yeah.
And it just
okay,
hides
fantastic.
that bit of cable, makes it so you can't see them.
Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, I adore that. Oh, that's so nice. Hold on, let me just position it a little bit better. The magnet just decided to clip onto somewhere else. Oh, look at that.
It just tidies up the build. So it's actually on all the frame cases. So the 4000D, the 4500X, and also on the 5000D frame. It's in all of them, and it just makes your life easier. If you get a white case, it's white.
looks so
Black
much
case, you
prettier.
get the black one. Yeah, it just
That's
hides
very
that
nice.
little gap that's there. Just makes things prettier.
It does. And it's looking like a really nice build so far, actually. If I do say so myself.
Yeah.
I think very much with the help of Step, and try not to drop my screwdriver onto my foot. That would be a good shout. But no, this is looking great. We lost the giveaway. No, the giveaway. What actually happened? Did we get? Did we actually get the winner of the giveaway? Because obviously in all the chaos, I actually think I missed it.
Last giveaway I remember was Cat Brune. Not sure if we've had one since.
Did that get all sorted? Just double check that with mods.
Call to the mods. Technically, I'm also a mod, but I'm otherwise engaged.
I feel like I was about to say. I feel like at this point you are hosting rather than modding. I think that's
I wouldn't say I'm
definitely
hosting. It's a mutual.
You
This
are.
is we're co-hosting.
co-host. Well, yeah, we're hosting and yeah, it's still hosting, no? We are both hosting, I would say. I would
Yes,
call
there
it.
will be a giveaway for the case
There
At
will
some
be,
point.
yes.
at some point. Steppy's babysitting. There we go.
Very much. Very much with my first time building in the Frame 5000 D. That is not a terrible idea either.
Yeah.
Right, here we go. So actually, it might have been a better idea to do the USB-A cable from the top part here, just because there's a little bit more give there. But that's not a problem at all. So we'll leave that where it is for now. But there we go.
So those cables are going to vary depending on your motherboard as well.
And depending on obviously if you have like our custom cables as well. So you actually have our PSU PSU cables that you can get on the site. You can get coloured ones.
Yeah.
White or black or coloured
nice.
ones on there as well if you want to go and Type 4 and Type 5 at the same time.
Yeah. And if anyone's wondering, that bulge that's on the where the 24 pin is, that's actually to make your routing life easier. It allows you to bend the cables neatly.
Yes. Very nice. Right, and whilst we're doing that, since we put the Mylar on for that one, we are going to do, because this is a stealth build, we are going to pull out the translucent part here, nicely and easily. It does take a little bit of finagling to get it off without tearing it, so be careful. You don't want to tear it.
There's like a stick-up tab on one end. That's usually the best point to take it from, and then unhook it from there, then you can slide it out.
Right, and do we want to be doing the mesh, or do we want to be doing the flat?
Are you putting fans into the base? Are you going to be putting fans on the PSU shroud?
Yeah, I reckon we will.
So I'll go with the mesh then. Yeah. So generally, if you are putting fans on your PSU shroud, you want to use the mesh because it will allow better airflow. Otherwise, the PSU shroud fans are restricted to the air that's in the PSU chamber, which isn't going to be as much as if it's got the mesh, basically. Better airflow.
Wrong camera,
always
there
better.
we go.
Yeah, there we go.
Over here. So yeah, let me just finagle this back on as well.
Yeah. So bolts doing it the complicated way. If you slot it in from one end and slide it, it works a lot easier.
Well, let's do that then. Which end am I slotting it in? Which is the best end to slot in? The one that's closest to the front or the one that's closest to the captive screw at the back?
Either or, to be very honest with you. One end will have a little hook tab that lifts it over and hooks on. But yeah, either or.
What I think actually from this side is going to be the most effective way of sliding this on. If we can get it to obey, which I may be having, again, user error, I feel like is rife within my streams.
Yeah, you may want to just flex that and pop it in.
There we go. I think one of the things I'd like to highlight on this one is if you are using the mesh, just be careful because obviously the mesh isn't it's not flat on the sides.
Yeah.
So sliding it in is a little bit. Just keep that in mind, basically, because obviously it's going to be a little bit more resistant than if it was flat. But that is now very nicely.
Yeah.
Sliding in, he says as he stops and catches it on something. Yeah, so that's one of the things I think just to consider as you're doing that, because the mesh is more likely to catch on stuff. So just keep that in mind as you do that.
Yeah, the solid sheets will glide in more easily, and you can put it in the other way, just like literally flex it and pop it into there, but you risk bending the sheet as well doing that way. So this way is a little bit more fiddly. Yeah, it's a little bit more fiddly, but you don't end up with the risk of bending it.
I like the sound of that. Right, here we go. Just make sure it's all level and all in solid. And I like that we've done this. I like that I like that this exists so we can actually do these things, because like having that extra level of going, well, I actually didn't want it translucent. I wanted it like with this and that and the other. I think is really, really nice that you just, again, have that option. And with the frame cases, this is my favorite thing about the frame cases, is the fact that you can just have them how you want them. You can do these things the way you want to do them. Stream is down. No one has won the case yet. The case is going to be the last thing that we give away. So as long as you're hanging around for the end of stream, you should be absolutely fine. Just keep an ear out. Make sure you do actually enter into the giveaway. More things you use, like
you can't win me
us on or do things on.
I've just seen there. Step. No, sorry, you can't win me. I'm not a prize.
A day with Step.
Oh gosh.
Next winner is wait. Hold on, are we actually doing a giveaway?
Surprise giveaway that we didn't know was happening.
Surprise giveaway again. We've had one of them already, so.
Well, yes, we have.
Right.
Thank you for that one. Custom
Gorgeous.
cables by
That's
step.
so nice. That is so nice. Look at that. Oh, sorry. I'm saying look at that, and then it's not high enough to actually show you guys. Let me just pull it up a little bit. Complete blackout there. Look. Well, with mesh, obviously, it's not complete blackout, but yeah, it's nice. Yeah. Nice and themed now. Nice and stealthy. Oh, this was the one. Okay, this is the one we started. Okay, who won it then? Right. Who won it? T-Gun. Congrats.
Congratulations,
and they are here
T-Gun.
as well.
Yes. Remember, if you're not here and we call the winner, if you're not here and we call your name as a winner, then we do have to re-roll. So
yes.
Always.
We haven't had one yet. We were close with one of the last ones, but we haven't had one yet.
Yeah, I remember we did a stream and there were so many re-rolls because of people.
Yes.
The
early streams where we implemented that was fun.
That was carnage.
Right. I'm getting the AIO out now because we're on that stage. We've got all the cable covers on. We've done the meshes. We've done all the fun things there. We now need to move on to this, and I might actually move the PC out of the way for a second, just because I need a little bit of extra space. And there is a lot of stuff about the place now.
Yeah. You're changing the fans there as well, aren't you, Bob? Is that correct?
We are going to be changing the fan. Well, we don't necessarily need to. So one of the things we can actually do here, because these are RGB fans, but obviously this is going to be a self build. We do have 7 other fans. I'm thinking we swap them out, but I do actually want to show you something here as well. So I'm going to swap the RXs that are on this out, but I'm going to show you the 3D printed element that I wanted to show you regardless, because this will obviously work on this, but
yeah,
you have matching ones.
So you got the topographic ones, whereas I've got some plain printed ones. Actually, you need a screwdriver to pop out.
Actually, let me ask chat. Would you prefer to have the RGB ones, which we will do like a white downlight on, or would you rather see the RX Max fully blacked out build? That's the question. So I'll let chat decide that one. What do we think? Question. Do you want to have one that's like a downlight? Because we can still make the sides like blackout.
Yeah.
Full black?
Full black,
out?
Yeah. Full stealth.
More work, Gio.
More work.
Whatever's more work for Bob. Whatever makes the stream last longer is what I'm hearing.
We're going full Batman build this build, aren't we?
Full Batman.
Well, sorry, not Batman. Lego Batman.
Yeah.
Only everything is black.
Dark and brooding. Yeah. Everything is black. Yep. I am, however, going to show you what we were going to do, which is using the matching topographic stuff on the clips on the side here, but I can show you that much easier when I've taken it off the AIO.
Oh, Batman. Yeah, definitely Hoffman. The Batman would totally have the 3D printer. It'd be one of those massive autoclave.
It would be a massive one, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I have seen some
like that one in Spider-Man Far From Home, the one that Tony Stark has.
I'm talking much bigger. I've seen ones where they print entire car bumpers in one piece.
Fair play. I was just saying because he built a Spider-Man suit out of it. It's like a nano printer, isn't it? Rather than thingy. Yeah, it's not a 3D printer. That's like a nano machine printer, which is a little bit more zany.
Just a touch. Just a
touch. Right, let's get these things out then, because I'm going to do it on one side since we're not going to be doing the entire thing. So I've got my little clips on here, and as Step showcased earlier, actually I've got the wrong nib there, so make sure let me grab the right one. So we're just going to grab that nibs, little pop, nice and easy, pops out.
Yep.
So we actually popped that one out. We're just going to pop the rest out.
So, chat, when you're doing this, the screwdriver size you want is the head. You want to be 3mm or less, because there is a notch in the side of the fan clip, and that is just over 3mm. So, a 3mm or just below, so 2 or 3mm is perfect. Just literally, when you're doing it, place your finger over the end of it and push up slowly, and you'll feel it just literally just goes pop.
Look at that, though.
That's
what you could have had, chat. That's what you could have had.
Ooh.
But we are going full blackout. That is quite nice, though.
Yeah.
I might even swap this out afterwards because, like I usually do, I ask chat one thing and then I go and do a completely different one. So we'll see. We'll see how that pans out. Right. So the next bit we're going to do is actually grab one of our triple kits of the RX 120 Maxes. So let me get those out now.
The Lightning. We're both myself and Bob and probably most of the people here. We're fans of the Corsair Precision Toolkit.
Yes.
But for screwdrivers tend to be larger. If anyone knows the brand, you know what it is. I'm not saying it. So don't think I'm not sponsored by them at all either.
Have we lost step? I didn't. Yes, we've lost step again. Have you guys? Can everybody else on chat still see me? Is it just Teams? We see you. Okay, so I'm still live. It's step. It's step that's struggling. Both cameras still work. Just Teams. Yeah, you won't be able to hear him because the call appears to have dropped. But as long as the stream's still going, we're doing all right. We're doing all right. Blame step, yeah! Let's do it. Let's blame step. Wait, why me again? It's not me this time. I promise. Right, the call's dropped there, so we're probably going to get a call back from Step in a second. So let's just make sure we get that call back. Here we go.
That pesky
do we have you back,
Microsoft
Step?
Teams. Yes, we do. I hope we do.
I can hear you. I can hear you. If you can hear me, then we're all right.
We are, yes. I don't honestly no idea what happened there. I could still hear you through Teams.
Interesting.
Yeah, I don't know.
Honestly, I think that was George that cut us off because you were about to talk about a competitor brand. So I think George stepped in and muted everything. I think that's what was that's what happened.
he's got a panic button on his desk, big red
kill
button.
switch.
Yeah. No, I'm not going to mention any competitor brands on it, but yeah, if you need a large screwdriver, fan screws in, for example, slightly larger one, any Phillips head number 1 screwdriver is going to do the job. But I just have a preference for brand. But I'm going to minimize Teams.
Exactly what I've got there.
I'm going to minimize Teams because I can't see what's going on otherwise.
Right. Well, I've got my connectors and my quick turn screws here. Although these quick turn screws won't be needed for this part of it because we're using the long screws because it's going directly onto the radiator. So we don't need that right away. However, we do need the connectors. And if you guys haven't seen these before, really, really simple. These bits with the little gold. Hold on, let me try and check it. With the little goldy bits in there, go into the actual connector. Okay. Yep. Nice and easy. Super easy, quick click. And then the other ones, which is just basically a plastic connector to make sure they hold it in place, go into the other one. Simple as that. Literally as simple as that. And then all you have to do is match them up against the other fan. So that would be that one there, that connector, with that one there. Make sure they're facing the right ways, which they both are. Yep. They'll go in magnetically, because that's magnetic. That's not me pushing them in yet. Boom. Done. Easy. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. That's what we like to see.
And you can't put them in the wrong way round because they're actually keyed, so it's impossible. So the side with the connector.
Well, not impossible.
Well,
if you force them hard enough, they will. Yeah, you would have to do some crazy stuff to it. But so just keep that in mind. And actually, I've just made a mistake there on my side, trying to put the wrong one in the right. But it's fine. That's fine. It'll still work on the other side. Boom, done.
Yeah, that's the thing. If you put them in the wrong end, usually just slap fan on the other end and it'll hook in because the siding on the way it works.
Exactamonte.
I've just made the most useless link fan ever because I put 2 fan caps, one either side, so I can no longer connect this to anything.
One of the cool things as well, and this is kind of how I do my like when I. Oh, actually, this is a really good point. Sorry, I've actually just realised. So these fan screws are for the regular RX fan. So I actually am going to need
the ones out of the
longer
fan
screws
box
that come actually out of the fan box. So we can go ahead and save these for a rainy day, and I'm going to put them somewhere in a bag. Here we go. This will do. Lovely jubbly. So I'm going to keep them for a rainy day. That's our rainy day bag. We'll put our quick turns in there as well. Yeah. I've got a whole actual organisational thing, but I won't be showcasing that right now. Don't think there's much point in that one.
Nope.
So we'll leave that where it is. Cool. Right. So let's go into the bag here. RX fans have peels on both sides. They do.
Yes.
That is very true. So you will have seen me doing that if you guys were paying attention. Yeah. Always make sure if you are swapping your fans out on an AIO, make sure that you do get both peels. It's very important considering they are there for thermals. And plastic doesn't like heat, funnily enough, guys. Like it's not a great fan of them.
Also, if it comes off, it'll make a lot of noise. And you'll be like, what the hell's the noise in my PC about?
Yes.
So
and it's never fun when you're doing a new build.
No.
Going, what the heck is that noise?
No. The RX Max fans in the pack, they do come with the longer screws as well. So it's not a case of I'll need to find the long screws. They're in the box.
Boop, boop. There you go.
Yeah. Nice
and easy. But yeah, one of the things as well, great just tip with IQ Link fans, if you're ever trying to line anything up, don't do it like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Do one at one corner, do one at the other corner, then you know the rest of them are going to be in line.
Yep.
Nice and easy, and then you don't even have to think about it, because now you'll see me start to actually speed up because I can.
Yeah, because you've got those locating screws in, the rest of them just fall into place quite literally.
Exactly. The level of confidence is just so much higher. So I can literally, while I'm doing one, start like plugging in the other ones, ready to go. Although I did go a little bit too far with that one. I forgot to do this one. Sorry, somebody asking about Gridfinity, the little box.
Oh, Gridfinity.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, this is my little Gridfinity box. I have those. I have all my IKEA Alex drawers full of those. Very nice, very helpful.
Is there something you printed or?
Yeah, I printed with some of my first things I printed actually with my 3D printer was Gridfinity stuff. Yeah. I still need to finish those, but there is actually like some there's some like already planned out things for IKEA drawers, so you can actually do them nice quickly and easily. But there we go. Look at that, done. Look how fast that was. So easy with IQ Link. We are also going to show you the cap swap technology. So I'm going to do the peel, but it's actually attached to that, so I'm not actually going to peel the whole thing off. I'm going to leave it. I'm going to do this. This always used to worry me a lot, because it's like the force taken on this does take a little bit of effort to get this off. So I'm going to try and finagle this off with, again, quite a bit of force. I think it's the pinch that I'm maybe not getting right.
Pinch and wriggle.
Now I'm showing my pure lack of strength here.
Let's see who can get theirs off, their cap off first, me or Bob.
I must. I usually find it a lot easier than this, but this is. Oh my gosh, that's on tight. Well, you know it's not falling off at least.
It's easier to do actually when it's on a case.
It's easier to do if you're pinching the right side. That's what I will say.
Yeah, and also not being attacked.
I was pinching the wrong side.
Yeah.
There we go. That's fine.
Were you pinching the black part, not the clear?
I was pinching the black part. Yeah,
that's
I was pinching the wrong bit. Right, so you'll see here the connectors, and this is what I wasn't doing right. I was actually pinching it on the right side, but the connectors just fit in there really nice and easy. See that? Then this is the first time I've ever done this. First time I've ever 3D printed something. So hopefully this works nicely and easily, and it doesn't break anything. I'm just making sure I am doing it in the right spot. Yep. And again, as Step said, prints may warp, so I'm hoping this is going to be nice and easy, but it might need, again, this might need a little force this time.
Yeah. Also, the material printing is probably a little bit more rigid than plastic caps.
Yes,
which isn't going to help matters. Also, the tolerance might be ever so slightly off if it's.
Yep, that is what I'm probably seeing here. So it might take a few prints, folks.
I usually just give it a good slap to get them on. Give it a slap.
Lovely. There we go.
Yeah, perfect. I heard a click.
Nice little click. Give me 2 seconds, folks, because I am starting to get a little warm and my door is closed. So just give me 2 seconds. I'm going to open the door so I can breathe a little in here because it is getting a bit warm. As you can probably see from the glisten.
Yes, sometimes the little detail files or modeling files, perfect for just taking that little bit of media off the plastic to sort it with the tolerance.
But it looks great, and I love the topographic design. Again, if you guys want to see this, this is actually available on Printables as well.
Yeah.
So you can go check this out. Again, I think this was from Salt Shaker, the same person that did the caps, clips for the RX fans, and for the Ram toppers as well.
Yeah, I believe they did the whole trio.
Yes, they did. And that was part of the competition, as I understand it.
It was, yes. We did a Printables competition with Prusa not too long ago. So
very cool.
We did have some very nice prizes. I believe someone won was Core 1, which is an excellent printer. I will say it's my first 3D printer that I've used properly, but it's very well built. It just works out of the box. The only thing we've done is
what we like.
Yeah, the only thing we've done is put more filament in there because we've used it and changed the print bed. That's literally all we've done. And the print bed was a personal choice. It just allows flexibility for filament types. That's it. But if you're just using PLA and PETG, you don't.
Lovely. Well, I'm just getting some cables out now, which are the IQ Link cables for the Titan as well, including the other cables that are plugged into here. So I'm just grabbing these out. So if anybody's curious on what I'm working on, including the system hub, which we have here.
So how many link fans are you going to be using today, Bob?
I am going to be using 7 in total. 3 that we've just obviously put onto the AIO.
Yeah.
And 3 that we're going to be putting on the side of the case, and then 1 that we're going to... Actually, because of the way we've done this, we might not do the fans on the side, because we can actually do them on the bottom instead, and I think that might be better.
Mm-hmm.
Just in general, and then it actually will look even cleaner, I think. So we actually might leave that tray on the side. Yeah, it's gonna. Let's do that. We'll do the fans on the bottom. We'll do the RX Maxes on the bottom.
Yep. Yeah,
and then we might.
Sorry.
It might even be worth taking one of the RS ones off the back, off the exhaust, and then using that. That might be an idea, but we'll have a look in a second when we get to that. We may use 7, we may use 6. We'll see how we go. Right, so one thing I am going to do, because I learned this from last time, I'm going to get my Titan cables plugged in, ready to go, so I don't have to faff around with that when the time comes around. I actually like having them ready to go. And we are going to use the longer cable with the with the flaps. So you'll see when these cables come out as well, that you've got one that's got like an angled cable and one that's got a flat one. I tend to use the flat one here for the actual... Did my mics just connect together? Love that. Magnets. Love magnets. So yeah, I'm actually going to use that to plug directly into it. So it's like it's got the same form factor as the other cable that's plugged into it as well. So many next gen and new prints coming out straight out of the box, easy printing for anyone. It's so good. That's where I got into it as well, because I was like, this is actually so much easier. Like the idea of seeing like print lines now is becoming a thing of the past. The fact that you can like customize your settings, or like there's so many more like learning materials on how to use like certain chemicals and whatnot to smooth out prints or things to do, or acrylic. Yeah. I use acrylic pens to color like a lot of my designs now, and it works so nicely. And all of that learnings and all those things are now out everywhere, so you don't really have to do all the guesswork anymore, which is really nice. Yeah,
and also depending on what you're printing as well. So, for example, these end caps, the model comes with them standing on their ends. So, if you're printing like that, you need to run some supports. But using the Prusa Slicer software, I just literally selected that face. That became the bottom. And then, obviously, because that's the first layer, it takes on the texture of the print bed, which in my case is a satin finish. So it's super smooth. There's literally you take it out, you can just attach it. You don't need to worry.
That's a great question in chat. Will we see Vanguard Pro 96 on CCL? I don't know.
Hoffman's here. He might be able to tell us.
It's a good question.
If that's the thing.
I will say, realistically, what I would like to see, and this is just me, rather than having the Vanguard Pro be the CCL piece, I would say it would be, because obviously like the base of it isn't really what changes. It's actually the keycaps mostly with CCL keyboards. So maybe it's a thing that we may look to have like a white version and stuff like that, and then have the keycaps maybe even sold separately. That's what I want. That's what I want. Don't know if I'm, oh, that's, there we go. Fantastic. The Hoff coming in clutch again. Right, I'm just doing the little connectors here for the IQ Link Hub, by the way, folks, if anybody's curious what I'm working on now.
Yeah, that looks like you're putting the fan, the RPM sensor cable, by the look of that.
Yes, it is. It is. You are absolutely correct. I'm just trying to make sure I'm putting it in the right way.
Yes, they are. They are.
I was looking at this like,
yeah,
their face. They've got an interesting face. I will say that is. Yeah. I feel like that's the nicest way of saying it. Right, and I have my USB header here. So this actually uses a USB 2.0 header to grab it to connect to the motherboard, but obviously the power comes directly from the PCIe cable that's plugged in there as well. If you guys can see that, boom, boom, that plugs into there. RPM sensor there, as Steph has said, and then the connector to the motherboard, so all the control goes through that as well. Very nice, very easy. And I am using the wrong one because that is a micro USB, and that is
me
using the wrong cables.
Yeah,
so I need to get the USB-C. Apologies, folks, using the wrong one there. Picked up the. Go ahead, Sam.
I was gonna say, was that in the box, or is
yes,
this from your
this
magical
one,
box of spares?
So this one is a USB-C, but this one is a micro USB.
Yeah. Have you got the right cable anyway, though?
That's the question.
So just so everyone's aware, so what happened is we had a midlife, a quality of life update to the
You were
IQ
about
Link
to say
hubs.
a midlife crisis.
I was going to call it a
IQ.
midlife. No, I was actually going to call it a midlife update, but it's quality of life improvement because it is. So previously we were using micro USB. It is an older standard, but it still worked perfectly for the use case on this. But we moved to USB-C. Purely, it makes life easier in general, and I believe there may be some EU guidelines around phasing out of micro USB. There is no difference physically in there's obviously a physical difference, different connector, but there's no difference on the board between the micro USB and the USB-C, apart from that soldered header. It still communicates the same way, same bandwidth, same power. Bob is now having a crisis because he can't find it. Your fans...
Because I've managed to have too many things around at the same time. So
I was going to say, yeah, is it your fans? You got the cables mixed up from those?
So in the AIO, obviously we have the USB-C in there. So that one is correct. And then with my fans... No, I think the fans the fan box is empty as far as I can tell. And we are going to slowly but surely whittle our way through things until we get the right one. But this, ladies and gents, is why we don't...
Actually, the Commander Duo will have a USB-C connector in there.
Yes, it will. Yes, it will.
So there we go.
Or I could just switch back to the micro USB version. Whichever one works, but either or. I'm just now trying to make sure that I've got my cables a little bit better organised to avoid this happening again. So that's there, that's there, that's there. Got my back plate here. Got my screws in there, so that's fine. We've already organised that, so those can disappear. And also we have the box. That's the silica gel reminder. Don't eat those, folks. I always love the story that my dad told me when I was younger. I always said, it's like, why do you have these things on do not eat on silica gel? It's like, obviously you shouldn't eat them. And all my dad said to me was like, yes, it is obvious to you, but you've always got to consider why those things are on there, because somebody at some point did. And that's why you have them on there. That's why warnings exist. Right. Have I still got you, Step, or are you...
No, I'm still here. You're
still here? Cool. Just making sure. No, just making sure you went a little bit quieter than usual, so
that's all right.
Make sure that you were...
I was looking at you tell everyone about the silica gel. And you got the interesting version, which is obviously the first person to try everything. How did they find out it was it goes back to sort of discovering which foods are edible. But yeah, with those silica gel packs, no. But there is actually a movement away from the silica gel, slowly, because it's a very hard thing to transition out of. But we've gone from the sort of the mesh bags to a more papery type, and some companies are also we're sort of moving away from silica gel to, I think it's a dried clay we're looking into, which also acts as an absorbent material. But that means it's biodegradable.
So I've hit a slight snag here.
Oh no!
I think I am going to go back to the micro USB one, because I was like, oh, the other one will have the other fan kit will have it in there, so that'll be fine. But then I've realised that obviously the micro USB ones are the ones from the RX Maxes. So unless we have one last ditched attempt to see if they are in the Commander Duo,
they will be.
Which we are going to.
Obviously, I can't vouch for that one, but if he's just opening it now, it should be all USB-C in there. Versions I've seen are all USB-C, and the ones I've played with are. So
here we go. So here's the Commander Duo, by the way, folks, just for those who haven't seen this. Here we go. Nice peel.
Yes.
It does have a thing on the front, which I probably should have read. It says important. Do not use ARGB IQ Link bridge modes at the same time. Refer to the Quick Start Guide for more info. Always refer to the Quick Start Guide, folks. But my Quick Start Guide is called Step. So,
and also, if you can't find the Quick Start Guide, or you need to get on there quickly, you can actually. There should be a QR code just above the Commander Duo on the box, on the smaller inside box that Bob took out. So if you need to, just literally get your phone, open the camera into QR mode or whichever way you're doing it, scan that, and you're on there. If you don't have a camera that can pick up the QRs, or you want to have a look at it on a PC, they're literally going to the product page, hit guides, and it's at the bottom there for you. And you can download it, and it's on there forever.
Forever. Step has been. Wait a second. There's a Step Trust one, but there's not a Credit Bob command.
No.
This is brutal. This is brutal. I feel hurt, chat. Hurt. You're probably right to, but still hurt.
Yeah.
I almost lost the cable again there.
That would have been, if you'd have managed to lose all of the USB-C cables, this build would have been extremely short as well. Like that.
Well, I'm saying this, Step, but I need the USB cable for the Commander Duo.
No. If you put it into ARGB mode,
okay,
then you should be able to.
So let me just show you, folks.
I think you can parasitic power it. Memory. No, you are right. You do need it. So you do need the.
I do need it.
Yes.
So right, okay. So we will upgrade that later, but for now we will continue to use the micro USB version of. And I'm going to have to use I'm going to use the micro USB version of this, which is fine.
Yeah,
it's fine.
It's literally no different. It's just the cable type. There is no performance difference between the two at all.
I do actually have like an abundance of IQ Link hubs now, so I should probably at some point, fix that.
I have about a dozen stuck to the side of a case, just as quick grabs.
Like ornaments at this point.
No, they're just quick grabs when I'm doing stuff, builds and that.
Fair play. Right, well, there we go. That one in there. Nice and easy. That one in there again. Again, just going to be a little bit more careful because that's a little bit more delicate. And then we'll have the USB-C. Make sure that's already plugged into that so I don't lose that.
What are these? I'm seeing captain credits. What are these? Lucky, what have you been doing?
What is
this?
Oh, that's the community managers. That's cheating. They're giving themselves points now. Like, here's a point system for me, guys. This is the thing. So everyone's got a. So let me get this straight.
Okay.
Everyone's got a positive, like point system.
Well, yours is technically positive because the less blame Bobs, the more positive it is for you. But unfortunately, it's working the opposite direction.
That's not how that works. It's an additive system. Right. So while we're here, we might as well actually look at how we connect these two together, right? Because there is the connector here. This is a connector I've never seen before.
Oh, they are the temperature probes. So there are two thermal probes included. They
Okay.
are not designed to be cramped into. You can put them into warm places, but they're not designed to go under things like the heat sink. Don't put them there. They're not
Okay.
designed for that temperature range.
Don't put them in the heatsink.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
You can use them for things like intake and exhaust temperatures, that sort of thing. Or you can carefully place them into the fin stack for a heatsink, but not directly on a hot plate for a CPU or a GPU or an M.2. They're more for measuring airflow temperatures. I actually use quite a few of these for different applications, purely for airflow reasons, but for measuring airflow temperatures. And they are configurable within IQ as well, so they detect and you can set them up to use them as either standalone sensors, or if you wish to, you can actually base fan curves from them, which is quite handy.
Fair play.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think I'm going to add those in now. Then, if we don't need to, so I'm
No,
gonna do,
they're not strictly
We're
necessary.
not doing optional. Yeah, so we're not going to do optional things in a minute. But I did notice, by the way, that I actually forgot to get the actual IQ Link connectors out for this. So we do want to actually do that and make sure that's all done. But same sort of thing. Let me show you on this camera. Same thing here. Connector. Slot that into the side, and this just allows you to keep them together. You can obviously do this with the IQ Link cable still, but generally, I'm just going to make sure I'm doing this the right way. I don't think I can.
Is that
do
an
this the
active
wrong way,
connector you're pushing in there, or?
Yes.
Don't think you want to be doing it that way.
Is it not the connection like that?
No, if you're running it in ARGB mode, aren't you?
No, I've switched it to link mode.
You're just running
But we
it
want it
purely
in ARGB.
Oh no, sorry. No, that's fine. Leave it in link mode, connect it, and then put the. You just need the USB from the link hub, not from the Commander Duo.
Oh, so we don't actually need to use the USB cable in the Commander Duo for this?
No,
then?
no, just in the link hub.
Okay, so we could have.
Yeah, sorry. Sorry.
That's fine. It's fine. It doesn't make a
It's
difference.
one of
So we're
those
all good.
things. Just visually seeing it, it's like, oh, hang on, no, that's wrong.
Hang on a sec. Right, is there a one to take credit off a step? Is there a blame step now, or do I just get blamed again? I feel like I'm just going to get blamed again, aren't I?
Slow.
Right, so the Commander Duo is kind of ready to go.
Blaming you again.
Sorry to do this, but what? Okay, fine. I see how it is. Guys. Okay, so I'm actually going to be plugging in. So in terms of getting the IQ Link connectors, we obviously want to plug the AIO because we're going to face it this way. So let's get that in relative position. So we're going to face it that way. I'm going to mount it that way because I like my tubes at the front. We're going to whip that round here. And let me just position this a bit better so I can get the tubes. Please position nicely, thank you. So we'll position that round like that. Obviously the cable's going upwards to hide them nice and easy. Am I doing that? No, I'm going to have them positioned downwards. I did have them in the right position. I'm just being finicky now. But yep, there we go. And we want to plug this directly into this cable directly from the actual from the AIO into the fans correctly.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Which cable is that? Which cable is that you've got there, Bob?
The IQ Link.
The IQ Link cable. So yes, link cable into the IIO to power that. Otherwise, you just got the fans power.
Going into the fans, isn't it? So actually, I could probably use a shorter cable here.
You can do as long as the AIO is in the chain. I usually put it at the end of a chain because it's easier, obviously. But as long as it's in the chain, it works.
Right, so the thing is, we're actually going to not have a chain here because obviously we're going to be putting fans at the bottom.
Mm-hmm. So that'll be another channel.
And at the top. So
it
would be another channel, so it would be going around to the other side. So as long as this goes into one side of this and then this goes out somewhere else, that's fine. So actually, let's not connect it now. We'll wait until we actually get the positioning a bit more correct, shall I say, which is obviously not real English, but you get my point. Right, okay. Right, let's clear up a little bit now. We've got a lot of cables, a lot of stuff hanging about the place, but we've got a Commander Duo ready to go. We've got a connector there just in case. I'm going to plonk that there so we don't lose it. Screwdrivers, and we've got our back plate for the CPU, which we're going to make sure that we do as well. Lovely, we're getting somewhere.
You've got an Intel CPU there, haven't you?
Yes, I have. Yes. Yeah. And we're going to drop this PCIe cable actually just while we're here. I kept this one aside. PCIe cable into the into the IQ Link hub. So we've got that nice and easy and done there. And then we'll cable that all up in a little bit. For now, let's scoot the AIO over a little bit so I can actually have a bit of space here. And let's get the PC back and get the case back up on here. This is where space starts to become a real thing. Now we're going to, actually, probably makes a bit more sense if I'm going to lay the case down rather than having it where it is there. Nope, that's a lie. I'm going to put the back plate on first to save myself some pain and heartache later on. So that's obviously comes included. So for those who don't know this, every one of our AIOs, current AIOs, has the attachments for both the Intel CPUs and the AMD CPUs. We do actually have ones on the website that go further back, but generally we've got the ones for, I'm pretty sure it's AM4, AM5, and the Intel bracket as well. So
yeah, so with the Titan, the Intel bracket is only compatible for the last 2 generations, so LGA 1700 and 1851. If you're using an LGA 1200, unfortunately the Titan doesn't fit those. Unfortunately, we had to put a cut off somewhere.
Indeed. So if you've been worrying about it or don't know what to do, now's the time to upgrade.
Yeah. Deathwish, right. The Duo is only available in black at this time. Right. I don't know there are any plans, unfortunately, to make other options. Are you going to hook that AIO in there somehow? Scoop it in? Or sorry, you're putting the mounting hardware on, aren't you?
Say again, sorry?
You're putting the Intel mounting hardware on, or have you done that already?
Yeah, I've already done that. I've done it on the back. That's already done. No, you're good. You're good. This one, it might be a little bit harder to get on a good angle, folks. So you're probably gonna be seeing it from this one for a little bit, but that should be okay. He says, and I'm not going to do that. It's fine. It's durable. We make good, solid products, so we're fine. I'm just realizing, however, just want to make sure that is already in 120 mode. Lovely jubbly. I'm just going to spin this around so I can get access to the screws. That would have been a smarter idea to begin with.
Forward thinking.
Good thinking. And we want to go and get those longer screws that I have definitely not misplaced.
No, you don't actually. You just need the normal rear AIO screws. You're just screwing into the radiator, aren't you?
Oh, of course I am. Okay, so where are the rear AIO screws is also the question.
They would have been in the box.
They would have been in the box, yes. But then that would require me actually not chucking them into another box.
Oh, yes, that's the point. Your mouse mat is also a topographic mouse mat.
It is. Yes. I was wondering when somebody was going to point that one out.
Vector spotted that one.
Nice one, Vector. Good spot.
Yes, Dave, the question is, which box?
Which box indeed?
Yes.
Because I've swapped boxes around a few times now.
They're probably still in a wax paper bag, unfortunately.
Yes, they will be, yes. And I've gone, I'm going to put all the screws in one place, and now I've forgotten where I put the screws. So
that one place is a very safe
one
place.
Very safe place.
Yeah, it's always a way. When you put something down, you lose it. You always thought in your mind when you're doing it, I'll put this there. It's safe. I won't lose it. And then you go ahead to lose it straight away. I know I put it somewhere safe, but where is that safe place?
Right. I think
there should be short screws with washers as well.
Yes. At this rate, we're going to struggle to get this done on time because we're already hitting the limit. We do have an extra hour, but nope.
No,
those are the wrong screws.
Oh no!
No, they are too small. This isn't going to be a situation.
Sorry.
Go on. Sorry.
Oh, Senscol, you asked about the cost of the Frame 5000D. So in the UK, the we have two versions of the case. So we have the RS version, which is just the standard 140mm fans that Bob's using there with no RGB. That is 124.99, and the ARGB version, so that'll have the four 140mm fans with RGB as well, is 149.99. Currently, the black RS non-RGB is out of stock, but the white in both RGB and non-RGB is in stock. So the black only RGB available at this time, but it will be back in stock soon. But yeah, the white one is available on both.
Right, well, I found all my quick turn screws, and I found all of my other screws.
Every
single one of my other screws.
Fantastic.
All the other screws, including, I've got the motherboard ones that already we had out, but there are no more wax bags that I can find. So
it's not in the box for the AIO, is it?
Well, that's what I've scouted through as well, and no, they're not in there either. So I have misplaced them thoroughly.
Oh dear.
But we will find them.
So there's going to hamper the build.
An obscure or obvious place, because obviously we do need them for the actual build itself.
Actually, I don't think they're in the Bob, your Gridify box. You didn't put the screws in there, did you?
That's a good shout.
I can see something white actually there, so no.
No, I did not. Right. I'm going to do another check through the ones that I actually have here. Again, I've got the tiny little ones, tiny little ones, but those are
treasure hunt time. Actually,
with
you know what we need? So this is going to be a bit of a niche one for UK people again, but Crystal Maze. We need the music from Crystal Maze.
We do.
That was a classic TV show.
Right, let me go hunt in the box again. We'll go hunting while Step... actually, let me swap to you, Step, for a second.
Oh, no. Me things? Oh, crumbs. Well, this is going to be fun because I didn't realise we were going to be doing this bit. So Bob's lost the short screws that go in the top of the AO. These have little washers on them. The reason you got the washers is to spread the load a bit, because yes, you can get away with not using the washers, but it's better to use the washers to get better fitment on there. Step, what games have I been playing? I've actually been going through the new season of the finals. So season 8 recently started. I went with Trentilla, if anyone's playing that. And also been going through the second part of June, which is interesting, to say the least. There's a lot of fetch quests. Feels almost like they've tried to recreate Fallout a bit with that, but it's a bit of a pain sometimes. You literally have to... Second part of June, yes, the MMO, so it's just June Awakening. So if anyone's been playing it, so there's a quest. The quest line I'm on at the moment, you're basically running back and forth within Arakan, and then sometimes you have to scoot back over to Haga Basin, kill a bunch of raiders, or find this one item, go all the way back to Arakan. Yes, it's an extension, so it's actually part of it. It's released a couple of weeks ago. I think I mentioned it in the Corsair Co as well, that I was excited for it to come. They announced it at Gamescom, and it was released, I believe, 9th of September. So it's Chapter 2. That is the correct name for it. Everyone's talking about Crystal Maze now as well. I might start a new character on the same server as Nettie is on, because we tried to sort that out on another stream a little while ago. And if I do, then I might just play through that quest line, that whole quest from start to finish, because now you got the second part. It fleshes out some of the more interesting bits. You get to see some interesting sides to June that you don't really see on there. So Deathwish, I'm actually part of the technical marketing team at Corsair. So this is basically me knowing the products is what I do. If you've got a question on a product, I generally will know what I'm doing with it. We also do a lot of fun stuff, so builds and looking at products seeing how we can improve things, seeing what we can do to things, like modifying things in a different way, but still using the stuff we do. Myself and Nettie, I appeared on Nettie's stream. Sorry, I'm flitting back and forth because I'm looking at the chat. I've got it on my lower left on one of our 27-inch displays, so I can read it. Yes, technical marketing specialist, so I do all sorts of fun things. Been here just over 2 years now. It seems like time's really flown along. Previously, I worked for an IT company. I've been there for about 12 years. So, yeah, very different. Have you found those screws, Bob? Fantastic. Okay.
Right, we found the screws. So for some reason, we're inside the AMD packaging, like the AMD bracket packaging, which obviously I didn't look in because my assumption was that they were going to be in there.
I thought you'd gone through that.
No, it was in the AMD bracket, and I was like, oh, why? Like, okay, well that's why then. No, don't blame me for this one. This one wasn't a me.
Yeah,
I've obviously searched for the things like for the screws to put in the AIO, assuming that because obviously the Intel bracket is separate from the AMD stuff.
Yeah,
like the AMD screws.
To be fair,
I've gone and then done that. Yeah,
I think what we've done, we've actually updated the way it's packaged, because previously I'm very sure they all came in separate bags, just literally in there. Yes, they did.
Yeah, that's why I've my confusion.
We've combined it to stop them flailing around in the box in transit. They shouldn't do anyway because it's an egg crate box. It's nice and snug, but less movement the better. Someone asked on there if I could make a dream Corsair product, what would it be? For me, I know I went on earlier about doing insane builds, but I would love a very small factor PC case, something silly small. The one at home I use is about 9-litre case, so it's very small, but it's got to be usable with our product. So an SFX power supply, ITX motherboard, bits and pieces like that. Just something fun and small. Probably make it so you can put a 240mm rad in there, and that'll be ample for most of those type of builds. There's a lot of SFF people coming up on there. Have I considered lending my? Wow, this is a question. Have I considered lending my voice for a BBC Nature documentary? Apparently, my voice suits it. I like that idea. Oddly enough, I was actually asked many years ago now, to be a driving instructor because I have a very soothing voice. You do. I must admit, like my panic around finding the screws was very much like lowered due to you being quite soothing. To be fair, there, so I can kind of see that. I'm gonna say this is the one time today that I'm gonna say that blame Bob was unjustified, because those screws being in a different bag was not fun. I'm gonna have words with Mitch. That's all I'm gonna Ubu, shall I do? I think we need to do a recording of Bob doing a PC build, so I can then do a David Attenborough style voiceover. I need to sit down and do some lines because I couldn't just ad-lib them. Definitely not. But yeah, your voice is very calming. I no longer want to choke Bob.
Whoa!
That's a bit harsh.
I've done. I feel threatened now.
Corsair McCourface, Corsair face. That would be. That's an interesting one, isn't it? It was. Oh gosh, that was.
Corsair McCourface.
That was it. Yeah, it was Boating McBoatface. That was the British Arctic expeditionary vessel. They used it on a submarine rather than the actual main vessel. Though.
There was a bit of controversy there, wasn't there? Because originally they were like, we'll call it whatever you tell us to call it. And then they didn't. And then there was more uproar. And they were like, right, okay, we'll do the submarine.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, I think it would be the main problem with that, actually, if you call it something very silly, when you're doing the AIS at sea, it gets awkward when you've got a silly name for your ship and you have to call it out.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, it was called the Sir David Attenborough instead, which is very fitting given his history with nature in general. Try narrating. I'm not going to try narrating now, Lightning. I'm definitely not. That's. And here we see Bob. No.
Here we see Bob struggling.
Yeah.
Again.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm trying to get the right positioning on this, but because these are in the way, I'm going to pull these out of the way until I get the right positioning, because that's the bit that I'm struggling with there.
Yeah. Yeah, you can hook those in afterwards and drop them in. And so sometimes with the AIO, it's easier to unplug the cables because you've got the hose. You can't disconnect it. You're trying to work around it, and the hose is stiff enough. It wants to do its own thing. But you can angle.
I just realised I probably need to get this a little bit further along, actually, as well. So I'm just going to do some loosening and get this a little bit further to the back of the case.
Yeah, so that's another benefit as well. So with this, because it's designed to take up to a 420, if you put 360 in there, you can actually move it fore and aft on the case, give you a bit more space, tweak things. Yeah, so I've got the same 360 as Bob has, but I've just got some normal RX fan, no fancy cap as yet. So these will come with the Intel mounting hardware on there, on the AIO cap. But if you need to change it, just literally pop plastic off. And then I'm just looking to make sure I'm going to pull it from the right side, but they just slide off. It's two-piece, and they only fit in one direction. Do remember, don't touch the cold plate, because you've got this lovely patterned thermal paste on there. Not really see it on there on mine.
True.
It's XTM70, so it's really good paste. No need to sort of scrape it off and put anything new on there. Yeah, I'm just going to re-clip the cover on there because I don't get thermal paste all over myself. What are we up to? Yes.
We are slowly but surely getting things out here.
Yeah. I'm just trying to reattach
this is the thing. It's like every time that we do these, and I've kind of said this before, it's like, even like, because again, one of the beauties of having like someone like myself and Nay doing these, where we're less experienced and we haven't done these as much as, you know, everybody else, and again, not being from the technical marketing side of things, this isn't our forte, right? Like, this is, I'm predominantly like more into the gaming products, despite being on the DIY side of the team. But the cool thing is that when you have someone like Step, who's here to be able to support, you can do these things, you can make these mistakes, and because you do make mistakes in building PCs, right? This is not all just like straightforward, everything goes right, as we've seen by the Blame Bob counter. But
I make mistakes building as well, so it's not just anyone can make a mistake building PC, even if it's like, oh, I forgot to plug that in, oh, now I've got to take everything apart. Yeah, it happens. I had a case which was basically a sandwich layout, and to get to the cabling, I missed a cable, the PC wouldn't boot. The only way to do it was to take the motherboard out, take the screws out so you could get to the inner part of the sandwich, and then you could get to the cable, and then it was just click. And that was half an hour. Yep. Just do that one little thing. So,
I mean, we spent a good 15 minutes trying to get that RAM topper on.
Yeah, perfect example.
I'm going to remember for the next stream, folks, that we will get RAM toppers on early.
Yeah, blue feed style. Right, here's one I did earlier.
Yes, that's the learnings of these streams. It's like the first time. To be fair, I think it's the first time we've done like a custom like 3D printing stream. So this is going to be a lot of good learnings for us. But remembering where the screws are, I think that's something that I can just do as a general thing with the builds. But I'm hoping everybody's still enjoying watching. I think like I say, it's like one of the biggest things is, no matter even if we get things wrong, or I get things wrong, should I say, at least there's an opportunity for learning, and there's an opportunity to like really like benefit from this, even if it doesn't go perfectly right.
Definitely, there's always room to learn.
And I get to do all of this again when I do a case swap in like a few weeks.
Yes. So are you using the bulk of this kit to move into your 4500X?
No, so this one is actually here to exist as a showcase PC. This will eventually get RGB back in it, so on and so forth. But yeah, the one that I'm swapping into the Frame 4500X is actually going to be my gaming PC. So this is one that's essentially just for Corsair, as in Corsair. This is a Corsair-owned PC. I mean, they mostly all are, but like this is a Corsair-owned thing. So when we're actually when you see me assembling these things, some of them are mine. Some of the components are mine. Like the GPU for this one is mine, but some of the things are Corsair-owned. Some of the things are gifted from other companies. Some of like, you know, third-party elements, stuff like that. So you'll find there's lots of different. I've not put the standoff screws in.
Oh,
that was close. That was close. I realised before I did it, folks. Before I got the thermal paste all over everything. So that's a good. That's a good upgrade. Where are my standoff screws now, though?
do you need them for that?
Oh, I don't, do I?
No, it's Intel. It's Intel. You're thinking
it's Intel, yeah.
Yeah.
So
if you're in AMD, you'd need standoff screws, but because he's doing Intel, he's put the back plate on. It just screws through.
Actually, that's a good point. I'm going to stand this up before I get this thingy so I can get to the back at the same time and make sure that the back plate doesn't randomly fall off because I've not put it on properly or anything like that.
So I believe our back plates do have a bit of sticky stuff on them.
They do, but as you can see there, I've because of my finagling, they have fallen off a little bit there. So let me just come round. Yeah, let me come around this side.
Yeah.
Here we're going to go. And we will use my nice new fancy electric screwdriver because I feel like that's going to help me out a little bit on this one.
Bit of speed.
I will put this on first, then I'll... Oh, and I've popped my cap swap off, so we will maybe...
Wait till it's on and then reseat it. It's
Wait till it's on, yep.
Yeah. While Bob's doing that, just a little thing. If you're using a rear connection motherboard and you're building, you sort of putting your RAM and that and the CPU in, obviously the connections, you don't want anything to touch them really, so you need to lift it up. So in Bob's case, because he's doing it from scratch, he could have used something like the power supply case, the power supply box rather, because it's smaller than the motherboard. So it will rest and you'll still have all those connectors around the outer and the pins won't hit anything. The other option is a pair of 120mm fans or a pair of 140mm fans. Put them laid down and you can actually use them to help seat things in there. It just keeps it from damaging the pins. Some of the motherboard boxes, though, they are starting to get a bit better with that, so you can actually just do it in the box and not worry. So, worth looking at. You having fun, Bob?
Yeah, no, it's going in quite nicely, actually. Yeah. Are you seeing the back of my head here, folks? Apologies. I'm just one of the beauties of one-man productions is sometimes you don't always see the angles, so apologies for that, folks. Should be able to see a little bit better as we go. But that's gone on quite nicely and easily, actually. Thank you to the sticky pads there. Very nice. Beautiful. That's all in. Done. We will put the cap swap back on now with the hopes that it doesn't fall off as we go through. Again, I think I am going to have to reprint that. And again, just a factor of 3D printing sometimes. We do occasionally have to redo prints. We do tolerances are a thing. Warping is a thing.
Sometimes it prints perfectly, but it just doesn't latch on correctly. It can be a tiniest thing, and sometimes you can't even see the problem with it. So it's a case of, right, okay, if I can't fix it, reprint it, and then clicks on and happy days.
If at first you don't succeed,
try again.
Oh, yes, not that one. Actually, I might even do a thing where we switch it up and stealth it behind here, which is something that I thoroughly enjoy doing ever since Step showed me how to do this. But I will toy around with that.
My stealth tubing. I do love doing this.
Yes, I like it.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, we are...
I do actually need to do a proper guide on how to do that as well, because there's tricks with it.
There we go. I need to now... Have these come undaisy chained? I think they have. Yes. So I've pulled these out, I think. There we go.
Yeah, that might have been when you took the cable.
Yeah, when I pulled the thingy cable. Yeah. It has been known to happen. I can actually put the...
that panel back on.
Back plate back on. Yeah.
Yes. So all the fans, the 3 front fans, are actually pre-wired in the case. So you literally just need to put the connection in the bottom or top, whichever bottom on these. Just thinking where the headers went. Just the connection in the bottom, and they all work. The 3 front ones will just fire off all together. The rear one is obviously on a separate cable. Bob is losing things or finding things.
I'm finding / losing / finding. Trying to make sure I can see things before I just start randomly shoving them in places.
Yeah, that's probably a better way to do it. It does look good so far, doesn't it? We're starting to see how that's going to look, which that's very nice. I always feel like you need a board that's got similar topographic design, or a cap swap and RAM tops that have got a similar design to that Gigabyte one as well. Then that would just all marry in. But that's sort of, if you get the blanks, we do the blanks on the Corsair Printables site. You can download them and tweak away to your heart's content.
Indeed. Right, okay, so I think where we're at here, we've got the RX Max fans on there. We're going to put the couple on here, which I think we can just get done now. I think that'll be a nice and neat. I do think we should get this one changed out, however. I do think we should change out this ARGB one. Keep the 3 ones on the front. I think that's perfectly fine. We're still going to get Sharp Commander Duo. But because I've got 3 RX Maxes, I'm going to put one here, and then one here. And then we can obviously leave the part down here like open, because obviously we don't want to mess around with the airflow there. So I'm going to take these out really quickly. And just swap this one out with one of the IQ Link ones. And again, like, you don't always have to do this, but my thing is I think it's going to be easier for me to be able to grab all of that stuff and line it up a little bit better, just because of the IQ Link chain that we want to create. And just another thing as well that I am noticing on this one as well, the quick turn screws, just remember they might need a little bit more torque.
Yes.
Just to be able to get them in. They are easier to use, but they do require a little bit more torque, and that's something that I found on my last build, where I looked like a bit of a plonker, because it looked like I couldn't turn the one turn screws, and now my boss is constantly taking the mickey out of me, saying I need to go and get my wife to help me unscrew them, because I'm clearly not strong enough. So
this is why, I don't know if you noticed on Tuesday, this screwdriver was on set because of exactly that reason. Fan screws, you need one with a bit bigger grip, and you can just zip them in. Yeah, the quick turn screws, though, they make life so much easier. Bob, are you using 140 RX Max links, or?
I'm actually using 120, so I should probably leave this on. Actually,
yeah, I would say leave that in place.
Yeah,
to be very
I'm gonna veto my own decision there, and I'm actually gonna chuck this one back on. Just because I just like adding more like time and effort to the build, if I'm being honest, and I figured like we hadn't spent enough time on this yet.
No.
So.
So you can see Bob's gone to a different bit driver screw, really.
Yeah, just a little bit stronger.
Yeah, a bit more
it's just manual.
Yeah.
Acoustic. I've gone acoustic.
Screw right there. There we go.
I love that term. That's so good. So much easier just to get that in as well, just because.
Oh yeah.
Again, it's just not having to go against any kind of ratchet or spinner or anything like that. A little bit thicker. Yeah. Still a regular Phillips head one.
Bob has been bladed
86
times. This
is getting crazy. I feel like we're going to hit 100 like easily and organically as well. Without
I
wasn't
even going to mention that because I didn't want to be trying to egg on the numbers, but you've just done it
I don't
yourself.
think we need to. I don't think we need to, though.
It's just
honestly,
organic
I
growth.
think we're at the point. It's just organic. Like,
at what point does it become perpetual? That's the question.
I called 100 after the interruption. Fair. Right. Let's have a look and get those. Again, RX fans, make sure you take the things off the both sides,
yes. Yeah? Not just RX fans, all of our fans.
Yes.
So
we're going to do this.
You got the longest screws in the box as well for that one? You should do.
Yep. I didn't put them somewhere where I couldn't find them.
Yes, and also, as Gaban said, the link connectors. I think that's the bag you're opening there, though.
No, I do need those, but those I have not gotten out yet, which are here. Here we go. I think this is honestly like the thing that I find the hardest is actually keeping track of everything when building a PC. That's the hardest part in my mind, like because and I'll admit I'm diagnosed, but like having a slight touch of ADHD, it's very hard when I can't see something to find something. So I'm like,
you go
that's
visually
gone.
blind to it. Yeah.
Yes. It's like that's gone. I don't know where that went.
Yeah.
Never mind.
We had that on Tuesday. Andrew was trying to find the mouse, the GPU cable. He couldn't see it for the life of him. After the stream, he was like,
Yes.
"Oh, it was in the box."
In the box, easy. Right, now we want to be facing these downwards because obviously we're drawing these in as intake.
Correct.
From here, so we're going to plonk those on there. Again, you can, these are obviously like the 120mm fans here, and I know in theory you can put one down there, but I don't think we should for this one, unless you want to tell me any different.
No,
I don't think that's
I
necessary.
don't think that's necessary in this case. So, really, that's going to be more benefit if you want to mount a pump, for example. But you can definitely use it for an extra fan if you're finding that you need the extra airflow, utilize it. But otherwise, definitely pump. If you're doing a full custom loop, put the pump in there.
Yes.
Great spot for it.
Which again, this case does a really good job of. We've seen some amazing custom loops in this thing, like genuinely. I always would think, 9000D if you want to do a custom loop, go the whole hog. But honestly, this case does everything you need in terms of custom loop. It is solid.
Yeah, it's well built. It's got all the options you could ask for, and ticks all the boxes.
Really does. I won't lie. I personally really enjoyed the Frame 4000D for what it is because I like the smaller form factor cases. Just like them having a little bit smaller. But I actually, the ease in terms of the space in this is absolutely incredible. I don't think I've struggled to get anything like organised or in space wise had any trouble with it. Yeah.
Jericho, the fans in the PSU shroud that Bob's putting in now, yes, they will get air. As Vector's put on, they can pull from the mesh panel that he's putting below. There is enough space
because we didn't close it off. Yeah,
we didn't close it off. There is enough space between the shroud and the PSU and the top of the PSU for air to be pulled up and through it to give the GPU some bridgeable cooling.
Right.
Yeah. Also, they help direct the flow of air that's coming in from the front of the case and move it up so it actually collides with the rear fan of the GPU, which tends not to get as much airflow because front fans, as you look at it from the front of the case, front GPU fan or fans will get more airflow because they're in more of a direct stream.
And by the way, for anybody who's curious and questioning Step's prowess, that is a big part of what Step does now is in terms of testing the best kind of performance around fans and everything. So we have Step dedicated to telling us what is the best, which is really cool. And I'm a big fan of that because obviously I, for a long time, had no idea what kind of fans to put in, what to do there. So it was very much a level of confusion on my part, which I'm now glad that we can just get told. I like that.
Yeah, fan combinations,
work with Step for a
fan
day?
locations. Just to mess with you. No, don't mess with me.
No, do it. It's his turn.
Fan combinations, fan types of fan speeds. We do all sorts here. So I do a lot of thermal testing with the kit that we produce, just to see layouts, what works best. Let's have a look at this, Bob. See how you.
I'm giving you the wrong views here, but we're going well. This is looking good. We've got a couple of things that we need to obviously fix up, but we're not massively far off now. I do think, because obviously we've now got 2 RX Max Lynx fans left, I don't think we're obviously going to use this side here. I think have that nice and clean, and just have the airflow just coming through that way. I think that's going to be absolutely fine. We just need to start linking things up and making sure that everything's tickety-boo. But I think we're good to start doing that. Very shortly, actually. So before I actually move forward, I am going to get this mount back on because the cables are already routed behind where it's going to be anyway.
Yeah, get the panel back on.
Let's get the panel back on.
Scotty, so Bob's PSU fan is drawing from under the case. Underneath the bottom of the case, there is a vented panel which does have a dust filter on it as well. So it's got its own air supply, as it were. It's quite common with our cases and a lot of other cases because generally a PSU can just work in isolation from the rest of the case. And it'll just eject out the back.
You know what's really funny? Remember how I was just saying, if I can't see it, I don't know where it is?
Yeah. Did you just find the screw straight away?
No, because I know, because it was in sight, because I could see it, like, clearly. I knew exactly where it was the whole time. So I just immediately went back and went, there it is, done. Yep. Right, okay. Oh, this is looking great. This is a little bit, like, hold on, see if we can... No, that's the wrong way. I want to go down so I can show you guys a little bit better. But it's starting to look really nice there now.
That is looking good.
Right. Let's do this. Let's go back to this view so we can have a little bit of a thingy here. So what we want to do now, I'm assuming, is start getting these fans plugged in and everything plugged in. But I want to, before I do that, is jump in and actually... I do actually need to have a quick drink. So I might jump over the step in a second to give me a short break so I can go grab a drink. But I'm actually going to route this one through the top for now. Even if I don't end up passing it through there directly, I'm going to have it there just so it's nice and easy to... Oh, this is so easy to manage. Like, just to get the cable into here. I'm saying this as I completely obscure all of my lights, but... Actually, do I even need to?
I think
okay. So now I've encountered a thing because of the motherboard here. There is actually like a part of the heatsink here which I actually need to get around, which means me using a shorter cable actually might be a better idea.
Ooh.
So I'm going to use one with 2 angles. This is why it's great that we have so many of these cables, by the way, because we can literally just chop and change these like really quickly and easily. Those are the longer cables, dual angle cables, lovely.
And they're useful in different situations for different things. So
I do like that. Yeah, so with that cable, the flat cable, that the motherboard was actually getting in the way. So this is a unique situation for me because I've never had that with one of the any of the motherboards that I've worked with. Generally, it's just been straight up, go in, boom, done. Actually,
and that's the angle cable you're using there now.
Yeah, I'm going to use the angle cable here, which will actually allow me to route it, funnily enough, through the motherboard. So there is a section on the motherboard. Let me just switch this around 2 seconds, folks, so I can actually get this in, because this is probably one of the more finicky things. However, I am glad that I removed those cables earlier, because if I hadn't, I might have broken the AIO if I tried to force that in. So.
Which that certainly would not be good.
No. Generally bad breaking the fundamental components of the build, I would say. Right. And again, just routing that up here, and then routing it through a little cutout here, which is so nice. Actually, hold on, I'm going to route it through here because that is going to make my life even easier. Oh, look at that! Lovely. That's going to be perfect.
Not that we can see anything you're doing.
Oh, I know. I'm going to show you in 2 seconds, though. This is. So the way the cable actually goes kind of follows the flow of the motherboard. Can you see it?
Yes.
There?
Yeah, it kind of goes to the angle of that.
Just through there, but it actually goes at the angle, yeah. And that's gorgeous. I love that. I'm a big fan of that, actually. That was intentional, folks.
100%.
100% intentional. That's actually worked out really nicely, though. That's really good. We'll get the USB cable whilst we're here and do the same sort of thing with it. That plugged in. I will say there is one piece of feedback that I will share with you guys that has been shared with us previously as well. We have heard the feedback around the previous H series not having the USB plug in the actual AIO, because obviously that was slightly cleaner. There's one more cable now coming out of it. It has been heard. We don't have any kind of like idea on when we're potentially going to have that, changed, but or like updated or having any like those sort of things changed, but it has been heard. So I just want to make sure that everybody is aware of that you do know that we are listening to those sorts of things and those requests, because they are important. They're important to having quality of life features as well. Well, let me do this way. I think that's the way it was mounted before. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, what was we blamed 90 times? Oh my god,
90 times.
Why am I getting blamed? Wait, hold on, what did I get blamed for that time? I didn't even know what that one was. Right, here we go. Lovely. What is next then, Stet? What are we thinking next? We're thinking Commander Duo, right?
Yes. Let's get that. A quick chat about that. Install it. and away we go.
Right, so you are right, that is definitely a bit bigger from there. So but however, that still does accommodate the space, so I don't think we need to really struggle with that at all.
No, it'll magnetize on. If it's not going properly, just push it up slightly and it will definitely hook in.
Yes, so what I want to be able to do now is just whack the fan in. I'm going to whack the fan in on this side into fan 2, because obviously this is from this side, and I do need to just slightly unhook the ARGB here, don't I? Which is actually a little bit tied up, so let me just see if I can free that one a little bit quickly. May just be caught on that side, unless I can have this linked through here. I may have ever so slightly trapped this underneath my there we go.
Was that on the,
the
CPU cables?
The CPU, yeah, just slightly, just because obviously that's quite snug, and when we put the plate back on, it's just something to consider for folks.
Yeah, if you ever snag a cable when you're building a PC, don't pull it. You might strip it, damage it, break something at the other end, you don't know. So it's always best to work back, find where the pinch point is, release it, and do that way.
Sorry, you said yank it through, did you say?
No, opposite. Don't yank it through. If you yanked it through and broke it now, then there will be a torrent of blame bobs.
That is very true. Actually, I'm seeing this is the daisy chain. This is actually already going through, isn't it? So I actually only...
Yeah, you should have longer ends.
I'm so stupid. I am so stupid. These aren't RGB fans, and I'm trying to find the ARGB.
I was wondering why you were looking at RGB up there, but it's at the front of the case.
Now we know. Now we know that I'm just stupid. So, or maybe not stupid. No, stupid. Stupid's a good answer for that, I think. Right, we're going to route this lovely cable here through here. I think it's a nice, easy route. And I think cable management may have to take a little bit of a backseat on this one, guys.
Yeah,
I do apologise.
We want to get
I
this
want to do some
going
more,
for you.
but we want to get this actually finished. So,
and we've got a giveaway at the end. So
we do. We're really making them work for it this time, though.
Oh, yes.
Work and wait for it. Right, we'll do the cable cramp as a step has suggested before. We're going to get this header down as well. So this is a USB 2, isn't it? So I need to make sure that we get this one. I'm assuming that we have one at the top.
A USB 2 header?
We don't.
They're usually on the bottom of the motherboard. Usually
on the bottom. They are. You are correct. Can we reach without having to thingy? No. In that case, because of the length of the cable, I might have to go a different route than going directly up. I might have to go down.
I would probably just go straight down with it, to be honest.
Yeah.
The giveaway link says it ended.
We may need to extend. Well, so that means no future entries currently, but we may see if Lucky's still about, which we may be able to extend it just a little bit. But if not, that will just mean the existing entries are in there, and then we won't have additional ones. But I don't think that'll be too much of a problem. Right. I do feel like I had my last one, which actually went all the way round, but maybe I'm just...
You are going the very long way about it. If it's the USB that's going into the front panel connector, just do it from the back and behind, rather than running it all the way down the front.
Oh, that's what I was trying to do, but the cable doesn't extend as far as that. That's the only thing.
Oh, right.
Yeah, so just having a little bit of cable length like concerns, but in theory, should be okay. Yeah, it's just a little bit snug there, as you can see. It just comes out the bottom here, but not all the way. So I've just got a little bit of length that I wasn't accommodating for, which I will need to accommodate for, should I say. And it's ever so slight, but it's just enough to create a slight issue there.
Care, the mods are always here. Don't forget that. I am here. I have mod powers. Well, I have some mod panels, of course. I don't have all of the mod panels, but
This may be an interesting one, just because of the placement. I'm wondering if we have a longer USB-C.
oh, this is the one from the pump, isn't it?
Yes.
Sorry, I was thinking you were taking it from the commander module.
No.
That's why I was very confused. Like, why are you doing that all the way around?
What is he doing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just had to finagle that slightly. That's fine. I'm missing I'm talking like millimeters. There we go. That's absolutely fine. Just me putting it in the right place now. Making sure that I have a my USB thing the right way round, which I do.
Yeah, always worth making sure that's so close to 100. See, mods are here. Who's going to get for the 100th Blame Bob?
I feel like people are going to hold on until they do. Although there is no timer on it, so
no, we're on 98.
Oh my gosh! Now we're just doing it for doing it. Now you're just doing it for doing it.
Right. We don't need anything.
I like how your initial one was, I don't want to egg them on.
Yeah.
Then immediately, I'm just going to see if I can egg them on a little bit.
Yeah, Bob has been blamed 100 times. And
wow.
Yeah, we have hit the century.
Right. What timing are we at? Right, we've got 25 minutes on before I started getting shouted at by everybody. But both of the USB headers are in. Those fans are on. That's connected up. Power cable. Let's sort out the power. So I'm gonna try and show you guys a bit of what I'm doing now, because obviously we are rushing, but we still want to actually showcase what we're doing to you guys. Okay, so I'm going to have my fan header. This little one step, as far as I'm aware, goes back into the motherboard.
Yes. If you can find one that says either AIO or CPU fan.
The only thing is this cable is the one that's baffling me. No, it's not. That's the ARGB from the front, so that's fine.
Yep.
ARGB
Channel 1.
Channel 1. Hold on, make sure I'm not just ramming that in.
And the hub is in link mode, correct?
The hub is currently in link mode, yes.
Fantastic. So on the side of the command gyro, there's actually a switch to move it between either using a link hub or just as a standalone. Using it as a standalone, it needs a SATA cable and the USB cable to the motherboard. If it's in link mode, it literally just push connects using the connector block to your standard square link hub, which would obviously have its own power and USB, so it runs as an additional module at that point. It also has another link cable connector on the other side, so you can actually use that as in between your link cables if you need to as well. So it just gives you that flexibility there.
You can see where I started with all like positive intentions around cabling, and then where it all fell apart, can't you?
You're doing good bits. You're doing good work. The giveaway has been extended as well, so thank you for that, Lucky.
I'm also noticing that I haven't created the link between the AIO pump and the fans at the top, so I should probably do that.
Yes, that'd be a little short cable, wouldn't it?
Yes, and I've already cabled that, and if you remember, that was the one that I was finding finicky. So let me undo my work and redo my work. However, I'm going to be a little bit cheeky and not undo it from the first bit and actually just run it back to the end down here, which actually is not created any massive amount of difference of time, which I like to see. Just my visibility again. I'm loving the idea of a blackout build, but I will remember next time that I need better lighting for it.
Yes, you definitely need, if you're doing a blackout build, you need good lighting. or a screwdriver with a light on the end of it is also very useful.
That's a great idea.
Yes.
Actually, I didn't think of that.
Actually, one thing I used to use is a head torch.
Even better idea.
You're
I
looking,
love that.
yeah. It works to a point, and you realise that it's sort of here, the light source. So when you're looking into part of the case, you think, why is it suddenly gone dark? And the light is on the outside of the case, and you're looking in the case.
You've looked away.
Yeah.
Love that.
Or you forget and you just keep whacking it on things like I do. But... Yes,
Right.
so, head torch. I think there's some. I'm sure I've seen. I'm sure these sort of things. It's like beanies with a flat light mounted on them. So there's like no standoff, and obviously it's a beanie, so it sits lower, or you can sit low if you pull it down. Probably not ideal for summer, but winter. Great.
Winter builds.
Yeah, winter builds.
Right, I think that worked rather nicely, actually. In fact, that turned out to be rather solid.
Yeah, fans when they have Molex connectors, Hoffman, I remember them dearly. I think I still have a couple of fans that only work on Molex, which is
There we are.
terrifying.
Right, so there we go. My fan header, I'm going to just do really quickly in here. CPU fan.
Yep. So
Apologies,
generally,
I'm showing you that one.
that's what I'll just explain. So generally on the CPU header fan, on the motherboard, it's actually labelled. If it's not, refer to your manual. And this will stop your motherboard giving post errors or failing to boot because it can't detect a CPU fan. Some boards will boot and they'll just tell you off for not having a fan plugged in, or you can go into the BIOS and actually tell it to ignore the fan. But it's out of the box, it will have that setting on there automatically to check for the CPU fan. So this is why we include the cable. It's also good in case there's any issues at any point down the line, so it will detect that the pump isn't spinning, and it will give you a warning as soon as it boots. When the AIO starts up, you actually have a self-test mode. The AIO goes through, so the Titan actually gives a little chirp as its impeller spins up to maximum and then spins back down. It's like a fan test almost. Just make sure it's not working. It makes sure it's working properly. And if it doesn't do that, then it will give you a problem. But if they do, then generally you'll find that the cap itself will start flashing red, along with all the fans that are on link in the case as well, to draw your attention to something that's gone wrong. How are you going on there, Bob?
Going pretty good now. We're cooking on gas. He says. I'm just making sure that I'm properly routing all of this, all the cables are nice installed. Whilst I'm not doing tons of cable management, I don't want it to look terrible for all of the time that we put into it. So
it also means you need your lights actually when you spin it around, because obviously it's a blackout build, so there's no really any lighting in them. We need you to shine your light into the case so we can see.
Yes, we are going to. Yes, yeah. I think the camera over here will pick it up rather nicely. But
fantastic.
You are 100% right. We do need to consider that.
Yeah. So once Bob sorted the cabling, the only bit left to do is going to be to fit the GPU, which is the Battlemage card supplied to us by Intel.
Here we go. Right, I'm going to pull my AIO tubes back up here, and I'm actually going to show you guys another one of the things that we actually had printed. Although this will probably come out a bit better as Step 6, because it's black on black on black. We do have the AIO tubes as well.
Yes, I've got some of those clips.
Tube clips.
Yes.
So here we go. You guys have seen those?
And they're great for just keeping things tidier.
They really are, honestly. I have them on. I have them on both of my. Actually, all three of my builds now. I have them on my three main builds. So my production PC, my streaming PC, which I actually did wood ones on, which are really nice. But wood light effect ones, should I say?
Yeah, using a wood filament, a wood effect filament on the printer.
A brown filament, interestingly, a brown filament, and then actually I've sanded them down like harsh, like coarse, like sandpaper.
Yeah.
And then with the coarse, after the coarse sandpaper, I've then I put that too far up again. I've done the coarse sandpaper, and then I've actually wood stained them.
Okay.
I actively wood stain them, and it comes out with a really nice wood effect to it. It looks great.
There are filaments. I know there's a spruce filament that is designed to look like wood when you print onto it, or print with it rather. So that's a fun filament to play with. But you can get all sorts of filaments, plain colors, translucent colors, marble effects, sort of holographic effect almost. Question on the filament type. So I used PLA for the two that I've done here with a 15% infill. I did that so there was enough give. The more infill you have, the more rigid it is. I'm not sure what Bob did in terms of filament.
Same. I use a default by 15%. Yeah, two walls, 3 at 15% infill. Yeah. So literally the print settings from the site, we just use that. Yeah, just PLA. It doesn't need to be anything fancy because you need that bit of flex in there, and it doesn't need to be super dense or have a super high temperature threshold. So, no, there's no concerns about the PLA for the hose clips. If you're doing something like a GPU shroud, if you want to print something as that, or a top plate for your GPU, I would definitely use something like ASA, which will have a much higher temperature and it will tolerate it more. Speaking of GPUs, Bob has the battle we're at it. We're going to tidy up a little bit because at this point there is nothing else that's required from any of the rest of it. So, he says, in hope. So we've got our 2 PCIe cables just in case we need the 2 8-pins, which I believe we do. Now, hold on, let me cinematic camera. Whoa, that was a nice peel. That was very nice indeed. And this one should slide out there. Lovely. Hold on, let me bring this up even further so you can just see it on the desk, so I can actually open it nice and easy. Move that out the way. There we go. Again, a big thank you to Intel for this. This one is actually, like I've said before, this one is actually my GPU that they've sent me. So a big thank you to that, but also a big thank you to them letting me actually use it on here. Look at that. It comes with like its own like cleaning sheet and everything. Right, how am I getting this out nicely?
Flip the box.
Okay. No, flip the box. Oh, I tell you what, I do love about art cards. They look so sexy. That is nice. Look how that is just so low profile as well. And I love the material on it. That's going to fit so nicely in this, guys. Like genuinely so nicely in this. Let me just do this as well, because I did actually, as I mentioned before, printed out a GPU holder, which I'm hoping will fit. Or are my tolerances off? My tolerances might be off on this one. I'm not going to risk it because that seems to be sticking in there. But so I'm just going to plonk this one down ever so quickly. I do not want to ruin a brand new GPU, so give me 2 seconds. Generally a bad idea.
I was going to say, place it on the cloth that they kindly included to avoid any
That would have
scratches.
been a smarter idea.
That would have been.
That would have been a smarter idea, yes. To be fair, I think that thing is pretty durable compared to my desk, and it is actually on. This is a vinyl desk, so it's actually it's got a level of protection to it. So there we go. Look at that. That is so nice. Get out of the way. I might even do a thing, because although I do really like the side profile, the top profile having the white on it, it might be a thing that I might 3D print something that just covers just the top, just ever so slightly, so I can just have it so it just like completely blacked out there, maybe even a topographic design on top of that. That's not for now, obvious reasons.
And that won't be, you can't print that in PLA or Petri.
PLA, no.
It'll melt.
We need to give it a little bit of a more heat wearing material, which I think is like ABS, right?
ABS or ASA, either would work. ASA is a bit more forgiving to work with, so probably that.
Right, let me just get this down, because this is now starting to get rather heavy. So here we go. We're just going to do the really nice.
Yes, sweet bits. If the 3D filament, if the filament, all the filament has what we call a glassing point. So different materials have different temperature ranges. So something like PLA, I believe it's 60 to 70, and it will start to soften and sort of droop. Whereas things like ASA or ABS go up some 120, 110, 120, I think, from memory. There you go, 50 to 60 for PLA. Anything above that, it softens. PETG is a little bit higher than PLA. I have got a table upstairs, a sort of a written down table of which filaments melt at which point, or soften at which point. So, yeah, there are is it Billinox. There are blends of PLA and PETG which will run at higher temperatures. So HCPLA will run at a higher temperature, but you're adding another element to that. So you could have PLA CF, which is carbon fiber PLA. That runs quite hot because you've got the carbon fiber in there. Right. Yeah. But yeah, ABS is nasty to print with. It's stringy as anything as well. When you print, you have so much cleanup work.
I have taken off the wrong slots.
Oh no!
So I had to have left the first slot, but that's fine. That's fine. What we'll do is what I usually do when I mess these up.
Fix it.
We'll take one.
So that's the thing, when you're doing a full-size ATX case board, generally the first slot on the motherboards now, even though it's on the PCI brackets, that bracket is left in place. So you go for the second one down, and then how many slots do you use? Two,
and usually,
1, 2, 3,
usually the third.
Yeah, it depends. I mean,
yeah.
Some of them are interesting.
Yes,
sizing wise.
There's a lot. I like that we've got a vast array of choices. I do like the Intel cards as well. I like the fact that we've got competition in that market. I like the fact that I actually really like what they do in terms of rendering as well. For those of you who actually do like a lot of content creation, this is like the art cards are the cheapest cards if you want to do AV1.
Yeah, it was
like, streaming. So if
what was it, the A380? It's a single slot.
A380. Yes,
passive.
I have one actually.
Yeah, it doesn't even need an external power connector. It just plugs into the board, takes 75 watts out of the socket, and you've got a fantastic little card to do AV1 encoding.
Yeah, I actually used that. I did a whole series of videos around exactly why that card is so cool.
Yeah.
And if you pair it with the A750, you can actually do AV1 in recording and AV1 streaming at the same time in tandem at insane levels and insane speeds. It's it's really impressive.
Yeah. There are some.
Right, we do actually only need one cable as well, so I'm actually just going to plug this one in straight away. Shouldn't have thrown that like that, but speed, folks. We're on speed now because we've got 10 minutes to finish this up.
Speed
so I reckon actually now would be a really good time. If folks haven't already, it would be a really good time to enter into that giveaway. So get in with your last chance before we finish up the build here today. And I think we can probably begin the draw for that in a couple of minutes if Lucky is still about.
Yes, Lucky is definitely here. I've just seen it. Also on the Intel GPUs, I'm very excited to see if I can get hold of an Intel B60 Dual. So that's two GPUs on one slot on one card, and it's looking interesting. It's a dual slot GPU. And it's going to be, it should be very good for a lot of render stuff, and also it's very good for AI apparently. But I'm more interested in the rendering myself.
Right, we are going to have just because we don't have the custom cable, which is the only 8-pin on that. I'm going to be obviously trying to hide away the secondary connector there, but we will. I'm definitely thinking I'm going to get a different connector there for like a custom cable for that. So we'll probably show off some custom cables maybe on the next stream. But for now, we're going to be sneaky and just hide it as best as we can. Unless Step, you have any recommendations for me around how I can hide off that?
Not really.
So
the only the PC I built in this had the 12 volt high power, or 12 volt 2x6 cable, which is relatively easy. It's just sort of whoop and through. But yeah, cable cram.
Cable cram.
Yes.
Okay. Right. Cable crammed.
I'm just curious if your RGB is going to shine through on the RAM at all. I know it's a black print.
In theory, it might. when we first do it, but obviously we'll disable that in device memory mode. For those who don't know, you actually can enable those things in device memory. Are we putting everything on, folks? Are we putting all the case, on the side of the case and everything on? I think we should. Should we go full tilt, just see if it boots?
Yeah, why not?
Why not? Obviously, we don't have. I haven't actually installed Windows yet, so we're not actually going to see if it's like full on posts. I will confirm that later on, but we can for now.
Will it
whack everything
boot?
on?
Yeah, it will boot. It'll probably boot into the bio, or probably boot to no OS installed, which we'd expect at this point. But
here we go.
Top panel on. Are you putting the rear panel on, or are you just going to go with the front one?
Nah, we're gonna do the whole thing. We're gonna go rear panel, glass, everything. Just need to make sure I get this on. This was the one I was scared of pushing. Now I'm just like,
yeah, just give it a tap. And
there we go, lovely. Captive screws, boom and done. And again, this is probably the easiest that a back panel is ever going to go on for me, because I actually I know we didn't spend a ton of time on the cable management, but look at that, done.
Yep. Also,
no
the benefit of using even using the Commander Duo, but you've used some link fans on there, so that reduces the cable clutter. And the Duo with the daisy chain fans from the front.
Did these have clips? Can we clip clips onto these? Onto the RX Maxes?
That looks like it might do.
We're going to try it.
Cool.
Let's have a look.
I haven't got any of the non-RGB.
They
RX
do!
Max.
So it actually will still have the design. Look at that. And it has
the
spare as well. Beautiful. Okay, I'm not going to put the glass on the front. And the only reason I'm not putting the glass on the front, by the way, isn't because
we won't
any
see
thingy reason. We just want to see it. Yeah, we won't actually
be able
see
to
it
tell.
If that's the case. So let me just get that captive screw on. Oh. Captive. Lovely. Okay, right, let's get the power cable out. And although I did go over time, I did still keep to my extra hour. So it was only the extra hour that I said it would be. And where the heck has my cable gone? There we go. Right, I need to make sure that I don't unplug the wrong cable here.
The
actually,
stream
no, I can
ending.
plug it in there.
Yeah.
Potentially, yeah. If I unplug the wrong cable, I actually don't know what it is. So I'm gonna actually ignore that, and I'm gonna plug it in on this extension, which I don't recommend for any kind of level of prolonged use. But for this, we'll see how we go. If anything explodes and the stream disappears, you know I plugged it into the wrong place. All right.
Amusingly, if Bob vanishes, I also vanish because we're hosting it through Bob.
Indeed. Right. Okay, that's a bit too high. That's a bit too high. And you're pulling the cable now. Right, there we go. Beautiful. Right. We ready? Oh my gosh. Oh.
There are
We
lights.
have airflow. It works. You can't tell except from that one light because it's a blackout build.
The most
it works.
anticlimactic startup.
That's the most anticlimactic post ever.
So another problem with blackout builds is if you have the fans set really quiet, sometimes you don't even know that the machine is on, which can be an absolute nightmare. This is clever with the slow dropping the desk. you made a little B-roll system.
I've got it cinematic.
Yeah.
Look at that.
So what do we think,
Beautiful.
chat? What do we think?
We did it. It took way longer than any of us wanted it to, but we did it.
We got there.
We got there. Right, let me just shift it out of the way a little bit there. So there we go. Thank
Stephen
you.
G,
Thank
Bob
you.
will
My
be
room
changing
is an
sort of
absolute
head
tip, and I think I deserve this Pepsi Max. I think I really do. I think I earned this. This has been sat here for the whole stream.
I've been sipping another soft drink occasionally.
Love it. That chat, it is so quiet.
That's another perk of the 140s because and the RX Max, they can run at a lower RPM and still get really good airflow.
Oh, hold on. I know we're over time still, but I'm just going to one last tweak. If I can find where I put the other fans. Where did I put the other fans?
Are you putting the covers on the side?
Yes. That's what we're doing. Right. Here we go.
Yep, bottom fans are working.
With the three. Yep, everything's working.
Stephen the Jeep. So Bob said that he doesn't have the right
Oh
cable.
no,
for
they're
it.
not.
Are they not spinning?
No, because I didn't plug them in.
Well, that would do it.
That
Put the
would
clips
probably
on.
do it.
Put the clips on.
We'll put the clips on. You get the idea. It's fine. I just need to run. I forgot to run the IQ Link cable back into this side, but that's a 2 second. That's a 2 second job.
Yeah.
And again, because we got the Commander Duo running, that's going to be 0 effort. So yeah, we missed one tiny little bit, but that's fine. That's an easy enough fix.
There we go.
Done. Lovely, jubbly. I'm actually really happy with that. I'm really happy that's come out. That's probably one of the cleanest builds I've done. So yeah, I am a fan. Are the pump fans running? Yes.
Yeah. So Bob would have
pump's
heard a
running
chirp
fine.
when the pump started, which is how we audibly tell when it's working. Obviously, you can't see it as easily there. The
Hey
other way to
Sean,
do it
this is the
do it
Frame
from
5000D, yes. I'm going to try and do this whilst we're doing the giveaway. So I think we're going to do the things. I love how there was a poll, by the way, for will it post first go. Thanks for that. Whilst I'm plugging in these last two fans, obviously I'm going to turn it off before I actually do this again.
Yeah, if you don't turn it off, they won't detect it. It only detects when you turn it on. So don't hot plug Link fans. They may spin, but they're not actually working. They're not being detected by the hub.
Anything.
No.
Generally, good idea to not plug new things in,
It goes for all
like
things,
while the
RAM
PC
and
is
everything,
on.
especially RAM.
Yes, especially RAM. Yes. Okay, so I've got a choice of slots here. Look at this.
Spoiled for test. Spoiled for choice.
Spoiled for choice. Yeah.
Yep, everyone. Giveaway is occurring. So
momentarily, if not already.
Yeah.
Right. Well, that really didn't take. So just to highlight how easy IQ Link fans are, I'm done.
Yeah. It's literally run cable, push it in, done. Adds the confirmation was actually on the motherboard. There is a post light on his motherboard. Also, the GPU, the Intel Arc logo lights up. Bob, when do we want to do the draw? The
draw
case?
Now. Let's
draw
do it.
now.
Let's go. Yeah, we are past time actually.
We are actually, yes.
We are actually full past time. So definitely do it. And whilst I just double check this, but you can go ahead and post. So go on, chat. Congratulations to the soon-to-be winner. Good luck to everybody. I'm excited to see it, and all the fans are running.
Please be in the chat.
Please be in the chat. Oh my gosh, if they're not in the chat.
Oh gosh, that would be absolute chaos. Striking Earth, wow.
No way, did he win?
Sorry, you didn't want to talk it. You do not want to talk it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Did you want to trade it for a toolkit?
Sorry.
We can trade it for a toolkit.
We can totally do that if you'd like.
Would you prefer the toolkit? I feel like you prefer the toolkit.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, just give him a toolkit. It's fine.
Yeah.
Oh, folks, that's a brilliant end. I love that Striking hasn't won the thing.
Of all the
that's
things.
so funny.
It's amazing.
That is brilliant. Right, folks, we are, as we said, we are over time. What a lovely end to the stream, though. That we're Striking winning that one. I've been blamed 108 times, apparently.
Yeah.
Chaos. I had so much fun. Interestingly, though, however, folks, we didn't actually get to one of the key pieces of the stream, which we did say we didn't know if we were actually going to get to. What are we going to take? There's really not a lot of cable tidying to do. The only thing is we need a custom cable for this.
Not custom. We just need to use one of our premium cables for that.
Sorry, premium cables. Apologies, yes. I'm saying custom, but I mean premium. One of our premium cables for that. And then actually, you're saying this like I'm lying. There's actually all of the one side is done. It's just this side that we rushed towards the end.
Yeah.
But that's not going to take long at all because genuinely.
He took the bait. He definitely
Rapid Root is insane.
He definitely did.
I don't. No.
Yes, you did. You went for it. Nibble.
Fine. I think I'm pretty impressed though. I love the fact that Commander Duo is that easy to use.
It's fantastic. It's a fantastic kit. It opens up so many opportunities. It's not just limited to fans. You can use ARGB strips as well.
Also, I just want to highlight one last thing with that as well. Cable clutter is even less because you've got to consider that it's obviously those fans aren't coming to the front of the case. The ARGB, obviously these aren't ARGB, but if they are ARGB, you don't have it go to the fan headers, you don't have it go into the RGB headers. None of that is on the motherboard. Everything is clean and it's so much nicer for it. But yes, no, big thank you again to Intel for this. A massive thank you to Step, because he definitely carried me through some bits on this.
I tried.
However, he couldn't find the screws for me, so, you know, he loses some points there. Outside of that, though, I have absolutely loved this. I have really enjoyed building in this, and you're probably going to be seeing this PC and iterations of this PC again. I will be organising another stream shortly, however, because there is a bunch of other 3D printed stuff that we want to showcase. I'll probably be showcasing those fan ends as well, the ones, the clips that go on the end of the fans that Step actually showcased earlier. I'll be doing that probably for the Frame 4500X build, and we'll probably do the Frame 4000D mods, which we're going to be showing off, but there's something really interesting about them because they're not 3D printed. But I'm excited to show them to you at some other point, because right now it's the end of the stream. We've kept you long enough. Thank you very much, Step, again. I appreciate you, and thank you to Lucky and everybody who helped out with the stream. You've been incredible, chat. We will see you all on the next one. In the meantime, stay safe, stay awesome. I'll see you all soon.